the Jews can't go ahead and insist you can't do that. How about some 64 hours? Hopefully you won't be able to move the desert. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot this kid. Then I am allowed to get back. להשליך על מגורים בעבר ולא צריך משמעי הכללת שהקבוצתי inspired to give me some silver to be a big rise back to so let's say again he asks me to uproot if I am allowed to get food from working with Killa right and I want his consistency because it provides me with something on the whole and he's talking about myself so he says so if you forget this is check this out. If nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and which financially fund is forbidden payment when that benefit ultimately ends of destruction. Even though by definition you want to continue existence of the limited kingdom because you want to be the one who destroys you get paid for it as well as destroy its own. So there's a Sabua, the second one from the Francis. Sabua, Omar, that's really a key. It's a big key. The Omar, I don't want to be lying and just very in general. Not only is there a prohibition to a friend, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate but you can't do anything that's sustained. For example, actually, we've had over here. But let's say someone's going to speak about it. I'm going to lie for that. Put up a fence around it. The Akiva says, also, why? And putting up a fence, right? The definition is part of this. That's nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible inside very well. And refuge should be the fact that it's covering the seed. That's a refuge of the company. I hope that you get how this right you're actively selecting in the place, right? You keep us this time. As you keep us this anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the lion, that's really from. Salt from the Tishbashmalai. Rossi says, do not plant July in the field. Only on Soraya and the Polish planting. The Canyon so I know that the land will have to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, and even if they're not plants. Kamalomar, low killine. That's what it says, right? It's interesting. Here, so let's make words. I love a clear words. So again, if I was actually kind of slicing the topic, low killine. You can't do anything that ultimately again with even if it's not directly about the actual plant itself, which is something that's sustainable, that's a business. Umar says, you will get so sharp. But ultimately, it's interesting, you're not doing very many people. It's very important to keep up. rubbish and all things. So it sustains these plants. What about if somebody's one baby to upload things? It's like that. So, doesn't have to be the idea of rather this Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon, see Rabbanon, or might be your own point of view, reading Yamisha, that is not true. According to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon, Rabbanon is the best. Rabbanon, only when you Rabbanon, you said you like to. But then, so actively do something that you said is the goal to the except that I was it's a greater place they hold is not so put the offenses concerned in the case of that it's certainly it is to get peace from uprooting sexual is not which the Bible says often as even is very because here the Bible is interesting. Where ultimately, again, I have uprooting this for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. What's the problem? Judy, the Amar, meeting Lahem, Nastina, us. Ultimately, the because of the opinion that Allah and myself were not about to be favored for us. Like he actually had some all the focus on those things. He says, "Look, you can't be free. You can't just leave her happy for free. If the free favors,
Yes, I was glad to stay 100 this bitch. It's incredible. Never thought of
this is one of the
when I was shit out of
like
this
we
bitch.
said, something. Something can hurt the it's very committed. The hustle
It's a 10.
It's not shocking versus those people. True. You can't do a favor, so you can give a free gift. But to do something to level time, that's absolutely that's an objective benefit. I have to as well keep it now. I thought I'm going to keep up. I'm going to be keep up the kind of line book, yeah? It's not shocking. You're going to be a keeper as a
Well, that's for sure. Little king Chaim, but it's just a Rothschild. 18th of least, 1786, and the 5th. Tonight,
It's limited. It's absolutely limited. You can get paid for that, which is what it does. As soon as there is nothing else to do.
Especially if some guy can do it, so something like that. Considering that today's 3 days of the time, yeah, the most of it was the Holy Temple. She was daily and a day.
So this is very the different with the students. That's what's the story. How do you start? This whole story after he wants to destroy, wants to break his gallows of Yanis, he asks him, he wants to hire him. maybe $50 an hour. So remember, on one hand, it's low because therefore that's one. But not instead, do it and cover a lot.
Can they sing 35, 26, 235, son of Seth.
So, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, I get it. I want to break that up. I want to break it. I don't want you guys to go through the so I want to. Yes, and we need to go ahead and do these activities and get those seats. The destruction of full destruction. Thorough destruction of what we should ultimately is the thing. So that's what it says you get paid and couple of what's that you say? Really sensitive to hard justice. And that is important. Members of society should show approach to in great society should go take the culture. Yes, good.
The Babylonian exile, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study, anonymous $180 in honor of Yahushua, immensely young. Timeline of Jewish history. Jewish history spans nearly 6,000 years, beginning with the creation, approximately 2,000 years before the Common Era. It continues through the eras of the patriarchs, the Egyptian bondage, the judges, the First Temple Era, where the kings of Judah and Israel rule, the Babylonian exile, and the Second Temple Era, which concluded with our being taken into exile yet again by the Romans. Throughout Torah study and our faith in GD and his promise of redemption were our constant companions, providing the Jewish people with a divine compass through every challenge and change. Which era would you like to jump to? Creation of heaven and earth and Adam and Eve, the forefathers, living in Egypt, traveling through the desert, judges and early prophets, kings and the first holy temple, exile in Babylon, building of the second holy temple, Greek cultural domination, kingdom of Judea, dynasty of the Shushmanite, Roman client kings and rulers, Herodian dynasty, Metal Era, the Mission, Metal Era, the Gemara, the Rabbi, the Janine, the early Rothschild, the Crusade massacres, later Rothschild, persecutions and expulsions, the great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation, early Acharonim and East European massacres, Acharonim and early Hasidim, later Acharonim and the changing society, the Holocaust, the modern state of Israel, traveling through the desert, secular year Jewish year event in history, minus 1,313 2,448 the Jewish nation crossed the Red Sea, minus 1,313 2,448 the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, minus 1,313 2,448 Moses broke the tablets, minus 1,312 2,449 Moshe came down Mount Sinai with the second tablets, minus 1,312 2,449 the tabernacle was erected, minus 1,312 2,449 the spies returned from Canaan with bad news, minus 1,274 2,487 Akron and Miriam died, minus 1,273 2,488 Moses died, exiled in Babylon, secular year Jewish year event in history, minus 423 3,339 Gilead Benakikah was killed, minus 421 3,340 Daniel interpreted Nebuchadnezzar dream, minus 410 3,352 Ezekiel prophesied about the future by Hamdash, minus 372 3,389 Daniel read the writing on the wall, minus 372 3,389 Daniel was thrown into a Lion's Den. Minus 371,390 Zerubbabel and returned to the land of Israel. Minus 373,391 building of second by Ham dash defense. And halt. Minus 366,395 Yeshua made his great banquet. Minus 362,399 Esther was taken to the palace. Minus 357,404 Esther took action against Haman's decree. Minus 355,406 Mordecai proclaimed the celebration of Purim. Minus 353,408 building of the second by Ham dash was completed. Minus 349,412 the second by Ham dash was completed. Great cultural domination. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 273,488 Simon the son of God. Minus 246,3,515 72 elders translated the Torah into Greek, Septuagint. Minus 143,621 revolt commanded of the Shishma. Ruined client kings and rulers. Rodian dynasty. Secular year Jewish year event in history. Minus 36,325 Herod the Rule, killing all the Shishma. Minus 33,728 Hillel became the leader of the Torah scholars. Minus 19,3,742 Herod began rebuilding the second by Ham dash. Minus 11,3,750 renovation of the second by Ham dash was completed. 13,761 Archelaus, son of Herod, ruled. 3,768 Hillel died. 10,370 Archelaus was deposed by the Roman emperor. 21,3,781 Rabbi, grandson of Herod. 28,3,788 the Sanhedrin moved from the second by Ham dash. 44,3,842, son of Rabbi. 53,810 Rabbi, son of Shimon, grandson of Hillel, died. 66,3,826 Vespasian arrived in Judea to reassert Roman authority. 69,829 the second by Ham dash was destroyed. Talmudic era, the Mishnah. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 74,3,834 Aryum and Advents on High 86,3,846 the Sanhedrin moved from place to place, under Abdullah II. 133,893 Mater fell, and the Bar Kokhba revolt ended in tragedy. 134,891 Judaism was banned, and Bar-Kiva was imprisoned. 189,949 are Judaism, and the mission around this time. The Talmudic era. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 219,979 Rav left the land of Israel and settled in Babylonia. 247,407 Shmuel was the Talmudic authority in Babylonia. 254,414 Aryum Hanan was the leading Talmudic authority. 294,050 Arnav was the leading Talmudic authority. 298,458 Bar Yehuda was the leading Talmudic authority. 304,060 Markism was the leading Talmudic authority. 309,469 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 321,481 Bar Yosef was the leading Talmudic authority. 325,4,085 Abedi was the leading Talmudic authority. 338,4,098 Rabbi was the leading Talmudic authority. 359,4,119 Hillel II, who established the calendar, became Nasi. 392,4,152 Ardashi was the leading Talmudic authority. 427,487 Ardashi died after the compilation of the Gemara. 475,235 the Talmud was complete when Amina II died. Rabbi. Mars a true late Jewish settlement in Babylonia. The Janine. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 589,349 the Talmudic Academy of Medina was reconstituted. 609,369 the Talmudic Academy of Syria was reconstituted. 614,374 the Persians conquered the land of Israel. 614,374 the Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 629,389 the Byzantine Empire reconcaved the land of Israel. 636,396 Arkansas was the last jail of the Arde, Irish. 637,397 the Arabs conquered the land of Israel. 645,405 one of the Tekana Agent was enacted at this time. 755,415 are KJO left Iraq for the land of Israel. 759,519 are Yehuda became Jael of Surah. 759,519 was written at this time. 788,548 another Tekana Agent was enacted at this time. 858 4,618 are approved. Consider became jail of Surah. 928 4,688 Rabbi Society was appointed jail of Surah. 955 4,715 captives were ransomed at around this time. 968 4,728 our sheriff became jail of Babylon. 997 4,757 are Hanukkah, Alaska, jail of Babylon. 1,038 4,798 are Hadai, and the academies of Babylon declined. The early Rothschild, the Crusade massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,040 4,800 Rabbi New Jersey had died. 1,088 4,848 arrived in Spain. 1,096 4,856 the Crusaders destroyed Jewish communities. 1,099 4,859 Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders. 1,103 4,863 Reb died. 1,105 4,865 Rashi died, and the era of Methuselah began. 1,135 4,895 Rambam, Maimonides, was born. 1,134 4,904 the first recorded blood libel took place. 1,147 4,907 the Crusaders attacked Jewish communities. 1,147 4,907 Rabbi Nutan was captured by the Crusaders. 1,148 4,908 the Rambams and their next families left Europe. 1,165 4,925 the Rambam was in the land of Israel. 1,171 4,931 Rabbi Nutan died. 1,175 4,935 the Rashbam died. 1,184 4,944 the young son of Eri was killed. 1,187 4,948 Jews were allowed to return to Jerusalem. 1,189 4,949 Yaakov Leeds was killed in London. 1,190 4,950 Jews were massacred in the Crusade. 1,191 4,951 Rabbi David Yochi, known as Radak, wrote his commentary. 1,194 4,953 Nachmanides was born. 1,198 4,959 the Ariabic died. 1,204 4,961 Rambam died. 1,236 4,996 rampaging mobs massacred Jews in France. 1,242 5,002 massacring of the Talmud took place in Paris. 1,244 5,004 Jerusalem was sacked by Egyptians and Turks. 1,252 5,012 the Inquisition began to use torture. 1,267 5,027 the Ramban left Spain and settled in the land of Israel. 1,270 5,030 the Ramban died. 1,286 5,046 the Maharam Neerath was in prison. 1,290 5,050 New York's advanced the study of Kabbalah. 1,295,050 the era of Methuselah concluded at around this time. Later Rishonim, persecutions and expulsions. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,295,050 all Jews were expelled from England. 1,293 5,053 the Maharam Neerath died in prison. 1,298 5,058 the Rhine-Flash massacres began. 1,298 5,058 the Alder Mordecai and Hanapi Moni were killed. 1,305 5,065 the Rashba placed a limited ban on philosophy. 1,305 5,065 the Rush and his son, the TUR, arrived in Spain. 1,306 5,066 all Jews were expelled from France. 1,310 5,070 the Rashba died. 1,320 5,080 Jews were massacred by the Rose Crusaders. 1,327 5,088 the Rush died. 1,336 5,096 Jews of Germany were massacred by the Arletter bands. 1,338 5,098 the Malbec wrote his commentary on the Bible. 1,349 5,109 Black Death massacres swept across Europe. 1,367 5,127 Rand, Ravish, and other scholars in Spain were imprisoned. 1,391 5,151 Jews of Spain were massacred, many were forced to convert. 1,391 5,151 the Ravish and Rashnats left Spain. 1,394 5,155 the final expulsion of Jews from France. 1,413 5,173 are Yusuf Alba was enforced to pay with Christians. 1,421 5,181 Jews in Austria were massacred in the Wiener District. 5,235. The invention of printing was used for Jewish books. 1,481. 5,241. The Inquisition was established in Spain. 1,488. 5,248. Rothschild averted over settled in Jerusalem. 1,491. 5,251. Columbus consulting Earl Rothschild over his travels. 1,492. 5,252. All Jews were expelled from Spain and Sicily. The great scholars of the Shulchan Aruch and Torah consolidation. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,493. 5,253 are done in Sinai or nullified in Naples, Spain. 1,496. 5,257 all Jews were expelled from Portugal. 1,516. 5,276 the Yaakov was printed. 1,516. 5,276 the Turks, Ottoman Empire, conquered Eretz Israel. 1,525. 5,285 were done Joseph Yasselman saved many Jews during the Peasants' War. 1,553. 5,314 a mass burning of Jewish books took place in Rome. 1,563. 5,323 the Shulchan Aruch was completed by Hernandez in Europe. 1,570. 5,330 the Shulchan Aruch was published with supplements of Rome. 1,572. 5,332 the Arizal died in Spain. 1,573. 5,333 the Wanderer came to Rome. 1,573. 5,334 the Rothschild died. 1,575. 5,335 Ardanos and Euro died in Sudan. 1,599. 5,359 Wanderer returned to Rome again. 1,613. 5,374 the Maharsha became Rabbi in Lublin. 1,616. 5,377 the Joseph Adonto commentary was concluded. 1,621. 5,382 the Shulchan arrived in the land of Israel. 1,629. 5,389 Ardaniel Tolan Ben Heller was imprisoned in Iran. 1,640. 5,400 Ardaniel serves died. 1,646. 5,406 the Shach and Taz on Shulchan printed. 1,648. 5,408 Jews were massacred by Shmuel forces. Earlier Karanim and East European massacres. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,654. 5,414 the first Jews settled in New Amsterdam, New York. 1,655. 5,415 many Jews killed in Russian and Swedish invasions of Poland. 1,656. 5,416 Jews were permitted to live in England. 1,656. 5,416 their explosive was excommunicated. 1,673. 5,433 the Maggid Abraham on Shulchan Aruch was completed. 1,676. 5,437 Shabtites Vidaites Muslim. 1,689. 5,449 by Shmuel on the Shulchan Aruch was printed. 1,698. 5,458 Baal Shem Tov was born. 1,702. 5,463 the Nehemiah Yahshua's family was killed in an explosion. 1,712. 5,472 the Septagint Shemit was arrested. 1,724. 5,484 Ardan Yaakov Kilan, Miam Luizi, arrived in Constantinople. 1,727. 5,487 Misha Eli Melinda. 1,734. 5,494 Jews were massacred by the might of Akbads. Agaridim and early Hasidim. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,741. 5,501 Ibrahim arrived in the land of Israel. 1,747. 5,507 Yerushalayim Lazatov, Rumble, died in Echo, Gamer. 1,750. 5,510 Arjanavani Beskuts became Rabbi in Hamburg. 1,754. 5,515 Aryashis Lendo, known as the Noda by Yehuda, became Rabbi in Prague. 1,757. 5,518 Frankists instigated mass burnings of the Talmud. 1,759. 5,519 Frankists supported blood libel charges in public debate. 1,760. 5,520 Baal Shem Tov died. 1,764. 5,524 the Council of Berlans, known as the Ma'at Arbarazot, was discontinued. 1,768. 5,528 despite resistance, the Limax massacred thousands. 1,772. 5,532 the Maggid of Missouri's died. 1,782. 5,542 Martin Adler and Shechem Sofer visited the Noda by Yehuda. 1,786, 5,546 are Elimelech of List's died. 1,791, 5,551 appeal of settlement was established in Russia. 1,793, 5,553 Jews suffered in reign of terror of French Revolution. 1,797, 5,558 Babylon died. 1,798, 5,559 BA was released from first imprisonment. 1,799, 5,559 Napoleon led an army expedition for the land of Israel. 1,806, 5,566 the Archives of David Echelon died. 1,806, 5,566 the Cherkasovers became Rabbi and Presby. 1,809, 5,570 are Levi and Slavov Egypt died. 1,810, 5,571 are Nachman of Breslov died. 1,814, 5,574 are Emaker became Rabbi of Mosul. 1,814, 5,575 Kushitzer Maggid in Union Beshiska died. 1,815, 5,575 Jews out of Lublin and Armenian of Rumenov died. 1,819, 5,579 Jewish riots spread throughout Germany. 1,827, 5,587 Russia began conscripting Jewish children to the army. 1,840, 5,600 were not Israel of Mosul was released from imprisonment. Later Karadim and the Changing Society. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1,843, 5,603 expansions in Economos were illegally arrested in Russia. 1,846, 5,606 are Moshe Malkavi revisited Russia to help local Jews. 1,848, 5,609 are Israel Salander Latvian. 1,851, 5,611 are Shimshon Raphael Hirsch became Rabbi in Frankfurt and May. 1,859, 5,619 are Menachem Mendel of Konstantin. 1,864, 5,624 the Malvin was imprisoned and then expelled from Romania. 1,866, 5,626 Judah Sheharo, Tiberet Shlomo, and Samachzak died. 1,873, 5,633 the Islam was published. 1,874, 5,634 the Michel died. 1,878, 5,638 the agricultural settlement was established. 1,881, 5,641 many Jews began leaving Russia after a wave of immigrants. 1,886, 5,646 are Shlomo Ganzerite, author of Keats Shulchan died. 1,892, 5,652 are Han, Brisker, became Rabbi in Brisk. 1905, 5,665 the Svedivin died. 1905, 5,665 many Jews were killed in official Russian pogroms. 1911, 5,671 Chazanish was published. 1914, 5,674 500,000 Jewish soldiers fought in World War I. 1918, 5,678 over 60,000 Jews were killed during the Russian Revolution. 1923, 5,684 the Napoleonic study cycle commenced. 1927, 5,687 the sixth book of Judith was released from Soviet prison. 1938, 5,699 Jews were attacked in Kristallnacht pogroms in Germany. The Holocaust. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1939, 5,699 Germany started World War II and mass killing of Jews. 1941, 5,701 Nazi Germany unexpectedly invaded Russia. 1941, 5,701 200,000 Jews were killed in Babi Yar and Hungary. 1942, 5,702 400,000 Jews in Warsaw were sent to death camps. 1943, 5,703 Nazi Germany experienced massive losses in the Battle of Stalingrad. 1943, 5,703 remaining Jews in Warsaw staged a massive uprising. 1943, 5,703 Jewish uprisings at Trublinka, Sovot, and Bialystok. 1943, 5,703 the Danish people quietly rescued 93% of their Jews to safety. 1944, 5,704 300,000 Hungarian Jews were killed in 3 months. 1944, 5,705 uprising in Auschwitz death camp just before freedom. 1945, 5,705 Nazi Germany was conquered, and World War II ended. 1945, 5,705 6 million Jews were killed by the Nazis during the modern state of Israel. Secular year Jewish year event in history. 1947, 5,707 publication of the Talmud Encyclopedia was commenced. 1947, 5,708 the United Nations divided Israel. 1947, 5,708 Arabs attacked Israel to gain territory. 1948, 5,708 the state of Israel was established. 1938, 5,708, Israel was invaded by many Arab countries. 1949, 5,709, War of Independence in Israel ended. 1950, 5,710, all Jews left the ancient Jewish community of Iraq. 1950, 5,710, all Jews of Yemen immigrated to Israel. 1951, 5,711, Lubavitch Rebbe sends the men under leadership. 1956, 5,717, Jewish forces invaded Egypt and conquered the Sinai Desert. 1967, 5,727, Lubavitch Rebbe established the Temple and campaign. 1967, 5,727, Jerusalem reunited under Jewish rule in the Six-Day War. 1973, 5,734, 2,500 Jewish soldiers were killed in the Yom Kippur War. 1974, 5,734, Lubavitch Rebbe established the Shabbat Candle campaign. 1982, 5,732, massive enemy arsenals were discovered in Lebanon. 1987, 5,746, the first international conference of Hava Lubavitch emissaries. 1993, 5,753, a secret agreement signed in Oslo. 1994, 5,754, the Lubavitch Rebbe passed away. 2008, 5,767, deadly terrorist attack in the Hava House in Dubai, India, killed 6. 2020, 5,780, Israel signed Abraham Accords, normalizing relations with UAE and Bahrain, soon followed by Sudan and Morocco. Adapted from the Codex Judaica, chronological index of Jewish history covering 5,764 years of biblical, Talmudic, and post-Talmudic history by Rabbi Maniskander. Copyright, all rights reserved. If you enjoyed this article, we encourage you to distribute it further. My opinion will lie with Hava.org's copyright policy.
For instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, having their positions as really tenable, such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And therefore, there have always been numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, a point of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will enable you to situate the developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism or philosophy by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a service. Let's get back into this, and let's start by just, again, let's be try to do every time this is start out a little bit so we're on the same page. And that page, of course, if you're on the left, is a picture from Sefer Rothschild Hamalah, one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever, using two different Hamayot. They're amulets for various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you want to know what the language of the angels looks like, those are two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. I don't know. Right, Michael at Obama.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. The What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, it's sort of a big bump in Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Kittikon tombs there. And also, when you can see the museum, so the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets from her. So if you say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must have Torah too. So it's a nonsense. So they have this very complicated, very tortured history of magic. We're going to look ahead and thread through the Bible. The Hebrew Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magical practices for lots of reasons. Theological reasons, obviously, included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then anything's about it. Because God resides, right? God becomes like a thing that you can believe. You can make it rain. You can make yourself fall one with the orbit. Fall with the orbit. And these are magical things that God can with a lot of their own magic. And at the same time, right? We see that Jewish magic is resistant as a trend and all the way back to the Testament and all the way down now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down there now, my bottom point really obtains here in the Serene community and the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical amulets still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches and other folks identified as Kohenets, who are also very interested in things like astrology and magical practices. And so we see that the magical Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages. And unsurprisingly, it's a pure local magical tradition. So we see that Judaism, Jewish magic ultimately is a lot like the magical theory that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with the incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and in the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic is often borrowed from the local culture, but also influenced especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why here are some magical squares amongst groups of magic, European non-Jewish groups of magic. There's a Hebrew there, right? It wasn't because they like Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful thing they were sent to. But they didn't. Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were working out of the Jewish religion. As we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody gets something, right? Like, impersonation is like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to have the future, love magic, because once you guys sleep alone, again, we should be careful. I love magic. Consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have criminal courts, which are medieval Jewish spell books that became a wide range of Jewish magical experiments back in medieval times. Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word for the word experimenta, which were magical spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the word, the technical word for magical operation. And the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical fables, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or more convenient. And so when modern scientists, well-fused science came along, they just adopted that language. And so it's interesting to see that, again, the mouse created a link between magic and science really almost big sometimes. So amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of either to receive positive energy, perhaps from the stone, or pulse bad energy from things like demons, shaitan. So we see amulets. Astrological magic was also very popular. Sefer Radio downstream was a part of angel magic as well as magic, like
the
demon
rest
capturing
of
wolves, with the creation of living beings. A lot of that as into sacred gifts of the gold. This probably the Jewish monster par excellence.
very rare. He accepted himself in every restaurant.
From the six gifts are almost prophecy and
Well,
Abraham,
Abram, he has accepted himself all of the
Jewish
discourse
magic
except for
really
the
So again,
He's
what
not
I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time. Is that people who are telling you that magic is Jewish, but not necessarily Jewish magic. Well, they got some archaeology. That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing, that's not a thing. You say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly informed. So I don't know what I'm to tell you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data tells me that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in your ear and go, Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong. Because it's very privileged. So, now again, whether your community accepts it, whether the emblem is over there, and whether they are okay with their park or ground hides and something else, I don't know. Yeah, again, nothing on the street. Even if you have 12 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff, you might be able to survive, right? And he wouldn't be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, the fact that there magicians and sorcerers operating in Jewish communities all over the world history, he doesn't have a problem with this. Probably the weirdo. That's probably the weirdo. But it doesn't have one. Right? The much more likely outcome. So Jewish magic has been here, it will be here, it's not going to go away. And by the way, this is true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right? So for better or worse, that's so tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer strata of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this essential Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. We can do that. We'll get introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because a lot of people think of Kabbalah as a kind of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy. Those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world. They certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little here, right? Because we often think of these things existing in us, right? Science as mysticism as philosophy, and philosophy and science can really get along. They're all fighting in this. Right? It's not there. They're one of the much bigger world. The first thing we have to do is kind of, take your mother, whatever that is, big or whatever. And so we have to understand that in the classical world, the relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very complicated and very mixed together. Right? So drawing a line between one of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. It's always had a weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, just distinctiveness. On the other hand, well, the outside world's got good. They got Greek science, they got like TV, they got Xbox, all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that Jews want to admit is cool. But at the same time, we don't want to even the bad A word. You know, bad A word is assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate. But they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that line. So there's a relationship between ancient classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out for us. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or wrong, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained, at least in some little why the planets did what they did. Right? Greek science, Greek math, right? When you see it, I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? But when you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical when you see proof, mathematical proof of something. You're like, damn, that's really true. That's real true. Not like I made it up, like that fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets. Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras is heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge, as you might imagine. The Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the big pioneers of what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is that Jews have always had a sort of touch-pull relationship with Greek science. What increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy we have named for now. Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. But tonight, what we're going to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks called their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks called their skull baths. Right? Everyone is talking about Greek philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? And then we put off other things. It's one of these four pillars of Greek philosopher sounds smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that any string theorist probably would believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical. Right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main point, right? The structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? So they really thought that fundamentally things were basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You could unite your consciousness, you could unite your being, you could unite your nous with God. As you can imagine, those two ideas are going to be part and parcel of a great deal of mysticism in the ancient world, and of course in the modern world as well. By the way, what the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean, Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was discovered in the 18th century around. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out in Rome. And it's basically completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident. And so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys are like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually in Rome, very small amount. You go from there, so next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small people. So let's combine that, right? Let's look at this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know from the book of Genesis and the Bible, creation, one of the ways that God makes the world in Jewish lore, in Jewish mythology, in Israelite mythology, is that God speaks the world into being. That the existence is a speech act, right? God says, yeah, let there be light. And 5 days there was light. The very act of speech causes being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites, not Jews, think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that is holy language. And the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We think random sounds, dog, right, or whatever. Right? We think of sounds as being random. But God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's order. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember from the first talk, that part of the ancient Israelite mind view of God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, and torture is grammar, you know that torture is grammar is orderly. That's what's hard about it. You're not learning the patterns. When there's exceptions patterns, so either it's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, total chaos, and then God spoke and ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite linguistics, ontology, or metaphysical, there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is surprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think it's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Abracadabra literally means in Aramaic something like, I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates his speech. So, on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Rabbi being magic practices. But,
it's treated like all other things, but
if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. If you have magical powers, you're also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God, right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, if insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech, you are imitating and being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it till you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God. And by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? And how the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing sort of mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abdullah, founder of the prophetic Kabbalah, who's been for a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by change one's consciousness, elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the prophets and a manuscript of Abraham Abdullah, who's not written by this text, maybe a couple of the first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Alice where I'll comment is that and we have the rabbis and everyone walk through where I here's where I want to go from that. Because in the We have the rabbis doing the exact same the thing that you said that they didn't do, right? You learned the line, you learned the line can't be wrong. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud and two different stories which are public here, which are being told by two different rabbis in tractate Sanhedrin, where we have Rabbi and Rabbi, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? Tractate Sanhedrin. As you may know, the Babylonian Talmud is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions is. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the more biblical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, you should. I think in modern Hebrew, actually, you can do stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Right? Such a form by Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah, which I'll says in just a minute, by means of which they created a third path. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws, like Hilchot Shabbat, is how to practice Shabbat. It's the laws of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation. How you make something. Well, what do? They studied it, on Arab Shabbos, on Shabbat Eve. They created a third calf and a Hebrew Shabbat. They made a calf. They made one. Rabbi said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbi said that if the righteous desire, they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is the translation of Sepharia, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they can create a world. Just like God, they create a world. Now, that is positive. That if you are righteous, you can create a world. Right? But you have equity, so you can't. Now, Rabbi created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zera. Rabbi Zera said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And therefore he said, you're a creature of the magicians. Actually, in Hebrew or the Aramaic, rather, it says, you're one of the cunning, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? It's in Hebrew and Aramaic. It's a go back to the list. And Rabbi Zera said, I'll spend studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created the third row path and they made it. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central work of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important books in rabbinical Judaism than the Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making tables, making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be completely broken down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust and then send them to you, you're going to be like, well, if it ain't magic, you'll do it till magic gets here. Dang. Like, again, if making people ain't magic, I don't know. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that he's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which have been sort of as a disability in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of stone. Further ahead, there were 55 days. We have the idea that Solomon was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Bezalel, I have the story not because my name is Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were made. So again, listen to that in the Babylonian Talmud, there were 55 days. Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the time of Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and earth were created, lots of heavens were created by the combination of letters. And here in Tractate Sanhedrin, 67, 65 base. We have the idea that you create
I don't want it.
if you're righteous. If you're righteous. I'm not that righteous. Thank God. Now, what's this text? Right? What's this text? Safer against zero is without a doubt the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism. There is no more important book prior to the rise of Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'm going to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed. Right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in, right? And from community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly gotten I would consider to be part of the Jewish canon, along with the Bible and with the Babylonian Talmud and the Sacred Book and so on, etc. What is it? What is the Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos or the Ulam. I'm going to use the word Ulam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. And when I say Ulam would include all of the physical world we now know of. It's probably by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles. Forces. But being Ulam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of stuff. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah describes very, very brief words, right? They're only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that come down to us. There's a debate about how they came down to us. What we have is a book describing how the world was created. I'm sure we need to nonetheless that the patriarch Abraham, why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made sons, right? Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore God is the traditional belief, at least, that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all this book wrote down, the shorter answer is we have no idea. We just talked about sometime before 1,000 of the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century. And 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out where this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I have his name, and his book in the recommended reading at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss. It was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century. But it does not matter for the purpose of this class. We're not going to get into the weeds of that when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published here on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua, 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies will sell for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 or buy me a gift, feel free to make me a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, as I said, we're describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about this book is it is the first time we hear the word suffer. Now, this is a word that, for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word that you probably haven't heard before, right? Sefer is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are 2 things that are important about this word sefer. The first thing important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word short, the shortish of the word is which in typical language means to count, right? It just means to count. Now, if you would think of verbs like a noun, right? Typically the noun would be misbar. Mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's a word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go to that root. They invent a new word that we've never seen before. And that new word they invent is sefer. Now, what they do is they take the word sphera and they add a note to it for plural, so we know it's plural. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term belima, the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's a complex like Ebenon, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. But we know that belim, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up of sefer, which kind of means number, and without one. And so literally we translate it as number without one. Now, to put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author is trying to do here, just what they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Belima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time they appear in Jewish literature and Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks that are familiar with Kabbalah, right, we've seen the tree of life, right, the dots, and the God goes, get there to the part of me, right? 10 things, right? And that's the tree of life. That's the spirit. Well, so the Sefer Yetzirah is not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not divine emanations. Look at their design. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. Go and guess. I say guess, because I really think it's to go and guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism. Right? Neo-Pythagoreanism is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is one of their secret symbols is this thing called the tetragons. You're seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetragons, right? Is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right? So these 2 plus 1 give rise to 30, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. That all together are the base 10 counting system. And from the base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system. And then from there, you have origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, that doesn't sound really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean right? There are 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetragons, right? The tetragons is a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sephirot Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear. It says 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. We think that what these Sephirot mean are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always described in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world's created by 2 things, 3 things. God, right, using the 10 spheroids and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together, create everything else. So you have, imagine, what do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers together, and you get a universe. One can imagine 10 Sephirot for the 10 countable things, base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God, they are numerical structures which, when combined with the alphabet, are the substructures of reality.
Rothschild.
They claim to be a Hebrew, so might be permitted.
Right? I think that's what's going on. Now, if you go to someone else, they'll
Also,
give you
you
another
can
story.
steal.
So you know, story. Right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon when you read other neo-Pythagorean literature, they make the exact same argument. Right? So I think that's what's going on.
And
Now,
says it's true. You can't
you
do
can
a
say
thing
answer
so
on
that
this
people
description of several successive stages the universe went through, right? So if you tell us right now we're having the Big Bang, linear inflation, right? We'll have all we have now, and eventually we'll have the black hole period, and there are successive stages of the universe. Same thing for all those drives, successive stages of the universe happening. We dig into the weeds of all that tonight. We don't have enough time to get all of that. Spend an entire maybe it's just a second is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Allah is governed by what many sections are called conceptual limits, right? Limits are extremities. Again, that, by the way, limit extremities is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. It gets it put on these kind of limits. Now, what does those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally three dimensions, right? Three dimensions. Well, I say three dimensions, right? I mean like six dimensions. But this is what they are, right? We have two dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have two dimensions of space, right? Two dimensions of two dimensions of time, two dimensions of space, above and below. Those include the four cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and those they split off into other directions. And then along with the two dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and two dimensions of space, there are also two dimensions right underneath. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality. And again, I think that some of the background physics, like how generation, right? They're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as like dimensions, what they call limits or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups Hebrew letters into three groups based on the articulation of the parts of the mouth. So when you make a men sound,
Even though, yes, I do love the community system
right? When you make a dalet sound, then those.
I get that. I want to say myself. I want to break
sound, right?
I want to break it.
Right, that are articulated in a different form. And so it's a
I want
kind
to
of
break it.
quasi-primitive, I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face and the mouth. And then finally what happens is the letters are all sound into a correspondence. Because the writers that imagine the cosmos of reality is really has three layers. There's the Olam, right? The whole thing. Megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? There's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time. Right? And so they understand that. So what you get in the Sefer Yetzirah is a very very advanced system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time, right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and then also describe various parts of the cosmos. So your liver, your heart, with the various letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God's an involved being, and when God said, I am, right? Folks know this, right? Or I am. I am is a Hebrew letter, and guess what I am means? Eyes. Right? God's not Josh Brown here, folks. When God said I am, eyes mean focus. And what is sight sees? He's light. Right? So we get this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Yetzirah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality
Because if you let
there have been several different periods of time, and I just want to talk a little bit about the periods of time that work themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of sacred right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world. The first time we see the sacred emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries of the 10th century, right? The 10th to the 12th century. The leading Jewish minds at the time spent time writing commentaries on the sacred emerge. And they did try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental structure of reality. Now, again, when the Sadia Gaon is a good example, right? The Sadia Gaon gives Martin's commentary on this. If the Sadia Gaon, the leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write a commentary on this, my God, that's true. Right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously. Right? And it's not just, it's the no-flow, it's all that. So we have these scientific commentaries from the 10th to the 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. This it describes how God made the world. And if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so we enter into this magical period, specifically in Europe, in the 13th century. Right, and then eventually it synthesized into the Kabbalah, 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into our journey. We'll get into a little bit of this other more recent stuff. Now, of course, the Second Yetzirah is most heavily associated with the level of magic, but the goal, I'm sure most folks here have heard of the goal. I've spent a lot of time talking about the goal. But the golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical techniques found in the Second Yetzirah. The earliest descriptions of the production of a golem were found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Second Yetzirah written by Eliezer German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters and vowels over and over again in a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial human being. Describe it's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, the Bible that kills someone who's in the death penalty, but in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her miscarrying. He's not subject to death penalty because the thing inside her is a goal, not a person. Right, so the rabbis are very clear about what a person is not. For them, unborn people, unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's a death penalty case that matters. Which is something that's weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians people don't really. They're all making Bibles and bring it out. They'll talk about it. So anyway, the goal, right, is this idea of God, right? If God can make things, then I can make things. I can use speech to make things too. And the golem is the quintessential legend for this. Now, you've probably heard the golem of Prague, just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night. The golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, Jewish German writer, who described the whole idea to the Bible of Prague. The Bible of Prague never made the golem. There was no legend inspired in the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly if you go to Prague, because they'll throw you out the window. Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money tourism from the whole golden thing. But everyone should go on to read the model of Prague's actual writing. It's very things like that. 10 and 2, right? Kind of legalist, actually. So, that's entirely in some ways Bible cloth. Although the goal of being very important was also mentioned in the Golden Movie. I was mentioning here briefly that the Golden Movie as we have it was actually a first grade. The original Bubble movie and the sequel were lost. They're lost movies, sadly, so you never got the one. We have Freak Out movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost. But I'm telling you, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was made on things like nitrous like really, really combustible film. And, even spark could burn the whole thing down to one of these movies you lost. If you ever seen the movie that was very popular, that was lost now. But the invention of a virtual humanoid is that doesn't commentary on the whole synchronicity. Symbiotes are probably the single most common book after the Bible. I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries. I don't say that. Symbiotes and the Standard Issue has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Symbiotes are in traditional Jewish world is a highly common and never backwards to this day. I think the Symbiote is the canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, giving a world gap between us, we're tonight, but I think it's okay. I'll trade it tomorrow. As we get into Europe, we get into the world economics. We've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like Mongol invasions and some kind of propaganda to these level in terms of they've been a little stricter in the Islamic world, and so the intellectuals are going to begin to shift to traditional Jewish philosophy and your Ashkenazi whatever. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that are descendants of Khazar that were in the 9th century or something, and that all the Jews are not really Jews. Totally bizarre and expensive. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time. Wherever the Romans had a trade with places Jews went, like lots of people went, the Greeks went, right? You can forget that, like, that, Massalia or South, the very south coast of France was a Greek colony, right? So they're to trade. So trade in movement of things all over the world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That political line, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany, as a birthplace of Karl Marx. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes on, right, at the beginning of this period, right, Jews would come to the front line, or come to the front of learning that was not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium, we have a very severe esoteric theology development called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle is the idea that God and the world can be directly connected.
I lent $100,000.
Well, it's simple philosophy.
He goes
If
off,
God
sells
is
his
infinite
sells
and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what do?
Case number two,
Need something that's
same
like
thing,
the Lord,
$100,000.
something that's quasi-finite, and something that's trying to find the quasi-infinite. It will be introduced with the idea of that God flows out of God's self. It's about the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub. Right? The cherub's a kind of angel. And this unique cherub that God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? Right, so on the inside of the sun. The inside of the sun is full of energy and intensity. We never see it. When we see the sun, we see the outside flame. Right? We see the outer glory. The outer glory, right, of God, the outer glow flows out and becomes a special, a unique cherub. And
There's
that
no
special angel is an atzava, is an emanation flowing out of God.
If you go to the
Right?
Bible,
And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub that is in. Now, we don't know much about these creatures, right? This is very strange. The rabbi there asking us in Germany, and we still do research about this. But it seems like they've been introducing the idea of Neoplatonism. We'll talk about
I want to begin existence of the IMSF because I want the money.
now, what is happening is that we fused with this idea of Hatzavah, emanation. The Sefer Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be
Why
one
should
thing,
it be us?
right?
There
Maybe it's
is
10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite,
two brothers.
utter transcendent God and
One
us.
converted, and what
Maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah says there are 10.
brother
10
Garrett,
sons of
brother
Elah. So maybe the latter has taken on this. Maybe the latter has taken on this. And that idea of the latter having taken on is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text of history, the Sefer Yetzirah. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with. The Sefer Yetzirah. This is the version of the Torah here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim text which the Bible, if used as a stepping stone, diving more and better, right? To right? Like jazz, right? Like jazz, right? One of the things that good jazz should write, poetry when it's sort of rhythm, right? And then I think of it, right? The drums. And then someone else is gonna pick up. Right? And then they're gonna riff and a variation of things. Right? If you want to think about what midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going, right? Commenting on it, legends, weird stuff, strange ideas, right? Don't read this, read that. Turn the letters around backwards, read that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz, right? So, what we get in the Sefer here is a word of Jewish jazz, midrash, very popular in the Middle Ages, right? This Jewish midrash, is a really interesting book of reasons. One is because it's ascribed to a first century Jewish scholar. Now, just give it a kind of write this, but it's ascribed to him to kind of give it a little grudge. This is also really important about this is it's very clear who wrote this is doing some really, really interesting theological, philosophical mysticism. They're riffing on this material, on the Bible, never spiritual parts. Now, they make it all up. But of course, a bit more tradition, where there are community people doing this. This is the one where they survive. Right? What we do know is this text introduces core concepts that become the foundation for the Kabbalah. Now, these midrashim inside of the Sefer here, they are not united in the stretch of the imagination. In fact, the story goes right that the writer has written them all down, and then the story is pictured in the air, and how they landed. That's how they get it together. Things seem random, right? Now, there are passages that do seem contiguous, and they kind of tear off into seemingly random commentaries. But there are a couple things that are very crucially important about the Sefer here. First thing that's really crucially important is Sefer here combines Sefer Yetzirah and the United Church. The Sefer here says there are creations of God, right? There is, again, they were focused on the old milk. Right, or like it's like a good old wedding where someone's pouring champagne on one glass and one glass is like two glasses. Four glasses, right? The champagne flows down the glasses. Well, imagine like pouring champagne with bottles every That's what the Sefer is. It's God, God self out. Because God indulged God, God empty, and the
Slowly, you guys just that's
Right? That's what divination is about.
he's problematic. But
So
I
if
love
you
the
weigh those
mindset.
two
I love the
things
mindset. As I'm
it combines the 10 separate
uniquely
of the Zikri and Zerah with the divination of the Satan. Yes. God emanated in 10 forms, distinct forms. There are 10 distinct emanations, and it discusses them.
He's
Now,
absolutely
Kabbalah,
this
as you probably know, is very knows that
I just need to
if there is nothing else that makes Kabbalah, it's that. There are
this
10
is
emanations.
the way it is the object of
They relate to each
yes.
other. There are various aspects of God.
Why would you make
For
us
example,
idea that
God's judgment, God's glory, God's victory, God's beauty. Right? That's a core part of Kabbalah. We're getting to that stuff next time. Right? So that's one thing, very important thing that Sacred Writer does. It combines those two ideas in one system for the first time. Secondly, right, what Sacred Writer does is it introduces the idea that God has a feminine form, the Shekhinah. Right? Now, why did the Shekhinah go all the way back to the Talmud? Right? Never does God have a feminine form. It's just that the word Shekhinah is feminine grammar-wise. In the Bahir, the Shekhinah is described as a lady. Almost always in the same kind of language being used to describe other women in the medieval period. Which is described as a matronika. It's a Latin term that becomes an important term in medieval colloquial. So God's presence in the world becomes feminized. Again, if you know nothing else about Kabbalah, you know that the Shekhinah is the feminine presence of God in the world. Let's not go deep. Every time you've ever been to a Kabbalah Shabbat service, you saw the presence of the He, it's all about both the woman, the Shabbat, the Shabbat bride, the bride, with God's feminine form. This idea appears for the first time in the Sefer Bahir. Right? Again, the language here is full of courtly language. You think these types of speech by this time, the early Middle Ages, although there are people who read who actually says it in Pharaohs and says that they go from Babylon. Frankly, I don't back your back. No source such as scholar does. I'm just going to defer to Darren there. What's also important about the description of the Shekhinah in the Sefer Bahir is that she's almost always described in really weird terms as an exile, as she came from the land of war, as she's a princess from a faraway land. Scholars of the early generation, sometimes now to be detect that in Gnostic literature, and we're looking more about Gnostic literature, Q&A afterwards. There's an idea in Gnostic literature, we have heard Gnostic legend that existed back in the age of classical where that there's the incarnation of Sophia, wisdom, and she makes a mistake, and she creates this hideous ruler god who creates our physical world, our physical world, right? But she's the incarnation of light, brilliance, wisdom, right? And she's described as being from another world, right? And some people think, right, especially if you're in your traditional scholarship, people who folks now think that the Sefer Bahir may continue a tradition or drag in the Middle Ages some Gnostic ideas. We talk about those here. Folks are interested in those Gnostic ideas. But there seems to be some kind of quasi-Gnostic character to the Shekhinah as she appears in the Sefer Bahir. Most of the things I'll say about the Sefer Bahir tonight is one, the Sefer Bahir describes divine power as a kind of tree, or as kind of fullness. Now, that tree language is going to be obviously very important because if you've ever studied Kabbalah, the one thing you'll know is that the Sefer of Roth arrays what's called the Yitzchayim, the tree of life, and that tree language, right, is God's kind of divine tree. Also appears in Sefer Bahir, and describes God as having roots and limbs. These things describe fullness of God, which also seems to maybe have its origins in very ancient Gnostic schools of thought. Also, this will be important as we get later on into Kabbalah proper, is that for the Sefer Bahir, seems to have a life of its own. Now, in traditional Judaism and in traditional Christianity, evil is thought of as a privation, right? I'll give you an example. Christian tradition, right? Augustine says that evil isn't a thing in itself, right? Evil is a lack of strength. It's a lack of God's grace. The same way that evil is a thing, cold isn't. Darkness is not a thing. Light is. Darkness is just a termination of the absence of light. Cold is the termination of the absence of heat. Evil is just a termination of the absence of God.
When success is accomplished in relaxing
Ancient Gnostics believed that evil was very real. It had a formal existence. And there are sections in the Sefer here that say, yeah, evil exists on its own. It was out there. God tried to take it. But not wrong. And see what we're getting to for Kabbalah next time is that evil is a massive, overwhelmingly interesting thing for Kabbalah like it. Because, as you might imagine, Jews living in Europe in the 13th century were doing a lot of evil. And they're doing very interesting Christian construct. And again, that the traditional Kabbalists we use is a very image you see here on the left. That evil is being sparked from within as God creates. Right? Just as when you create an ice, you have to pound steel to pound steel. How long will draws? Well, God made the world through draws. And that draws for the early Kabbalists is evil. It's always been here. It's always been here. And that image of the blacksmith hammering at the end will be an image we'll see continually into Kabbalah.
pleasing God,
Well, folks, we are there.
another respect.
We have now crossed the threshold from the American
Does such a person
we
have
are
the
now
ability
into the world of I call it from Kabbalah.
to
Now, this reinforces the graph of the Nazis. Kabbalah is not wrong. As you can see from secular development,
only one
we
who
have the
lives
separate from the separate sequence. We have the emanation sequence from the unique cherub circle. We have synthesized by the sequence by here. From the later text, further synthesized ideas from the sequence by here. Kabbalah is development. It's development. So it's really important to understand that when we talk about the Kabbalah, they're never quite right. What we talk about is Kabbalistic development, and then scrolls of Kabbalah. Right? Now, let's see what we did this later on as we get Kabbalah. Well, finally, after some additional reading, one of the things I love to do, looking like to get into the stuff, you know, that
even though partnership,
he himself doesn't look like that. Really take a list of
and he has the tools to go ahead and be it.
Read stuff that makes us think about because these texts are all really simple. I mentioned earlier, right, Zeitwise, right? The references for me, one of the best arguments for the early history of Kabbalah. So if you really want to get into the weeds about Kabbalah, separate answer, I think Zeitwise is a really great argument, in my opinion. Peter Hamantek is the standard edition now. I love that one. It costs like $800. So maybe get it from the original library, but it is a standard analysis of the answer or the argument of the standard one. You get it it's okay. He analyzes the significance of Lurianic perspective, which isn't bad or anything, but I think it distorts the text in a way that I find to be confusing, especially people who've never encountered the text before. In the standard religious version of the Sifrians are the best religious version. If you want to read a religious version with a bunch of commentaries, is the Sifrians. That's published by Rothschild.
I can pull over and then I was
I can pull over and you'll need to learn, you'll need to be able to read your own stuff for that one.
then it's between the gates.
So if you want to that, I can see you link to it if you like. And for instance, right here, just the both the and the church circle, that means church circle.
And again,
And we'll get to the books of contemplation next week. And
here. Again,
Every covering
specific Floridian interpretation of the text that
shalom,
I'm not opposed to Kabbalah's doing Kabbalah. Kabbalah's doing Kabbalah. That's the problem.
or the other is things
What it means.
worship sits and
So again, I don't
my
Kabbalah's
dog
doing Kabbalah's,
what
but it's not what it is.
is it what is it mean
But it's easily accessible.
the worship to the president?
Folks, next week we turn to the early Kabbalah. We're going to be looking at some developments in southern France and Spain. We're going to be looking at how we're looking at the strata of Kabbalah development. And then after that, we turn to the most monumental text of all of the Jewish historical texts. The sixth story, right? The book of
And a lot of
my child was named so
to my shit on how a lot of stuff is going to like ultimately again,
so I take it very seriously, and so we'll get to the same so far.
I should know
After the time after next time the philosophical developments in the stages of Kabbalah in Europe. Early stages of Kabbalah as more so we'll turn to Kabbalah. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore the dark that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, much support for accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah, alchemy, occult, magic, philosophy. Consider supporting our work on Patreon on the one-time donation. You can find us at until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, in history, philosophy,
Gracious teaching miracles. Yeah, two options. Right? And both worship alcohol. And both worship martyrs. And Uncle 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And Uncle 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Safer, zealot, or zealot. Oh, the safer is just really different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And after who worships an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So this is the really three of us. Number one, you have to negate his idolatry. Good. Number two, you have to negate his friend's idol if they worship their idolatry. Allah number three is his having to negate his friend.
Dr. Justin Sledge,
Idolatry if they
Esoterica, explore the origin in history, philosophy,
no lie about
and
it.
religion.
Right? So
The most difficult aspect in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how old ideas developed over time. It's easy to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really true. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing, and therefore have always been members, mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, for what its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel to the rise of modern presidents in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a scroll for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully to dive into the vortex which are admittedly less civilized and more obscure.
let me express my gratitude to the congregation today for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after November 2021 in one of the entire series. You can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in the context of hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Alright, folks, let's learn about it. I'm going to pick up with some summary from last time so we can all be on the same page. Same thing that we saw mysterious books and nobody understands it. And so that's a summary that we'll jump into it after we're going to open up things a little bit more questions just in case there's some lingering questions. And again, I say questions, I mean questions I can possibly answer. They answer questions like how to make gold on lots of different very books and everything that live for the so as we covered last time, we took a look at some foundational texts that go on. I might call proto-Kabbalah. Anytime I hear the word proto-anything, it sounds like that's like the pretentious academic speak. What I mean here is these are going to be texts that are going to either underwrite or they're going to keep you informed. They're going to give some really important terminology to Kabbalah. Was there kind of bridge text in the period before the rise of Kabbalah into earnest tonight? And the text said that underwrite or undergird or allow for serve as a foundation what's going to become the Kabbalah as you may know it, or as you don't know it and you're here to learn more about it or from Madonna or whatever. Thinking of Britney Spears, God bless her, as a Kabbalah tattoo. I don't know. Maybe the Lord helps her. She needs help. Not she doesn't need help, but that's just kind of our guys are being served. Anyway, Sifri and Sirah is probably one of the most famous books, and it's a very tiny book. And like I think I said last time, it's over such a 20,000-word volume. And it's a book of just a $2 word movie, something like how the wine came into being. We're still writing content, right? If you've ever read the history of comics, or books like that, we're still very interested in how the world came into being, and the Sifri and Sirah is an early attempt to describe that using two different categories. The first category is the separating nothingness, right? The separating reality. At the top of my last time, we're not really sure what these are. We do know that they're not an illumination. When we know that because the text never refers to the sun, it never even says the close that national. And that's just going to come up later in the course tonight for sure. Also, of course, is the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And what we have is a story about how the world came into being with God using the intense mathematical terms to describe some kind of math term, and then the 22 letters using those together. God creation.
Still on, right?
God is what God and the God is an image to be very beautiful. God is it's a working class. Numbers and letters, and I always appreciate the working class God shooting the world out of beings and rising the regular God. This is not the aristocratic God speaking from the throne. So I appreciate that from the so what we have in these images undergirding structure of Sifri and Sirah is that word in being have a continuity.
There's lines like this, though. The sooner that you get well from this oil, you get enough for this water. See a drip for like itself, but ultimately you can get the sharp whole cover ultimately ends for every other thing. He is like he's like an actor. Shitting over Diego Fernandez. But I mean, like, what the she says is only like SF, obviously, again, what the so it's not too positive. Actually, let's finish. It's gonna be honest. Let's finish this. It's gonna be honest. What do you say? I'm telling you. Honestly, the shark part of it
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you? Hey man, how you doing? It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope step two. We are back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you're facing more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madison Resources complained they needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Madison Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest pure CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and has all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products that I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not have CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reducing anxiety, reducing inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off.
Once more, that's infinitecbd.com with promo code KILLTONY for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Abelt here with us tonight of RyanJAbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJAbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Betterbox Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Camp Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KILLTONY. And delicious Vito's Pizza here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I've been completely addicted to the baked ziti as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, and I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Those little breadsticks you brought that one time, were like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there, but it's like for me, it's like a lot of fun looking at this thing. Like, God damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit of bread. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you would love the normal bread. You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. I cream of mushrooms. I get the big ziti potatoes, and I added the damn like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know, like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here, and we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. This young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store was so old that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time, because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be regular, did it for years, now opens up with the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown up, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you. So this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a little skateboarding on your Instagram as well. It's very inspiring. Yeah, so I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it, and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah, really fast. Kind of, somewhat. To some extent. Well, I actually had Allie. I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did. I brought it. So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you would try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of the You seem pretty nervous. I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell. So there's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. Oh, that's bait. That was bait. I get all my voices back in. If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show? Absolutely, you become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come on the little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Hawkins, drummer, Hawkins, Robert Chris, and the jet ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, this is scary music. Oh my god. Jetsky, get out there, show me some music. What's going on? I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Well, your calls are Goblins to Channel 9's horror-themed show.
Wow.
And Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second. I did not hit her. I did not. Hi, Jeremiah. That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little golden
Live in the shadows.
Alright. Who's this little golden goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here? Hey, I'm a skeleton. You are? What's your name? Skeleton. Oh, hi, Skeleton. Welcome to the show, Skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark. Whoa. I cannot use it. And then who's this young cowboy back here?
Good evening, skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on Liam 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Dropping in.
Cooley? Your name is Cooley? These are my favorite band characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these songs. And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, lovely?
My name's Joe Ryan.
Joe Ryan.
And I'm a regional artist in Texas, General.
Oh my goodness. You're going to put the floor in order.
Well, you just stole my opening joke. Back to you in the studio. She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. More. Oh, that's great. Well, Jumfira, hopefully you have a little bit more of your sleeve, even though you don't have sweater here.
Oh, you're getting into it.
Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before. He's back. It is Kyler Bentley. Everybody, here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley.
Let's say again, he asked me if
Here's Tyler Bentley.
For working with July.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live that's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I've been just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the other guy. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's put it this one thought. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility, like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esthers. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Oh yeah, Tyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen it, but it's definitely there.
No, I mean you live in a senior facility.
Yeah,
That's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years. That was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified. Yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. Maybe you had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. It was for just a couple of years, but it was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living a facility? Is it like what I'm talking about? Is like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home, or what are we talking about?
No, it's like a regular apartment complex, but you gotta be senior or disabled to live there.
Okay. Is it mostly senior?
Yeah, I've got like a lot of surrogate grandmas that give cookies.
Heck yeah. Did you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit.
That's like the number one thing I hear. So it's also blood jobs there. They call it meals or meals.
Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Anything bingo? Do you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is 89.
Wow. Yeah.
It permanently describes me. It's not really fun, but it's fun.
That's true. 9 too. Bingo's actually pretty fun. You guys know about hipsters and everything. Go to the bingo. Red Man's favorite bingo number is I8.
Tommy's finger on his cum in his mouth.
That's not how bingo works,
Yes,
Brian.
it is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. That is my favorite bingo number right here. Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit, and I get a bunch of other one-liners if you can't comment.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living?
It's like they're running the place over there. It's on serious lockdown. Mask required, and even if there's nobody around, where's your mask?
Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late.
No, crazy enough.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
Have you got far east, like China far east?
Montclair?
Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel Byron. Joel Byron is our senior East LA correspondent. Where is he? Joel. Wow, real Joel Byrne channel. Look at that. Good job, Joel. Well, we link Joel.
Ever steal any jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 dollar set down.
Red Band, tacos and cheesy bread. That's expensive. $10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 Domino's. That's only a week in my place.
Wait, why would that be?
It's my impression of Red Bay. That sucked.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. Oh, it's a bitter ghost.
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked you this before.
No, but that's how I know that you're not gay, Tony, because we should ask that question. It's pretty much non-existent.
Rock solid.
But that's not because things don't work. It's just I haven't.
Well, you know what? We have good news for you. Elvira is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Here we are. Did you do it?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
There you go. Slip that right in there. Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Tyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting at my access right outside.
I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze this evening. Allie, you've seen Tyler around the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down. I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations when you accepted confidence for orgasm.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay.
That joke brought to you by John's
Is that Channel 9? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right. Let's see what we got here. What we got? Let's see. William Ford David in this room. Is that correct? Well, at the same time. Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here.
God, it's unbelievable.
It's just amateurs, absolutely. Some retarded like to call that retarded. When Allie was a regular, we didn't have to deal with this at all. Waiting, ready, everything ready, prepared, professional, ready to go. They cost me so much. Wait. Allie, it's in your head. In your head, zombie. Okay, alright.
He said, do it.
Go grab Tony Ginkley. I called Tony Ginkley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Ginkley. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Ginkley. It is Tony Ginkley. There he is. Tony Ginkley. Everybody. There he goes. There he is, Tony Ginkley. So here's what the most popular 2020 children's new names are. G-Lane, it's Maxwell, too soon. There's a couple months left in the year, but she still got some time to die. Let's see. Really,
And that is important.
out of breath. Right. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" He's like, "No, I'm only 6." And I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" He said, "Yeah, line it up on the bar." And it's been a good time. That's long. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry, I fucking hate Curry. Curry's such a talking dick." And just then a guy came up from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm Curry. He's been fucking crazy. Take it easy, bro. Listen, come to the three."
The zombies are in your head. Tony Ginley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy? Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And
It's your first time on True Comedy?
I'm signed up, but I've not been on post.
Okay.
You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
You've been exercising a lot. You've been out on your e-bike. No?
I don't know.
No, it's not that. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just for a hike today.
When you're, let me just catch you guys up on, you might not know, if you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh God, you look great." You do something like, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier. That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money this recently.
Oh really? What'd you do with it? How'd you
All
spend
at
it?
once, I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow, did you spend $10,000 on Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes. What else did you get?
I got a couple of things. I got they just bought shoes.
Jesus, so what about anything exciting like moving on Melrose in June? I spent all of my money on shoes. Besides,
You're making a grave mistake right now. 6 feet away, motherfucker.
my goodness, so what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike home conditions gear. So they're called ASG, which is actually my initials.
ASG, ACG.
Home conditions.
Oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable black khakis that I have.
Wow, where are you hiking? He specializes in trash piles and landfills.
I grew on like 14 acres in the woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, where did they begin?
Right in the middle.
Oh
By the Capitol.
my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do? Why were they in a factory?
I worked at Cooking Factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. He's a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
I can see. You carry the fun as well as the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
He's like, I noticed that my hair is never been yet.
And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison warden.
Bus driver, prison warden, right next door at the white trash family employee benefit fund. Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah.
Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any that she was going to stab us?
Oh, yeah, well, she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, get to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with your finger. So they could just go to the hospital.
she says we're
What's
actually
Rachel Byron?
yeah, the Suez guy. All of these guys, this guy also been trying to come over as well.
Oh my goodness. Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch. And they also masturbated. What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I laughed. They think it's enough.
What's something crazy that we'd find a little bit wild about you, Tony, at least? Like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet. Crazy.
What do you see?
Big beats. You do? You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us. He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on his screen. He represents a big fan of the show. That's right. Oh, shit. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You're on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Kill Tony. Very, very hard. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the comedy store? It sucks. It does. What do you dislike about it? Just the grease. Just grease. It's a lot of grease.
Let's have it. Heaven, maybe. I can't go. I'm done.
Are you guys got to know when you die? Those characters that you guys play.
Regional TV host Tony.
Very scary. How'd you do that? Everybody. What's your social media? Tony Gidley 28. It's in your hair. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago. But one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give to you the big red machine, the Red Dead revolver. The Red Dead with his red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out William Montgomery. Smashing pumpkins is a cool band. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Skulls. I miss the old weather channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jams. Now you've got world's strangest weather and shit as programming. Hey, check out YouTube. Hey, Red Man, when you receive a gallon of
Don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red band is pretty much a bitch. Here, are you gonna really look at me that way, Red band? Wow. William, closing on a joke calling Red band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used. When I saw Red band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick. Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood. That was some Bubblicious bubblegum Corona Bronas. Bubblicious. Hey, Red Band, I did send you the new Jennifer. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlikely. Red Band is about to murder me.
However, if
Yeah, where do you think we are in the France? Great. Creating a new Bennington test squad. Yeah, where is the death squad? The Orient? William, let's talk about yourself. One said I didn't see anything. Let's say that, William. William is very disoriented. William, thank you. I appreciate that. William. You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin.
what's the key saying?
I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out. Got a big laugh. How's this week been on for you? It's been pretty good. I am now a sales person. A singles person? No, a sales person. Sales person. Mortgage, Jumanji. I've been running a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji today. Jumanji? I'm playing Jumanji. You know what they say board game? I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly? Oh, Red Dad is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really he is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know, where did you see this? He his dad at my house. Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I'll let him my house. My girlfriend is like, yeah, that's still this is wild. But he stuck his penis and it looks a lot like mine. You weren't in his house, correct? Were you? I was in his bedroom. I saw his thing come through the hole. What did he saw? What is it? Sort of like a scroll grabbing a top.
We're bringing a rise in the case.
What did it look like? Who messed my joke up? Who said that? Doesn't matter. What did you get like? William?
No.
What did you say that it looked like? It looked like when the Red Man stuck his penis through the shower hole in his room. Okay. From his bending over. It looked like a scroll. Tomatoes. And what noise does a squirrel make? I heard a bunch of that. You're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse? Oh, that's what a horse is? What else can we do? Okay, a skunk. Right? How about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person. It's an English person going to the match.
Okay. Please. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make? This is really gone downhill fast. Alright, I don't think it is. One last one. Do it. Really? Get my back. Do an impression of a dolphin. I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose. You're using the Meltdown Williams style. You know, I love Williams. How long were you regular? I feel like how long were you doing it? I've now been doing it a year and 7 months. She's longer than you. I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering, I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes, last time I worked as a part of Queen.
Do you like Black Eyed Peas?
I like when Will.i.am sings he raps in a song and I just get into it. And I can't help but think words red beans, Chinese girl. I want to see her put her lips around his penis.
Hey, where's your girlfriend that beats you up, bitch? Yeah. Why don't you show me another cruise every week from you? Can you
Are you fucking with me right now? Did you read all the news? She's in the hospital.
Why? Because she hit herself and called the cops and said that
She got to fight with the ghosts.
Really?
I'm kidding. That would have been a date night. Say date night.
Alright, William, before we let you go, can we see your impression of a mosquito? Mosquito. A bug. It flies over. Sucks the blood. Could you do an impression of me? Let's do one of Allie.
Stink.
It's very interesting. It's an interesting time.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Man?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in the outer space now. Did you realize I am a dice shooting game? Is there any sort of what's that word again? We're up in space. Is there any
That's a great Ryan Redman impression, but the ice thing was just right when you back that up. No, that's it. Okay, there he goes. William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery, it's a William Montgomery. It's a William Montgomery. He's William Montgomery. That was kind of tough.
My mouth tastes like clothes.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver. That I think I'm having Trump said wherever. No, that's not what he said at all. So he said there should be some hunting agents in a vaccine, which there are in other vaccines. There's formaldehyde. He was actually right about that. He was right about sunshine killing it, but they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Allie McCoxey. Thank you, Mr. President. Don't you produce these podcasts? Oh my goodness, you stop it.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket, and we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Here he is, together with Pedro Mijo. Everybody, here he is. There's Pedro Mijo.
So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl. And her friends find it very odd. She is fighting you, so she gets into it. That was a thing, and it's also unfair. She kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in, puts him, and just. So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and I gave her a shot, and despair, and so also known as Manolo. Now, by the way, let's go and say hi to Lou. Alright, so
from its status as theological.
So there was a
So your question was, what is it?
you don't have to say there. It's okay, Pedro.
Rashi points out the because here also they will elevate players.
Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long you been on comedy? Month and a half. You started during the pandemic. How old are you? 25. September. September what?
22.
What's your September 8th? Oh my Also 9/11 is that joke crash. 9/11.
My favorite April number is Be Quiet.
That joke is already made.
Why did the chicken
Pedro, welcome to the show. You are 25, going on to 26 very quickly. I still feel like we might be 17 soon. Who are you? Those any of your classmates?
So because of that, he's a rock science teacher. He is also working by galaxy, and he has the clock to go ahead.
Okay. Rabbi is still deeply affected from the words of William Montgomery minutes ago, still riding that adrenaline and perhaps the bleach poisoning running through his veins. Pedro, tell us about your life. You're 25. What do you do for work? Why do you have such a lax schedule at the factory?
Because I just feel like there's so many things to do with different things.
What kind of factory is it? You're such a bad comedian. I feel like it could be the Laugh Factory. It's a cookie factory. A cookie factory. Yes. Man's new favorite comedian of the year. Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
It's a different story.
So what do I do?
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
There's no village anymore.
Cookies that you make taste nasty. What are you good at? You make shitty cookies, write shitty jokes. What's like a talent that you have? What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really? Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in? The Army. I feel like you're lying. How many push-ups can you do? Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some Armed Forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William. This is very exciting. Wow, this kid really was in the Army. This is very impressive. All right, William. This is very impressive. Okay, guys, you're good. You're good. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. This kid just dominated you in a push-up competition, William. How does that make you feel without using the microphone? She's nowhere to be found. Okay, there goes William Montgomery. Here he goes. He's hogging it up on the screen. Pedro, what's your love life like? Wait, what? Why don't you acknowledge your girlfriend? Where is she? What does that mean? What? This is something she's what?
It's just before the show. Pretty sure I took the chance.
What do you mean you're pretty sure she's with your
her fam. What does this mean? Be more clear.
It means that I don't like to keep tracks on her, but I know in good faith she is one.
When's the last time you spoke with her?
Like now.
Oh, okay. So she's from the family.
Yeah,
Jesus. Oh, Christ.
you're married. She's no longer with us. She's with my family.
You have a really interesting energy. Like when you walked out, you seemed like really comfortable and adorable and sweet, and now you seem very like nervous and you're trying. Like I feel like because you're new, you're like trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you, and it seems like you're really charming and sweet. And you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend. Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
Having flashbacks before. Actually, there was a shooting and I was there and they thought it was me, but that was not.
Oh my goodness, wow. Why did they think it was you?
You know that I'm white.
You're not white.
Everybody looks at me and they're like, hey, that's the white boy.
No, they don't.
You obviously don't know where I live.
Nobody knows that your name is Pedro and you look like a Pedro. Oh, look at that.
That is the lightest dance I've ever seen.
Meyer, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
This guy's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit. Yeah. I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there.
He's only the one I get a million.
Yeah, we were featured on Who's Gone Wild. Did you see that? Oh, what? Did you guys see that? Yeah, those digits was on a viral, a massive Mexican. It's basically like Rothschild, but for Latinos. He won the episode where I asked him, what's your first pickup line when you meet a girl? And he goes, what's up? And it just keeps going over and over. It's really funny. It's really funny. How long you been with this girl? Is she Latino as well? Is she? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Have you ever gotten her pregnant? Pedro, this is an interview. Interviews are supposed to be.
This is more interesting than.
Is your girlfriend the one who inspired your joke about getting in fights? What was that joke? I was confused.
So I thought that joke was funny because I was trying to make a longer joke and it did not work out. I didn't have enough time in order to get to the joke. So at the end, there was a good punchline and.
Pedro, I like your style, dude. You just keep writing, keep trying, don't give up. There's something deep in there, but I'm always good at one good talent that I have is I can spot somebody before they even do anything decent of what their potential is. I have a good barometer for potential, and I see you being a teapot full of potential. There he goes, Pedro Mijo, ladies and gentlemen. The king of potential. Fuck you. One of the comedians with the most potential we've ever seen. All potential, that guy. Pedro Mijo.
Shitty cookies.
Shitty cookies, shitty at his factory. He was bad at the military. He's a bad boyfriend with a lot of potential. We have another regular, ladies and gentlemen, roast god, joke writing guru, one of my favorite human beings, ladies and gentlemen. It's David Lucas. Here he is. Let's do this shit. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
WNBA is back. All these hoes are rapping about their pay. Everybody knows the WNBA sucks. I think they should be paid by the hour. If they get over 20 points, they don't get bonus, bitch. They're getting what LeBron gets. Nobody wants to pay thousands of dollars to sit courtside and see a game full of layups. Until you hoes are throwing alley-oops and breaking backboards. Sorry.
He's happy.
Oh, shit.
David Lucas. WNBA is perhaps the most unwatchable sport ever. Oh yeah. You don't watch?
I don't mind it. I think baseball is way worse to watch.
Have you ever watched the WNBA?
Oh, WNBA Texas.
No. WNBA. I mean, it's just unbelievable. By the way, it works. The way I talk to William works. I gave him the old shaky finger immediately. It works immediately. I get direct results. I've known William for a while now. I've communicated with him many different ways. I used to communicate like an adult, like a human, like someone that respects somebody. And now I'm stuck communicating the way that works. A lot of hand signals, a lot of this, a lot of that. Very good. Good job, William.
Really communicating by reaching.
Oh, is this true? Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm surprised David. That's why my nickname is Back Alley. Oh, I like that Back Alley.
We were trying to have a fix, baby. We like the greatest comedian ever.
Oh my goodness gracious.
She got scared in 7 weeks.
Wow, she must have lived on her pregnant. I don't like to be excused.
Yeah, that's why she went out of town. She was sad.
We would have the ugliest baby. That's so cool that the last comedian let you use his military sleeping bag as a t-shirt tonight.
Did you wear that shirt last week?
Or a couple weeks ago.
It was actually a couple months ago. Yeah. He's from the hood.
Tony's dressed like a gay marathon runner.
That's what I am. I'm actually come out as both a marathon runner and gay this past week. That's right. I swear to the dick, and when I hear the gunshot, I go, oh my god, no!
What do you think of the Tom? Tony here got Johnny Rothschild.
That's right. I do. Even if I'm the one shooting, I won't tell the police on myself. Excuse me, there's a gay man with a gun. Sir, is it you? Anyway, David, you talked about WNBA. Like that, what are your thoughts on the WNBA? You're very pro-women. You are considered by many to be a feminist. You're very much, some people say, the next Amy Schumer. I know, I'm kidding, but that's interesting. Yeah, I don't watch it. No, right, no, yeah. And I also think that they don't deserve equal pay because they're not getting the same amount of views. It's not because of like a men-women thing. I think if more people appreciated WNBA, then I'd be all for it, but people aren't into it from what I'm aware of. Absolutely right. The ratings make it so that it is an absolute laughable joke. The only reason that they don't get rid of it, in fact, because it is truly unwatchable. The only reason that companies lose money just to have the image of being involved with women, but nobody else watching. Yeah. I think it's good though, at least it's there, whether they're losing money or not. Maybe there's some young lesbians out there, I'm not sure who to look up to. Ellen's out of the picture for them. Now they have these.
Look up to Tony still.
Oh, Joel Meyer, how dare you? Hold on, keep Angel playing for a second. So I like this segment that we're into right now. So now I'm going to switch over. I'm going to go to Skeleton on this one. Skeleton, what do you, another lovely lady from Tony fame. What do you think about the WNBA? You're very pro-women usually. Let's see what happens here. If they want to play ball, let them play ball. I think they should do it in skirts, though, right?
No else about it. Skeleton. Yes, that's how they do it.
They hit it with a trumpet.
Yes. The ultimate joke was you don't even see women that stand up for women. So you take them, see Beyonce forever.
Hell no. Absolutely not. There's nobody who wants
At least one is here for $25.
Yeah.
That's
wow.
Crazy.
So why did you do that?
To
Jesus.
You had a positive experience with your dad. Seeds, David said,
Wow. Long way to get to.
Shut your bisexual Mozart looking ass up.
Shut your head up.
You look like Beethoven's mother.
What's that name?
That was Rhoda Walks.
Will you roast me? Shit, I always ask that for roasting
You
right
look like the type of bitch that commits suicide after she gets fucked.
That joke.
You look like you cut yourself.
The only thing she squirts is blood, just like yours. There was that.
Okay, alright, over there, Vince and Shadow. She's really saying everything that comes to his head right now. Do you have anything else for this episode? Anything else for the other roast?
John Ward looks like the homosexual Mona Lisa.
Oh, you know what?
Fuck out of here. Stand up.
Well, William is a man by Vincent Shadow, thank you. William, did you have your hand up for a second? You did? Yeah, okay.
This motherfucker. I have been multiple times.
These are the Hosu brothers in person.
Hey, Ellie, I loved you in Spider-Man 2.
Jesus, William is out of control.
So you should spank him on stage and be like shouting at him.
You know what, William? Strange spits. Wild right now. What's going on over there? You been licking bleach pads? Okay, there goes David Lucas, everybody. There he is, David Lucas. We love you, David. Great stuff. We're flying through them tonight. We're getting through them. We are flying.
I love the wrestling.
There they are. They are wrestling right now. Whoa, they're having a physical fight. Wow. The only thing David is slamming is a grand slam, and then he's guys, we are out of bucket fulls on this short bucket night, which means only one thing, everybody. We have one more killer, everybody. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, some people call him the world. Some people have said the goat of the moat. Some people have said the best of the dress. The chairman of the board. The feels on wheels. The rolling thunder is his Indian name. We know him as Michael Lair. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Michael Lair couldn't be this week. Alright, so I love cologne, especially if you're living in one of those cities that has shit in the water. I bet Jeffrey Epstein bought cologne. Smells like teen smell. Never from the 70s, they had that cologne.
Hey, if the scientists formulate maybe worth a corona vaccine.
If I had a load of vaccine, Calvin Klein would
Have that bitch in 2 weeks.
oh god.
I wish my legacies look in my face and tricks me. I look like Sammy's face and my meat's spicy.
Wow, most cologne. Most cologne. I thought I smelled something. That's you. Wow. My goodness, this is very impressive. How many songs about cologne do you have? I like that setup. Oh my goodness. I can actually spray you with cologne.
It's just maybe. You know how guys who get fucked by horses, they gotta spray that bottle with that horse corn. I know seen those ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Allie and I both know about taking a horse cup once. Sorry, I did that to my house. He had a drink tonight. That's all it takes for me to start throwing ice and spraying people with water. He's wasted. I don't drink as much anymore.
I spend my money on corn, can't afford
Oh, you ranked food with good on that one. That's incredible. Very impressive. It's straight to the head. My goodness, that is just absolutely incredible. Skeleton, what do you think about most cologne?
That's my golly.
Go ahead, Skeleton. What do you think about most? What do you think about most cologne, Skeleton?
I can't smell, so I don't really get it.
That's right. Skeleton lost her sense of smell.
Well, I have lots.
I thought the hottest thing since here.
Most cologne, you're in the rap game. You probably have sex with many women. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question here. Have you ever by any chance had any STDs? Oh my goodness gracious. What have you had?
7 to 21 days.
That's a lot. What I said was we was I go into the there was I go look at it.
That was months ago, by the way. We talked about this last week. But yeah.
I'm live from the focus. The only reason I'm on this show is because I'm just saying.
That's not true. It's very able.
I don't want it.
Daddy.
I've been in my son, so
Oh, that is that one left a little statement.
This is an instruction line.
Freestyle rap. You can do anything. Do you have any raps about homemade? I'd love to hear it. Are you thinking of it right now? Oh yeah, questions back here. No, I'm just kidding.
Take the job, get the money, and throw a broken shoe. That is a good thing. Take the money and go.
This is one of the smartest and dumbest segments in the history of Kyoto. Most alone a brilliant character. This is does the album come with any like scratchy samples or anything? Yeah. Like a magazine where you open it up and smell I cannot describe in any words how much I love you.
Let's say, yeah, he asks me to read it. For working with killers, right? And I want
Jesus, most cologne. My goodness, now I see what Texas smells you're covering up over there. Exactly. A lot of Hudson. What is your face tattoo say? I see some face tattoos. Chicago's second city royalty, right?
Even though he's like that. Because he want to be the one who destroys
William, no, you're not allowed to interrupt. You're not allowed to interrupt my Yes, absolutely, I agree. Ali Nikovsky with a question.
You sent me a DM a while ago that confused me, and I just wanted to get some clarity on that.
Did he ask you for one of your wings?
No. He said,
You might end up in a Rambo.
yeah, you said that you don't like my ex, David.
I don't believe I have an ex.
Yeah, I got mixed up when I meet you up. But there's the David. You know damn finger, right? You're my homeboy, so she doesn't really do like your chose to used to.
Yeah.
David, I thought he used to be you, and he's the best. I'm gonna fucking do it.
Wow. Why do you hate this guy?
I am one discipline every day.
I never do.
Yeah, you know the best.
Go ahead.
Well, I came home from a company show. I was with my friends and I was so excited.
I'm back.
They was like, you know, like, I just found out this hey, if turkeys is
So the values of the guys that Allie
have trouble
Low killer. So let's say so. A little bit of a play on
Michael,
words.
Claire, I absolutely love you. I love Post
So
Colonial,
again,
all of your characters. The Dice Man.
you can't do anything. That's what you feel
I love you so much, Michael Larry. You did it again this week. Most Cologne, an instant classic in Tony history. Wait. Hold up on that music because speaking of Allie falling head over heels, no, let's not do it. You don't want to do a snake intro. Let's have Michael Larry do his snake intro. No, that was tonight's episode. You can hit the music. Ali Makovsky's on social media on all platforms. Michael Lair is Michael Lair Comedy. Check him out. Watch all of his stuff. He's an absolute genius. He's the best. We love Michael Lair so much. MichaelLairComedy.com. He's got a bunch of amazing merch. Anything else, Michael? Okay, there you go. Excellent. Let's see that drawing from Ryan J. Ebel tonight. There it is. Whoa, there you go. Whoa, it's drawing. My goodness. Right today. Channel 9. Beautiful drawing. Everything's available at RyanJAebel.com. The great Ali Makovsky was here. A legend. The record holder for the longest tenured regular in Kill Tony history. So much great stuff going on. You are at Alex, not Ali Mac. On everything social media wise, is that correct? Yeah, I deleted my Twitter, but I'm on Instagram at not Ali Mac and have a podcast called Resting Bench. Twitter sucks. Yeah, Twitter sucks. You'll be on it. Am I still on Facebook? I'll come back and tell only garbage people. Just in the garbage. Speaking of promoting too much, it's Jeremiah Watkins, everybody! The host of Jeremiah Watkins. There's his Venmo for those of you that feel like giving away free money.
Venmo at Jeremiah-Watkins will be headlining in North Carolina this weekend from CB Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's okay. No need for the spotlight. Keep going, Jeremiah. Keep going, Jeremiah.
Minnesota at the end of the month. That is in Jeremiah Watkins with Donald Trump.
There you go, Jet Ski Johnson, everybody. Very professional, everyone. Very good. Keep it moving, Jet Ski. Social media is Jet Ski Johnson. Yes. Thank you. Roma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Roma, what do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, it was to die for, totally. Awesome. Joelberg Joel Jimenez was Joel Lyra the whole time. I just figured that out right now. Mostly sorry on everything. Mostly sorry podcast on everything. And if you think I'm a dumb bitch, send me money on Venmo. Joel Jimenez, money. That's right, and Venmo for Jetski Johnson is at Jetski Johnson. For those of you that actually read signs on that stuff, I got love to. That's a Venmo Jetski Johnson, all one word, Jetski SKIJOHNSON. She picks her spots on the show. It's Grand Slams. Really picks her moments. Venmo Jetski Johnson. That's the first time we've looked at in the history of the show. You can also follow Acroma Chris on Venmo as well. Chris. There you go. Give it away. Jordan, you got it. Wilmer, what's your Venmo? Wow, that's why not give money to some people that don't always beg for it, you know? I'm also Go ahead, Allie. What's your Venmo? Allie Makovsky. Michael Laird, what's yours? Because you probably have a lot of bills and stuff. I just have What's your Venmo? No, it's Comedy 69. You got that? That's your Venmo? Because I can tell you're going to give money to some stranger. Oh, I did that right. Okay, there's no way you're Comedy 69 on Venmo. Oh, just double check with him on Twitter before you send anything. If you don't know the answer, you can just say, I don't know. I will. Yeah. Yeah. I will. No. I will. I will.
Do it.
He's actually Comedy 69 on Venmo.
Wow. You know what? I'm sorry, Michael Laird. You know what? I'm going to give some money to you.
Yes.
I'm going to give some money.
To you also. No,
Michael Laird makes and sells incredible merch, so he really doesn't need to send money. You might as well just go buy some awesome Michael Laird stuff. People comment on it. Alright, we love everybody. Everybody's great. Shout out to Charlie from Vito's Pizza, Gina from Speedy, Ryan J. Ebelt. Amazing show. Thanks again to our sponsors. And
thank you for coming to the comedy store, guys. We love you.
yeah, it's incredible. It's all happening here at the Comedy Store. Check out the live shows on the patio, streaming live. If you're in town, grab some Vito's Pizza on your way. Have a great night, everyone.
Society, you should vote and take it part. Yes, you know, it's not about religion. We have more is more is the place to stand in judgment. I do want us as lifestyle choices. Live and that's the thing we have. We are working with society. And another hand, also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the place as well. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be switched. Because if we let evil take the place, yes, and unfortunately become the norm, or something that is marked to hopefully they're going to become the victorious. So that's what we need to talk about. Yes,
Comedy Store being for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Great man, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good to be here. Another episode of Kill Tony live on the Sunset Strip from the world famous Comedy Store. Speaking of mushrooms, the house artist is here, the great Ryan J. Ebelt, ladies and gentlemen. He is an amazing artist. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony. Everything's available at RyanJEbelt.com. Every episode, every
He draws them all on mushrooms.
Yeah. On mushrooms, he draws them off mushrooms. He draws them. He's known for doing every drug. He's the only person we know that's done every drug. He has the corona vaccine. Everything. Incredible. I almost have heard me over RightGmail.com. We're at the Comedy Store. Before we begin tonight's episode, moving to an unstoppable force. Let's check in with our amazing, lovely sponsors.
Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? Well, let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background. It is so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wire. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Caltoni, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/Caltoni. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Caltoni. ExpressVPN.com/Caltoni to learn more.
You gotta get up to get down. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction, and it isn't always easy to talk about erectile dysfunction. Usually we just brush it off or blame ourselves, saying like, I think I lost my mojo, or we avoid it altogether with excuses like, I had a long day at work, or sorry honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm into bed. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about with a real doctor who can prescribe real medication. It's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
And with Roman, you can get a free online evaluation and ongoing care for ED. All the comfort and privacy of your own home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. If medication is appropriate, Roman will ship it to you with free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And we're back. Incredible. We love our sponsors, so make sure you go out and support them. Buy their stuff, be part of their business, sign up. Tell them about
If you have something I'm working on right now, that every single sponsor that we have, you'll be able to go to DeskWat.tv and see them all. So if you're thinking like, man, I need to hire a sponsor in SendRecruiter, you can go there and see all one long list.
There you go. If you ever want to look at a list of our sponsors, go on over to DeathSquad.tv and traffic's going to hit a crescendo over there. Hopefully your bandwidth is
I mean, sometimes like you're like about to buy something, buy something, get a coupon code, save some money.
save some money, save some time. Go to DeathSquad.tv and check out the list of our sponsors. Let's get tonight's show started. We have a guest tonight. We are back in the guest range with Kill Tony. This young man, one of my favorite comedians on the planet. I actually started with this guy over 13 years ago. We've been through it all together. He is the creator and the host of the hit show on Comedy Central, Goddamn Comedy Jam. I perform on the Goddamn Comedy Jam. All your favorite comedians do. Snake Fest and all the big festivals. He's also the incredible host of the new Spotify show, The 500, with Josh Adam Myers. And some more guests for this show. The great Josh Adam Myers, everybody. Hey! Yeah! What's up, buddy? This guy is a brother to me, a brother in arms. On your Spotify show, 500, we go over 500 greatest albums of all time, according to Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes. The list is not like final in the sense of that these are the greatest records ever, but that's the one that I chose.
I love it.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to doing it one day.
Yes.
It's a great album.
Third album that's on that list that you're like, let's not even talk about this album. You know what's funny is every single time there's an album that's on the list that I'm like, I'm not gonna like this. I fucking love it. I just did Sinead O'Connor.
Oh,
And it was fantastic, but it was like, you're like, I'm only gonna know one song. That's the only one I really like. You put it on, you're like, this is more revolutionary than any Rage Against the Machine album.
that version, her version of Nothing Compares to You does something to me to where, like, I don't even have anybody that I picture. Like, after high school, it was that ex-girlfriend, you know what I mean? That first relationship that didn't go the way you wanted it to. I pictured her then. And now I don't even have anybody to picture, and it still takes me to just the fucking, I could cry every time listening to that.
Prince wrote it, people think he wrote it about his favorite housekeeper. And so all the things in the song are the things that she did, like water flowers, and so yeah, it's like everybody thinks this is a song about like love, and it's written about a woman, but it is written about a woman.
It was really his house.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's at least the fact that my friends brought up. I do the research, but like I haven't really read it. It just gets everything about it.
And it's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Yeah, and I mean the song is biologically correct. Wow, and it's anatomically correct. And it's interesting. You have a podcast that the more you listen to it, the better it gets. Going down the list to the number one. Yeah, like you start off with what Milli Vanilli or something. I wish Milli Vanilli was on this. Fucking slap. It was because we had a friend, our friend Angelo, and Angelo knew everything about music, and he always made fun of me because I didn't know certain albums. He'd be like, how do you not know that album or that band? And I'm like, well, I know the band, I just don't know the album of a certain song. And so I just got bored one day. Like, we're all listening to the same music, and if you just go in there and like, all right, I don't care if this is the style of music that I like I'm just gonna open listen to it, and if it like, if you give it the time, like the album fucking connects every single one. I'm like, what's wrong? Like anyway, and then I'm like, that's the greatest album.
We have a band on this show, and I don't know if you know this or not, but if your podcast had to do with the top 5 million albums of all time, the lead singer of our band would probably be impressed with us. Just alright. With no further ado, every single episode the band commits to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out together what they are on this evening's episode of Kiltony. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best stand band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Stormer Jordan, as Jensen, Jesse Johnson, Roman Chris. Oh shit. Oh shit. I know this song. Travel down the road and back again. Your hottest. Oh my goodness, yes. 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 They are back. My favorite comedy sitcom of all time. What I argue continuously as the funniest show of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Golden Girls. You didn't know it until I said it.
I thought this was rock.
This is the real deal. That's me, Arthur, right there.
So good.
Blanche.
Blanche. favorite pepperoni shop. I don't even know her name.
Scary Blanche.
But he's not doing anything.
Sophia Citrulli.
I noticed
Have
this
a lot
new-
of that show that I watch it all the time.
No, it's so fucking awesome. Jokes. How you doing tonight?
Bravo, Babu, and las fiestas de la boda se van a instalar.
Oh, I'm good. We're excited to be here. You are too.
This is just on that.
How are things in Florida right now with the COVID and everything? You guys are okay?
As always.
Well, how you been, mother?
Oh, I'm doing fine. I took a look at myself in the mirror backstage. I look like E.T. dressed up in the women's clothes.
I was gonna say again.
It's still.
That's exactly. You took the words right out of my mouth. You're the only person that when you put on that outfit, you look more like E.T. than anything else. It's very bizarre.
Thank you.
That way you should be riding an e-bike to the moon.
That's spelling that way. That's Wes Craven presents Blanche. The whole crew.
Why, hello, fellas. I'm on the hunt for a cougar. I mean, I am a cougar on the hunt, and I am with you. Wow.
It was pretty lazy ass word clan head. You could have fucking gone with a southern accent just to spice it up a little bit. There it is. Oh, that was me like too good.
What I was trying to say is, I'm a cougar, and I wouldn't settle for Tony the Tiger.
Show us a new one.
Oh, no, right now. What did he say? Nothing. He didn't say anything. And then the loveliest of them all, the great Rose is here. How are you, Rose?
Good. They told me I'd go and kill Tony, but I'll be honest, they never killed anything.
Oh, not even when you were in St. Olaf?
Well, that reminds me of a story in St. Olaf. They wanted us to kill their rabbits for a stew. I just couldn't do it. I ended up killing a rabbit. It was so cute, this rabbit. He was so soft. All the kids wanted to play with him.
Enough with the stories. Get on with it.
That's the Dorothy I know. Always had enough.
True story.
Canned audience left or right there for sure on that one. I'm excited about this, guys. We have a bucket. There's people out there spread 20 feet apart in this group. A lot of spread going on out there. And so let's just jump right into it. But let's get things kickstarted with a bang, shall we? Oh, we got the one person. It's not number two. Fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's start off with the bucket, shall we? That sounds exciting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian. Oh, here he is. All right, everybody. He's a regular on the show for right now. Right now, he's a regular. Technically, he's still a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, you know when you love it, it's the big red machine Willie and the lights out Montgomery. Here he is. Oh, okay. Everybody's doing well. It's gotten to the point where I only read the obituaries to see if they feature anyone I've killed. People ask me if there's anything I regret doing during this COVID quarantine. The only thing that comes to mind is that I really wish I hadn't eaten that bad. Who knew the Masked Singer would be ahead of its time? I noticed in the elevator the other day that it had a sign that it only goes up. I asked the lady at the front desk how you get down, and she said 311. That's all I've got. There you go. Took you a few seconds. Do a party. You would see the biggest gift would be from me and the heart that dance would say thank you for being a friend. Want to perform in the beginning show started by William Montgomery, everybody. All jokes, all the way through 50 seconds of thunder and lightning.
Me here is probably your best setup.
That really probably was your best setup.
Josh, I feel like that 311 joke. I heard a big 311 joke. Big Willie style. I loved everything except for the 311 joke.
What do you mean? Oh, I've heard
There's a
it.
band in the history of bands. White people should not do reggae.
I'm telling you, you're wrong about this, Josh.
You're friends with them.
Well,
I'm a bass player.
it's not a chicken or the egg thing, though. I was a fan of them before I was friends with them.
It's 8:16 a.m. Would you wake up to me?
What song is that?
That's not that song. That's not that song.
That's not real.
It was a great joke. I had friends in high school that loved that band. You'll appreciate this.
Have you ever seen them live? No. See, that's how I have seen them live.
No, but I just see like I'm doing reggae.
First of all, it's not a white guy. His name's S.A. Martinez. That is great. He should profile like he's Latino. The white guy doesn't do the reggae.
Did you know that you will get shot? It's not a 311 speaking of it's not a fucking 311 song. Trust me, even though I dislike them, I know a lot of their music.
Jesus.
What are you doing? Why are you dressed up like that?
Willie, you gotta chill out.
I looked over there. Why are you all dressed up like that?
William. Okay, there you go. Dorothy, you seem really mad at one point during the 311 talks. Why is that?
I had a punchline 9 years ago, but this one would use his peripherals.
There it is. There's the
Gold Squirrel, you bitch. You can never make me come original, Josh.
When things get back to normal, Josh, I'm going to take you to your first 311 live concert, and I'm going to watch you become a fan.
I would go to a 311 concert and miss my bits with you.
Yep.
If we have fun. I'm really shit.
Okay.
Well, you're connecting right now, man.
Ow, it's the first show. How's this happening?
I'm sorry.
I feel on a podcast.
I'm confused.
Ow. This is like your 700th time on this fucking
I'm
show.
confused right now.
Ow.
I've been sick as shit.
We heard that months ago.
I'm sick as shit right now.
We just heard that. You just said that.
I'm really sick right now.
Yeah, what are your symptoms?
Coughing, sneezing, eating a bunch of Reese's peanut butter cups.
Stephen Deary, did you check his temperature?
No, he didn't.
What did he come in at? 97.
So you didn't, damn it. Another symptom looking like a coal miner who shops at Old Navy. Who's that directed at? Who's that directed at? You, my nephew. Who's that directed at? Come on, is my penis showing?
Yes. William.
Whoa! Is my name showing? Yes. Why is your underwear all swinging? It's all cute. Something like that. What the fuck, man? Y'all see my pants right now? Oh, your foot covers that big guy.
What is going on?
What do you mean? I've been working out, Josh.
What have you been working out your boxers? Big on you.
Working out my boxers?
Yeah.
Only thing that's big on me.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
That's so weird.
I don't get it. Dressed like what does that mean? What's boxers? You know, your underwear is all disheveled. Your cargo.
You look like a garbage man.
Garbage man. Monterey, what's up? My name is, I look for Rebs.
Oh, it is. Is that your name?
Yeah,
All right.
Garbage man of Monterey.
Then you know what? That's what I'll bring you up. That's your name, and that's what I'll bring you up as.
Will you please?
Arturo Rodriguez.
Arturo Rodriguez.
Arturo Rodriguez.
Arturo.
Yeah.
What's happened?
William, let's talk about your personal life. Let's talk about it long, hard, and deep here. What's been going on? You've been in wildfire lately.
I've been eating a bunch of Prado pups.
Prado pups?
Yeah, it's a, what is that thing called? It's a hot dog on a stick with bread around it.
Corn dog.
Yeah, it's a corn dog.
A corn dog.
I've been
eating a bunch of Cornetto Puffs recently. Literally, I have.
So just like tiny corn dogs?
No, they're foot. It's a feet long. It's a foot long.
How many feet?
It's 2 feet long. Toronto Puff.
Christ, dude.
I've been eating it. Maybe that's why my belly looks like that.
Oh my god. That's not a corn dog, that's a corn dog. Is that right? Sometimes I like to pretend like we still have some of that shit.
Yeah, that would have got just that would have been wave right there. He would have been like,
Oh god.
why is your underwear like that? Can we get to the bottom of that?
Yeah. What do you mean? Can we get to the bottom of that?
What do you mean the design? No, it's like out there. She's had his zipper's been broken on his shirt. My zipper's been broken out. And he wears his shorts. Makes sense. I get it. Yeah, I think it's like that. Super comfy. Kind of like 6 years. David, what are you doing? Moving around?
You don't ask questions. Okay, we're gonna stop this shit right now. You know that, right?
I just hate David Deering.
Oh my god.
That's why I brought it up. He's a real bitch.
Oh,
Loves on your hands.
oh, William, relax.
He's like he's about to go in my butthole.
Faggot. William, is there any truth to you throwing parties lately in the FBI threatening to cut off your water and power?
Yeah, I was with Jake Paul 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. What'd you guys do?
We were having some guys.
Yeah.
David Deering was there.
What's your favorite part?
With his rubber gloves on, helping inserting my penis into a guy's butthole. This guy
That's what David guide my penis into the butthole.
He helped guide my penis into this guy named Dillard's butthole.
Dillard?
Yeah, a guy Dillard. I think he's from South Carolina.
Dillard?
Yes, Dillard. Like the department store. Yeah, like the department store. Wow. Mervin's there as well. Yeah, Mervin's was there as well. You were really good at this one.
Was Ross there?
Ross was
How about
there.
JC Penny?
JC Penny's cool.
Was Paul there?
Mr. Cole was in Circuit City. Circuit City.
Oh,
That's
man.
Circuit City. How's that someone's name? Has anybody ever told you to look at the Kraft macaroni and cheese? Wow,
That's an interesting reference.
I love Kraft macaroni and cheese. How did you think of that one?
Well, that guy over there, that Dorothy knows all the poor people's food.
How'd you think that was true? I'm a cold bench. And at Jeremiah Dash Watkins.
Oh, Jesus. A lot of cereal lately. That seems to be the new troublemaking thing.
A lot of cereal.
So what's going on over there? Did somebody tell you that you eating cereal at a low camera angle is a great thing?
Let's just say a lot of likes. You need a breakfast burrito and an hour later you boys. I like breakfast. I love the vegetables. I love it. French toast crunch, especially on keep doing it. I think it's hilarious. I'm your biggest fan. Keep eating cereal. Keep doing
Well, what the fuck do you do? You're eating 2 foot long corn dogs.
I mean, 2 foot long hot dogs, corn dogs.
Corn dogs.
What do you mean?
It's pronounced douche.
Dudes. What do you mean? Corn dogs. I've been eating corn dogs.
It's much better that way.
I've been eating corn dogs. What is your diet for real? Are you for real? Like, water dog guy? Uncut. Watermelon.
Second the door here.
What did you say? The corn dogs while you're driving a Lexus. There's a Hyundai Elantra trying to set you on the drive. Hey, what's up, y'all? You're going 50 miles an hour in this thing. I mean, what? Is that what? Y'all are really messing me up. Man, why are you looking at me that way? I would just like to say that when you Hey, David, when to help me guide my penis into his bottom? Alright, William, I love today's set. Like we actually said it, we're not kidding. That might be one of your best sets ever. Coronavirus joke, the masked singer joke, all topical, all well written. Very, very smart. Very, very. When am I gonna get on Comedy Central? When are you gonna get me and Josh Adams fired on your trip? What's going on? I sent you letters. Huh? Won't even show up. Well, 2 weeks in a row, you weren't even in the room. You weren't even out to go. The real deal would be the 500. If you can get famous before he hits number one, you can probably. You have 7.5 years, dude. Is that about how long? No. May 31st, 2020. Wow. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, it's just going to be the end of the world. I'm just saying the episode 500 of Kill Tony is going to be, I believe, in April 2021. Yeah, I think I'll still be here. No. Okay, there he goes, the great, the powerful William Montgomery. If you throw a party and invited everyone you knew, that's right. You would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the podcast would say, thank you for being a friend. There you go. Might be the best TV theme song of all time. No doubt about it. Yeah, that's top 30. It's on my Spotify. People love it when it comes in out of nowhere. You'd be surprised. Wow, yeah, play some of the songs from the 60s. All right, I pulled this guy's name out when we thought that our first comedian would be here. This is very, very exciting. This young man has been coming on and off the show for years. We have a lot to catch up with him about. Fan favorite, cast favorite, ladies and gentlemen. It is the return, the long-awaited return of Dan Nolan, everybody. Friendship never ends. That's great. I just got 5 years sober at the start of quarantine. That sucked. I wanted to go out. I hooked up to celebrate. I'm not actually completely sober. I did drop acid a couple weeks ago on my birthday, which I don't think counts. Some people think that counts. I don't. But I feel like I was up to 5 years sober, unless you are fucking late. Long as I know this, actually, the guy who founded AA, he got kicked out because he told everybody that they should take acid. That's like really good for sobriety. They kicked him out. And then, like, when he was on his deathbed, his last dying wish was for a bottle of whiskey, and they refused to give it to him. And he just had to die sober like a fucking dork. I'd be so mad if someone did that to me. I'd be like, are you trying to ruin my deathbed? Like, what are you doing? I'm going to do a bunch of heroin on my deathbed, for sure. Like, if you don't like it, don't come to my fucking deathbed. You're not invited, you fucking loser. The crushes when there's yeah, now that's great. Just about to say it. Brilliant. Friendship never ends. They want to be Dan Nolan, the return, and I'm telling you, I know incredible stuff. So great material, all personal to you. Congratulations on 5 years of sobriety. I love it. It's all about you. It's all true stuff. Fucking incredible and educational at the same time. I love that info about did you really do acid? Yeah, I'm a good day. I was in Key West. That's awesome. Did you immediately go, wow, I miss this? No, I've done it a bunch. I've probably done it like 10 times. Does it help you with staying sober from other things? Yeah, it does a lot for ego. Like, I think I have ego problems, and it just makes you step back out of reality and self-objectively. And I just read something oh, I'm not shit. Like, the universe is fucking gigantic, and I'm just like nothing but a part of it, so it's going on. Right. Absolutely. He's on acid. Everything's great, man. It's like something fucking golden or something. I feel like a very, very tricky version. I'm so glad I was dead, and now she's in my mind. Dan, this is actually you with Plan Dan.
I'm really not sure if that's the definition of here.
Go ahead, what are you gonna ask Dan?
That's a golden shower.
Rabbi Meir, he accepted himself in front of the ways unfortunate of. He accepted himself showing himself love. Haven, he has accepted of himself all of the mitzvahs except for one. He's not teaching kosher.
With the shoes on, it's for some reason. Grooming, mating. Your what?
My eggs, they're spoiled. Look.
You don't know much ribs. So Dan, more about lately. It's been a long time we've seen you. Last time we talked to you, I believe you said that you were going to go out on the road and just do this wildlife tour in a car, right?
Yeah, I know. You know, I booked it because New York is safe. It was great. We did like 4 months of travel around the country. Still.
Do you have like a legit job also? Like, if you're making money?
Yeah, now I do. Now I'm making even more money. It's crazy.
Tell us about it.
As like an assistant administrator.
You can get discounts on these scooters.
I get free scooter rides still.
Wait a second, where do you work?
I used to work in Rothschild.
You're a scooter collector?
I read me as a scooter podcast.
Yeah. He's into the e-bikes. He's known for his cycling. A lot of people have been calling him Brendan Slob. So where are you working now? What are you doing now?
It's the same job as administrator at a different company. It's like project management software for engineers.
Wow. Boy, good.
Yeah, I learned to code like by myself. I still don't have a college degree. I just learned it, and I make a lot of money. So it's fun. It's other companies remote, and so now I do that thing again. I just drive around. Before they shut down, I was like, all right, I gotta live by the fucking balls right now, and then like literally that week.
So before you started taking LSD, were you with your ego just like, look at all these poor people suffering during the corona? I am wealthy.
Yeah, no, I had a bad trip because I was in Florida and like I was still coming up and I was like, oh, look at all these pieces of shit like on the beach. And then I was like, why am I judging these people? I just started feeling like a fucking asshole.
That's how I feel all the time. Yeah, I'm not an acid guy, not yet.
Do you want some? I have 7 tabs of acid.
Yeah, no, I'm going to talk to you after the show, or I can take one right now.
I use it.
How long does it take for it to kick in?
About an hour. Have you ever taken the Nantastic?
Door. You a fan of the Golden Girls?
I watched episodes and like, and I have had the same reaction that you have, where you're like, seeing this show is fucking great.
It's unbelievable.
It's like Cheers too, like just bullshit silent shows.
Those shows used to know how to really write around their characters. So, what's your love life like now, Dan?
That's what I've been on over 2 years. We lived together. I just moved back here.
Jesus, you know, when we met you 5+ years ago, you were the opposite of what you are now. You had like nothing together.
They literally still had scars on my arm, track marks. The first time I did the show, I was homeless. The first time I did, I remember everything that I owned was in the belly room. I had 2 suitcases full of everything that I owned because I had a job for the game every day. I had just moved out of a fucking motel. I was living with some girl. And I had nowhere to put my stuff, so I just left it upstairs.
Wow, this, look at that. Now you have money, you're healthy, you have a good suntan, you're taking care of yourself, you have a great relationship, you're happy, and you're writing jokes about all this, you're turning it all into a positive thing, and that's also funny. I wish I could do. I'm not doing a lot of material about drugs anymore. Like I'm writing new stuff. It's just about the actual life of the person. But I just
Drugs used to be your life, and now it's not.
But I was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. So I'm trying to don't drop the fentanyl here. Shit, how this works. I always have a good fentanyl joke in your back pocket. And really, every time I hear the word fentanyl, it's just, oh man, it's just like, oh my god, everybody should try fentanyl. Yeah, okay,
That is only those reviews do not represent the opinions of Tony and the comedy scene.
I thought that was like, oh yeah, Josh used to go around this like, I was when I saw the guy in college, it was oxycontin. Wow, yeah, dude, I said, like go to downtown LA and like go to Fifth and Broadway, which is Pill Alley.
Let's check in the booths.
Yeah. Oh, you can do it on purpose. It's way better. That's what I thought. I didn't think people like went out of the way to do fentanyl. I thought that was just something you fix. I mean, I put a patch on me. It's like 100 milligram fentanyl patch. I mean, and it just like was on me for like 3 days, and it felt great. I went to a Washington Wizards game, and it was amazing.
That's what you have to do to make a Washington Wizards game.
But dude, I was like, we were losing by 20 points, but I felt so good. I was like, come on! Let's go! I just kept saying shit.
I would love it. Well, Dan, congratulations on absolutely everything. You're one of the most awesome fucking rags to riches stories in the history of the show. You know, now that we've been doing it for over 7 years, it's cool that we're really getting to see some of these incredible storylines develop with people, and you're one of the best ones that we have.
Yeah, no, it's great to be back. I just saw you were back here.
Well, look at that. That's how fucking quick it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the return of the great Dan Dolce. Hey! It's too easy. That's the way it is. Hey, alright. Let's keep it rolling along smoothly. Your next Canadian regular on the show is a great writer, a great stand-up comedian, and a great roaster. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, you'll love him. It's David Lucas. David Lucas.
If any black person goes for buying nothing just like a media, Breakfast Club basically said, if you don't want to be, you ain't black. And then recently he made comments about the Hispanic and the black community. But I don't trust Crime Bill Biden because his crime bill is responsible for all black males to go with everything. Like you guys are hard as hell to the black people, dog. You might want to pick a label for your running man. Because you got to look at it, shut the fuck up, bitch. You're trying to get the black folks and get some free chicken like that. Alright,
You're right. You're right there. Everybody's done 50 seconds tonight. It's good. That makes sense. It makes sense. 50 seconds is the new minimum. We used to have the crowd, a room full of laughter.
So you're saying you're voting for Trump? You think I get an audience? You think that Tony just came? You think like a joke like that, like a full audience, you think that's going to work, or it's going to turn half the audience against you?
Whoa, Red Man.
I don't think I can.
Red Man's getting,
because it's like, bro, like, you know, both sides, you can say neither political side is for black people, but like my racism intent, Trump is
Come on, Red Man knows what he's talking about. He watches CNN for 3 minutes a day. He has a very educated opinion on politics.
Gonna start going a little bit.
He likes about the Republicans.
All I'm saying is that that's kind of like, you know, like an abortion joke.
Like a poop joke or a bubble joke.
No, I mean, like, that's going to get people angry against you. But
you don't get a privilege of getting and come on TV and say, you know, vote for me. You're not black.
I mean, I never say that. He did. It's unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, it was global news.
I think the key to doing, especially in Los Angeles, and doing like a Biden joke, is just you gotta balance it out with a Trump joke. I mean, if you support like it's like shit on both of them.
I mean, it's like,
Look,
We'll start with that, and then you go to the Biden shit.
that's it. That's if that, and it also depends exactly where you're performing. If you're doing it to protect yourself, which I don't believe you need to pander either way, but in Texas or any other place south of fucking really, it's not on the coast.
I'm really not voting anyway in California. We have the electoral laws.
And look, the joke isn't even about Democrats, Republicans, liberals, or conservative. It's about race and him pandering to race. Which is absolutely true. And it's something
Don't you think Trump panders to white people though?
absolutely,
Sophia, the truth bomb. Welcome to Hot Discussions, that reminds me, I saw him pander at the zoo the other day.
I mean,
wow.
I didn't really want to come over here and talk about politics, but it's just like if you look at it as a regular person,
And that's what my point was, like, when you're doing politics and stand-up, it's almost kind of like, why bother? Because you're just going to fuck up.
It's really not even to even make a political statement. It's just to stretch my muscle to write on some shit.
It's great. It's absolutely great. It's very important to work muscles and write jokes about different things.
And things that are happening, I'm
Not
trying
be
to
a one-time comedian.
topical kind of jokes.
Absolutely. Yes.
I got something. So you're like the black guy at a Trump rally that everyone else taking a picture with just to
Nigga, I'm not going to a Trump rally.
I'm not racist. My mate's black.
But nigga, I have stayed at the Trump Towers before.
It is the best golf course I've ever seen. You're just saying random things now.
Did you say the Trump Tower is a hotel, right?
Yeah.
But I said, so is Mandalay Bay.
It's a nice hotel. Yeah. Have you stayed at Mandalay Bay?
Many times.
Really? Yeah. It's not that nice of a hotel.
It used to be.
Okay, wait.
We're like in these problems. So I was born in the circus because I'm a bitch.
People don't know certain circles are guys out there. Hey, Golden Girls, how do y'all feel about the episode with Bud Matt saying that it was blackface?
Oh my
It was mud, it wasn't blackface.
I'm just glad we all learned something today, despite our differences, and we're still best friends.
What did you learn, Rose?
We learned that we all think differently.
I think Red Man just canceled brothers in person.
Maybe because of you.
I don't even know what's happening right now. Maybe I lost track. Oh, come on. What are you talking about? What's the new? That's
The sequel to Us. Yes. It's a third one to Sex Toy song.
Tony dressed like he said dildo insurance.
oh, come on. Why do you need to buy some dildo insurance? Because we have a really good rate right now. Hey, we will let it dig into the dildo business. There's actually a lot of terms for it. Yeah. It's fucking dildo insurance, booty hole coverage.
I'm thinking of the skateboard of it. Starring Aston.
Starring who?
Gaston, it's like Gaston. No one's gay like Gaston. No one sucks like Gaston.
Okay, I don't know. Literally, I've said this a few times in the last 10 minutes. I have no idea what's going on.
Like that accent skipping.
It really is. It really is. Glad we edited out the part that I took it, but it's kicking it back.
I mean, if he could go, you know, you would be able to
I
smack
like it crazy. I like it like this.
these battles around. Marvel, what is the hell? Is the Jew allowed to
No, it's not God. I'm just saying. It's true, Steve. I respect Red Man's opinion because I take all my political knowledge from a guy that wakes up at 5 p.m.
Yes, we got
That's what he does too. He understands how laws work and everything, right? The law of gravity. It's a beautiful thing.
See it for Red Man.
Is that true? Oh, no, that's fine. This incredible electric car in the real life that has jerk off. You ever jerk off to a photo that records it?
Yeah, it takes videos.
Whoa! What is it? Anything good happening out there? Can you see?
It's just because it's part of yours. I don't know.
David, so much fun. I love the performance and I love when people do things out of their comfort zone, things that are different. And then people that we get William to do something different each week. I'm just kidding. Everything's good. And
I don't want it to be.
yeah, great stuff. Respect it and good show people. And be very solid.
Yes,
We love you, David Lucas.
Yeah.
There you go. Back to the bucket we go. Wow, we know this young man. He's made a couple appearances on the show in the past month. One of the great comedy veterans here at the Comedy Store, a future paid regular at the Comedy Store, current filler guy. This is a cool guy to hang out with. A fucking fun guy on stage and off. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mitch Burrow. Here we go.
It says, Mishpat no, take the job,
Mitch Burrow, everybody. Come on, give my hand, guys. There's a few people behind me.
I recently found out about incels and everyone's mad at them. I don't think that's fair. These guys aren't getting the fuck. I think they have every right to complain. People who I don't like are the guys that do fuck and can still complain about it. And like the other day, I was with this guy, and he was like, dude, I was fucking this chick last night, and the whole time she just laid there. She just laid there and sucked. And I was like, really? That's what bothered you? That she was there? You didn't like that? Just try doing it alone sometimes. I don't really think you appreciate the situation. Right? Plus, me personally, I don't like it when they walk around a lot. Makes me think they're trying to get away. So, you know. I have a southern accent. I get upset when people pick on accents. The other day, I heard these two guys behind me making fun of the Chinese accents. And I was like, never mind, watch that. Ain't gonna happen. So I turned around and let them know. I was like, hey, y'all need to cut that shit out. And it was just two Chinese dudes talking to each other. So I was like, my bad. I'm an idiot, but my heart's in the right place.
Mitch Burrow. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, what up, Tony?
How's it going, buddy?
It's going good. Great day.
Hell yeah, me too. I'm right there with you, bright and early on the golf course, hitting the links.
Yeah, they have the best game.
That is true. I tend to bring that out in people. Me and Mitch played golf earlier today, and Mitch won.
That's right.
It was a beautiful game, early morning, beautiful trip to the top of the mountains, a beautiful passing. And this fucking guy has a natural stroke, like you could not believe it. Sir Gage here. Well, that one too. I guess absolutely. Thank you for beating me to punch there, bitch. I love it. Absolutely fantastic. We had an arm bomber. We got a golf. We had a spike dog. Yeah. It was fucking awesome. Nothing better than a fucking quicker lemonade iced tea at probably about 10:45 a.m.
Real quick, I just want to off topic. Josh is here. So very funny how we got here.
More than the 500 one because he thinks it's about his weight.
Josh has one of my favorite jokes, and I got reminded of it. I was in bed with this girl during quarantine. She was like, "Hey, you want me to suck your dick?" And I was like, "That'd be great." And then she wanted to do it for fucking, I just go, "Oh man, it's like I'm about to get my dick sucked by Josh Adam Myers." And she just said, "Who's that?" And I was like, "Yeah, thinking of Josh." I never came harder.
Pop in your head like an erection. And somebody every conference.
Now that's happened with every comedian up here. So
I think about Josh every time I'm getting a blowjob from a girl that's on fentanyl. That has a fentanyl. When she gets nude and I see that fentanyl patch, I think of you.
also, I think Josh just had an allergic reaction to a nicotine patch. It's almost fentanyl.
I know it was real.
He has a nicotine patch, a fentanyl patch, and you just have a sour patch. You sort of look like a cabbage patch.
Nobody got all the patches on the split jeans.
Whoa.
How long was it for you to change the band name to Lady A?
Lady Antebellum she's a southern, she's a country band. Antebellum represents slavery, and she was like, we're gonna change the Lady A instead of just, completely different.
And then it turns out there was a black female artist who's been Lady A for a long time. And Lady A at the time Lady A,
Yeah, they sued her. She was like, well, I heard about
and a black woman
on the past.
for changing after they changed their name to her name.
Yeah. To be fair, that black woman had never been a slave, so she didn't really care.
Because I feel like you two should have a lot.
Yeah, we started working out together. So,
You're just like fucking Trump through my head. I can see that I was always a Trump.
We're just gonna
Took credit for your win today.
yeah, that's what's funny. I mean, that's been running joke with us. It's the only thing running.
I love it when it comes out. All those jokes turn into
Are you a Trump supporter? Good question.
No.
Josh, oh, you're not?
No, I don't like the way this goes. I thought you say that, you're Republican. I think that's the problem. You can be a Republican and be like, you know what, man, I fucking like guns, but I like fucking idiots. Yeah. And you can cheat. Okay, I'm not looking for a slug claim. I appreciate it. But like, it's just,
Keep going. So, ignore the ban.
it shouldn't be a team sport. Right? That dude from Alabama was getting accused of trying to have sex with teenagers. All the Republicans should have been like, hey, you know what? Take the L on this one. Democrats can have one come back next time and beat you with a guy that doesn't fuck kids. But they said, this is still our guy. And that's what I think.
Exactly. So now we're going to vote for Biden in this upcoming election.
No, dude, I just think I voted for Gary Johnson last time. I'm just going to keep voting for Gary Johnson. That's my guy.
runs every 4 years.
He wears a sport coat with blue jeans. That's my dude, man. I like that she's business and casual all at the same time. Sport coat blue jeans is like the mullet of attire. So I dig it.
Very interesting. Did you ever, who else have you voted for in the past?
I only voted
Jimmy Dean.
That's yeah. My grandmother was asking me what kind of sausage I wanted. I was like, Jimmy Dean.
So Friday.
I really only voted once. The rest of the times I was like, oh, it's okay, everything's cool. And then Trump started running those. I wanted to go. I just wanted to go third party. I didn't. I mean, I only voted. Don't need to vote for more. Just bigger.
Unless you right. I was thinking about your absentee ballot back in
No, I never did that. Even when I was at home, I never voted because I just figured everybody else could figure it out. I shouldn't. People like me shouldn't be voting anyway. I didn't. You look at the ballot, you don't know half the names on the list.
usually when you're voting, it's for new ballot.
That's not fair. Here's what happened. South Park did a thing about it with a fat guy and a Mountain Dew used to be, Mountain Dew used to be energy drinks. Right? It was the extreme people, motorcycles, fucking skydiving into that. Fucking it was do the do extreme, baby. And then South Park was like, look at that fat bald guy with a computer. That became the joke thing. It ain't right.
That's a biggest thing. White trash. That's all I think when I
Yeah, who do you think rides motorcycles and go skydiving? I just said all those
I'm
things.
just saying, I don't think of fat, like, nerdy guys at a computer when I think of Mountain Dew. I think of just white trash.
Okay. Well, then yellow. I just don't want to be associated to it.
What else has been going on, Mitch? What's going on?
You said a birthday.
Oh, shit. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Get a cake and have an excuse.
You bought me a cake.
That's right.
And I was looking at the comments on here, and someone said on the Kill Tony videos.
You're on an episode that you were
Yeah, don't do that. Oh no, you know what it was? I did post this. No, they liked it. It's great. I can't wait to read about it. People who haven't done accent. I still have an ego, so I gotta feed it.
You still have an ego after reading the comments.
Yeah, I got an ego. Dude. Okay. Listen to everything that these bookers and you were saying, and then you think a comment on YouTube is gonna bother me. They're nicer than what you guys do. Sweet, thank you. Yeah, I have to go read the comments immediately after this just to know because they're like, well, Mitch, you really ain't that fat.
So you read the comments in that one.
And so it was on the Holtzman episode that I did on Dead Air. So I did Dead Air. And someone said, I wonder if Tony still has a dark soul from when I did the DMT. And I told him, I was like, Tony, actually, his soul's very bright and shining after I got that.
You responded into a comment?
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't gonna let him talk about you like that, man.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
And then now they follow me. I got a new fan.
Oh my goodness.
You gotta interact with these people.
Do you?
Yes, you got to.
I think you need to interact with these people.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying it's me.
I love it.
Very needy.
Did you get anything good for your birthday? The cupcake?
I got some flip-flops and some board shorts.
Wow.
When I go surfing.
Damn, you surf?
No, I did it. I tried it once. I had to use a paddleboard. That's. You shouldn't have said that out loud.
Please, we need video of that.
It's called sinking. Eventually, everyone does that. Sorry, which one's the whore?
That's this one right here.
That's the terrifying
What would you do to her given the jig?
whenever the law allows. I saw her doing that thing with her tongue. I like tongue stuff.
Whoa. Blanche meets ranch.
I thought your set was really good.
Oh, wow.
Are you the oldest one? Yeah. She was actually the youngest of the actors. I got a lot of Golden Girls trivia.
Really? What else?
That's actually, I didn't think you were going to follow up
Wow.
with that.
Quentin Tarantino, I believe, once played a pizza man or something like that.
Elvis impersonator. That's I always get the pizza man Elvis impersonator.
Favorite show of all time. I only
It
saw
was like a 3-second cameo.
I only saw one episode, and that was the one where the whore she rear-ended a guy. That was her move. She'd see a guy with a Lexus or a Cadillac, bump into him, and then like exchange information and become slutty, and then like start dating. That's when she did it. He got out wearing a neck brace, and it was like, I'm gonna sue you, even though you're a whore. And then that was what the whole episode was about.
That's true. We talked about this on a Ice House episode.
And it's not easy. It's not easy. So it's hard for people to restaurants.
I've always wondered why Quentin has never shown up at the show.
I was dressed as Dorothy from Elizabeth. I do a show at the comic store. Are you wearing the flip flops? He's in the feet, so the monitor helped actually. Yeah.
I always thought growing up as a young that Dorothy was a mattress.
I thought so too.
Really? Is that the archive?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, because I never had a woman it's just taught for if you're gonna have a voice that you should be Arthur.
Oh my goodness. There you go. Mitch Burrow, everybody. Mitch, what's your social media again? At Mitch Burrow. Whatever. Dan Nolan Comedy. Beautiful. You know what? Let's go to the bucket one more time before. Yeah. All right. Pull out the name out of the bucket. We know this young man. He's been on the show before as well. From the great state of Louisiana. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the one and the only. I do believe he's here. Here comes, with no further ado, a guy that goes by the name of Nate Welch. Nate Welch. Here comes Nate. Here's Nate right here. Here he is, live in the flesh. Here's Nate.
A lot of people think I ain't got no culture just because of the name. Yes. Like shit. Like Star Wars. That's part of the game. Well, if I ain't gonna start like that, man. And we just take turns. Hopefully we look nice. And back that answer, juvenile. This is a classic. I'm tracing the test of time. In case one of the for the 99s and the 2000s. And I'd be willing to bet you're going to take it for the 999s and the 2000s. Just imagine like a bunch of torture tornadoes. Up in the mountains for 12 years. Some of the biggest clubs in the world. Some of the biggest clubs out here. And it's a universal fact. As long as they got ass, they'll back it up with juvenile tells them to.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then you have the cash. After you do that, then
Guess you love me.
Fuck yeah, Nate Welch coming in with some unexpected Magnet Massive material. I could not have predicted that if I could give it 1,000 guesses, I wouldn't have guessed that you would have gone with a juvenile theme set tonight.
It's a Zen show on that thing.
A lot of Cash Money references in there. Not looking to consider topical, but educational.
It's like I got 10 minutes on the terror squad.
That was like a big gang warfare when I was coming up through high school. The No Limit Soldiers versus Cash Money Records. Alliance of the Great Master P, Mystical, Silk the Shocker, Sea Murder, Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg signed with No Limit for a bit there. And then, of course, Cash Money Records, Juvenile, Bill Wayne, a tiny little boy at the time. He was actually little back then. And the Great Birdman was also part of the Fanny for Cash Money.
My God, you can get started in there, but let's go up and down this.
She was on the take, as we call it. I was actually in Elements with her. My imagination, I had taken a stance, I had taken a true alliance with it. That's what I would listen to in my headphones while cutting weight for wrestling. Running around with trash bags on. Or as some of you would call it, being right there. No, I'm kidding. You don't run around. So let's talk about a day you stand-up catch.
Oh my God.
See, that's why
Sometimes it's just so much.
The sunshine also
Yeah. I have all their friends and their neighbors eat it on my noise. They were so sick for a while.
I
You don't have no idea? You were like 35.
So
Yeah, I mean, I can't eat
went and sold to
and stuff listening to it.
So the big stuff is chasing you.
yeah, you mentioned
And up to the cause I'm still fine.
single piece. I'm gonna have
Did you start stand-up in New Orleans? Yeah, I did it for months. So we do have comedy there. I was told that they don't have like it was it's nothing like out here. It's nothing.
Well, what's the comedy club there?
However, let's say I can say
Doesn't even have a name, listen, it's just a noise.
Just because it's just 20 minutes of other shit. I got 45 minutes on gumbo.
What do you miss about New Orleans?
Dude, I miss so much. I miss my friends. I miss my family. I miss the culture.
You friends with a guy named Jim Bob?
I know at the gym.
Whoa, knowing a moose after the battle.
Of course. Wow.
Goodness, what, you were in the lower night?
No, Pyrrhus is like he's very intimidating too. And we got everything destroyed. We didn't like just work out.
I want
Yeah, so it was like just exciting. Yeah, like all your
So all your stuff got ruined? We had a special surprise for you. We went through the house. We got your baseball card collection. And if you don't know, bring it on out. Here's Dave's Hurricane Katrina with the picked up Gucci.
I wanted to continue to
Say that again.
PlayStation.
Oh, wow. When that William Montgomery was.
Why should it be us? What's next? Here is the
Anybody you know died in Katrina?
your shoe. You have two dollars. $2.
Grandma would swing.
You're a gold.
Did they rebuild your town? They rebuilt it like it is. It's like
Whether
now
here
they
and
have
what
race cars and it's all from your and after they all got shorts and you build ones.
Now they have an excuse to why no one for their degree.
in the street is a
Exactly. That's not really an excuse. It's just more like,
let's say so
You're wearing a water boy shirt. So that was sent from around your neighborhood. A lot of guys that you know talk like that one coach from there. Oh wow, really? Is that true? You talk to them often? Once. Really? You beat them up twice. You won both fights. Goodness. Dominated them? Oh my god, well those must have been pretty expensive.
They weren't in there, they weren't full. You know what I'm saying? It was happening on my
Those Louisiana dentists don't necessarily keep it
every Thanksgiving.
wow. What happened? He wouldn't test the tip.
Nah,
Can you please pass the tooth phone now?
I just, he had put his hands on my mom, and I found that out. And I told him if I ever catch him, to say this. And I told him to say this.
What type of hands did he put on your mom? On your mom? He said, in your mom. How did he do it?
No, that's it. I stepped in. It's going to happen. Don't get up. That's my mom. I'm defending each other. Defending each other.
You'll hit your mom.
I know some big bitches that can get $20.
Well, what's the biggest hurdle that you and your mom have ever gotten in? You're gonna go to church this Sunday night.
You better come to church with me on Sunday. That's what you gotta go, is church on Sunday. If you know what's here for you. Katrina really wrong. You better go grab that crocodile in the dump now. We're going to church on Sunday, whether you like it or not. We eat two things in this house, gators and kangaroos. These are the things that I like.
Wait, Rose, what is it?
Oh, lady, I think the license kicking in.
So what did he do? He punched your mom?
Yeah, apparently he hit a
what?
at a bar.
Oh.
And I'm about to so we did a hard job that night.
Wow.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have had I was on my brain. What if you weren't in the bar?
It was a different bar. The one would be your mom at the bar that you work. You take her to the bar next door.
That was fine, but I
Guys, I'm gonna take my 15-minute shrimp po' boy break. Yes,
You ever put your cigarette on a boy and do it both at the same time? You ever sit on the Louisiana, fun fact is they have patches you can go to. I can review that like that, the history of the show. What do you like about all of that interaction?
yeah, he's also over here.
What? So much Louisiana references. So much Louisiana references. You like Louisiana hot sauce? Yeah. What else do you miss?
Like I said, I miss the culture, I miss my friends.
You ever go to the Tabasco factory?
His favorite scene is yeah, but pretty much just,
That's it. They have good hearts down there.
just down there.
Down there, it is what it is.
No, that's a little bit different down there. Down there at least.
Welcome to Louisiana. Oh, good night, buddy. This is what Louisiana is like. We all the rights and kangaroos.
Have you ever been to Bevin Street before?
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Super inside.
I always love it when you start a reference because this is super inside. Go ahead.
When you were ever like when a guy had a girl, he grabbed her and did you ever say you better muscle let her go? Let her go muscle lot. Okay, well fuck it. There's one.
Alright.
Good thing. Muscle ladders is shit I enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, my girl.
Definitely travel down the road and back again. Nate Welch, so much fun, such a great time, so entertaining. Thank you so much. There goes Nate Welch. There he goes. All of my money spent, but it is that time of the night, ladies and gentlemen, where we bring up our regular Nick Schmegular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, a force of absolute nature. Every single episode, including the Send-In Video quarantine episodes, this guy always takes things to another level. Fresh off of having boiling water poured on him in a Rambo monologue battle. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great Michael Lair. Everybody, here he is.
You sit on your boys a lot. All men do. Sometimes we're being disabled is the wrong thing. When the man sits on his boys, you can put him on face. But when you're disabled, the word quick. Don't in your vocabulary. Serious things out on your fucking like some Game of Thrones shit. If you have a pussy, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Sitting on your roses like getting burned. I have caught my penis in I burned it with cigarettes, not because I'm disabled, that's what the man paid me for. And more cash up, call me 69.
Oh shit, there he goes. Mickey, you hear that clip? Yeah, shit is over. Fuck yeah. You ever sat on your balls before? Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, I have long balls. Yes, I have. But luckily, thanks to the great people over at Sheath Underwear, my balls stay closely tucked into my body. But back when I was a kid, like in high school and shit, I used to wear boxers like William Montgomery, like a guy that doesn't give a fuck or understand what gravity works, like a real fucking stagats over there, like a real fucking goose. Like a real fucking disgrazia. Fuck over. Sometimes I yell at William in Italian. Welcome to the show, Michael Lair. Unbelievable set. I fucking love you. I love that you're rocking the new Hinchcliffe Hulkamania montage Yeah, that's fucking so sweet, dude. Welcome. Very, very fun set. Thank you. My favorite part was when you said the word vocabulary. Yeah. It's like a collection of words if you have cocks in them. I like you, man. I liked your, as far as I've ever seen you, I liked your, aggression. You were really intense. Oh, yeah, it's so nice. They should call you Slow Rogan. Oh, yeah. Michael Lair could come you after this. No. Come on. That's a compliment. Okay. He meant it in a good way. I'm sorry, Tony. I don't know. No, it's good. It's like Michael. Michael Lair, you have an earring for the first time tonight. Is that a real earring? Is your wheelchair hanging out
I got a PC7 brain at the Clinton.
You're the hat that is representing downtown Los Angeles, a place rarely traveled by almost everybody that lives in the city. Now, what are you fighting? Why do wheelchair people congregate in downtown Los Angeles? Is there like a magnet down there that just pulls you guys towards it?
Yeah, it's a magnet.
Whoa, I'm the idiot?
Yeah, I smoke crack in the mood.
Do you smoke crack sometimes?
No, but I am
What drugs are you looking forward to trying?
Hey, no, I'm not to the doctor. I go to see her son. Every doctor comes in the room. There's like, I'm not leaving.
Hold on, I'm coming up.
Yeah, like a tissue.
Oh, like a bidet. Yeah, tissue. Things for water in your ass. Now, it's a toy like a bidet. It's the thing that sprays water. The good news is I saved you before you got to the punchline. I cut you off, so now we can reset it. They asked you if you have a commode.
And the fact that if this is true, that doctor's where I was, then you have a toilet in his house. Why is he so defensive when we ask?
You might not even have AI. It's filled with shit.
Yeah.
It's full of shit, this guy.
I go in for look, I'm like, I don't have a bag for shit.
How do you know?
Because I'm really being more nicer. I don't and these motherfuckers are doing me.
What's David Lucas?
You gotta be kidding me. It ain't a movie thing, a motherfucker.
Yeah, he's in the Jewish.
Yeah, everyone to that.
You have to understand why people don't have movie theaters. The big movies are in the background right now. So they have to get it in where they can. Sometimes they come to the main room and just get it out of their systems. That's quite the commode. I need a segue.
Hey, my son, and I can taste that, like,
I thought you said you couldn't get a compliment. Right. Or a condiment.
I can't get it.
So, when it had this kind of like
You can't get a compliment out of your son.
I'm working in the shop, I see everybody sitting there. If I lift it up, required by you to essentially I should have bought some fighting for that. Or the other
Is the camera on, Michael, or is it still set for someone that's standing up? Okay, just making sure. That would really suck with this whole time. It was just old Charlie Chaplin back there.
Wow, it almost be like bad luck.
Come on, Michael. You don't have bad luck. Bad luck does not exist for someone that buys the brand new Hinchcliffe Hulkamania t-shirt. You don't need Hinchcliffe.com. Click on the merch bar on the side and buy yourself one.
It's really
It is really, really comfortable, and it's absolutely incredible. There's other things you can do with it. You can use it as a pillowcase if you want. You can have a little mini tent if you have any small children. You can just put tent poles around it. You can do anything. You can use it for anything. You can change the bill if you don't like meat. You could dip it in chocolate syrup. Wow, look at that. That's what you use it for. Why? It doesn't have a cat on it or something? Does it have a cat here? We don't put your name on it.
Hey, Ryan, why are you so fucking unwell? No, you obviously
I think Michael might be right about this. You know what? I have a problem with this. Why aren't you wearing any of the shit I have?
Oh, right. What?
For the small price of $30, he will give you a death squad. All right, this is Michael, another amazing performance. We fucking love you. Incredible stuff. You're an up-in legend. MichaelAirComedy.com. So much great merch, so many great videos, so many fun little Easter eggs hidden on his website. Make sure you check it out. Follow him on everything. Here comes tonight's drawing from the great Ryan J. Bell. Look at that thing. Look at that. Just incredible. Some flags there. Michael Air holding flags, and it's like a racing theme. Is that right? Is that what I'm seeing? I can't really see. I'm looking through the thing. We don't have a screen on the camera right now. That's what? Oh, everybody's fighting. Oh, I like that. That's fun. Very fitting. The great Josh Adam Myers was here, everybody. Spotify, the 500 with Josh Adam Myers. So many fun episodes. You just recorded one with Harlan Williams live at the Comedy Store.
Yeah, we're doing a couple more here. We've got Tom Murillo coming up, and we have Billy Gibbons doing a CC Top record.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's gonna be
That's
dope.
fucking incredible.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope.
Awesome stuff. I love it. And hopefully we'll be back to doing the comedy jam again soon. Maybe up there doing some fucking.
Dude, it's the Hall of Fame of the goddamn comedy jam. No one is eliciting more of a response.
Well, I was telling you, this quarantine has me all pent up with energy. I have some special plans for this next one, so we'll talk about it when we cross that bridge. But I'm not gonna have a voice. Spoiler alert: I'm not gonna have a voice by the end of this. Speaking of goddamn comedy jam, another one of the great members of it and elite forces with almost every great Los Angeles comedy show. It's the great Jeremiah Watkins. That was Dorothy the whole time, believe it or not. I know a lot of you are thinking, wow, is that the real B. Arthur? No, that's Jeremiah Watkins. He's got a brand new rap music video out there, Griffin. That's available on social media.
Also headlining in Minneapolis, Minnesota at the end of the month. I'm singing there at Acme, and I know at Jeremiah-Watkins. Look out for new episodes of Jeremiah Wonders on my YouTube, youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. I share my stand-up on social media.
Where can people get their reimbursement for the tickets that they're gonna buy for the live show that's going to inevitably be canceled?
They've actually been doing shows that are every single week, so.
Oh, you're gonna do it? You already have your airplane tickets? Fingers crossed for you, my friend. Going to Minneapolis, the birthplace of Prince.
Yeah, Adam Ray just did it, and he said the show was good.
Oh, awesome. I love it. What are they doing, like 50% capacity?
I think so, 35% or 50%, so maybe it'll be the first time I sell out. Beat you to it. Hello.
Sell out. Oh, sell out. Yeah. Well, that's good. At least it's not 2% like the milk that you
Whole milk, honey.
Oh, shit.
Speaking of whole milk, the great Rose was here. That was Jesse Johnson, everybody. She's at Jetski Johnson on everything social media. What else, Jetski?
Follow me on social media.
Heck yeah, follow her. Go look at Squeak. That's right. I always want to say squeegee. It's not squeegee, it's squeak. Hey, Blanche. Oh, that's not Blanche. Hold on, that's Chroma Chris. Wait a second. The whole time it was me. What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, it was golden, Tony. Oh, my dear. It's so crazy. I love it. Chroma Chris is at Chroma Chris on social media. Correct. And Venmo. Oh, is that Chroma Chris on Venmo? Good to know. That's a new thing. And then, believe it or not, that wasn't Sophia, that wasn't E.T. dressed like a woman. That was Joel Jimenez the whole time, everyone.
Yeah.
What's going on, Joel?
Oh, I'm at mostly sorry on Instagram. That's it. I put everything there.
There it is. He also has a podcast called Mostly Sorry, which you should definitely subscribe to and check out sometime. Yeah, TonyHinchcliffe.com has a bunch of fun stuff happening, including my Roast University happening. Business is booming over there. A lot of fun episodes of that. And yeah, a bunch of new merch, a ton of new merch at TonyHinchcliffe.com. So, yeah, there you go. That's it. Michael Myers doing it. So why shouldn't you?
Check out Dead Air with Brian Holtzman. Mitch was on that a few weeks ago, and that was a lot of fun. And we also have Brothers in Cursive with William and David and Nicole. If you guys like e-bikes as much as Tony is, check it out on Desquad.tv.
There you go, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you. You're live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. It's Tony Hinchcliffe. Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. It's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you're using, how many times you clear your browsing history, your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secured by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Kiltony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal.
ExpressVPN.com/Keltoni. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Keltoni. ExpressVPN.com/Keltoni to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexander Rothschild. Alexander never imagined she'd get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexander to Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job, and a few weeks later, Alexander started her dream career. ZipRecruiter helped Alexander find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Keltoni. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Keltoni. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
There's also Ryan J. Email sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Eagle draws every episode. You can check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEagle.com. They're all filled up on delicious Tito's Pizza special baked ziti night tonight. Fiesta. Great David Deary here with us. Great Gino from Speedweed, who let us move up at Better Rock Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
Delicious cake and coffee.
Yeah.
Get enough of those.
Taking enough of those guys. David is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments, smoothing the lights. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring up the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Keltoni Band. Jeremiah Watkins, George Joel Menace, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey, that's all good. Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second. Come on in. Look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy too. Wow. This one has great energy. Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you were a wild one. Haven't had a barber during this quarantine, huh? What's your name?
I'm Spencer. We met once before. Blockbuster.
Oh, you still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that in Florida? Hey, how about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. You seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 60 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I can play 16.
16. And what's this magician's name back here? Hello, my name is Brent, and people say I'm the spitting image of Johnny Depp. Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp. Maybe after he found him in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting the same old guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snort. I just moved in from Eastern Europe and I'm 62. I get only job I can and move with you.
Snort.
Snort. In all our
Snort. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
the east part.
What country?
It's been so long since I've gone.
Doesn't seem like you've been doing long with a thick accent.
How much I
What do you do? You took tickets? Okay. So we got Spencer, Jan, Brent, and Snort, movie theater in Louise, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, California didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms. Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things shifted right from the start. We should not give it pre-selected names in there. Make some noise for Michael Blair. Here's Michael Blair.
I'm not manic, time to work bring on in the map. Time to throw me out, this darkness. If you look in the window of the Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 dollars. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to America just to say, I got it all duck. Speaking to the guys, crispier. They don't even call them windows and trunk. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the space team. Time to mind the wrong civilization by blaming the coronavirus. But man, don't they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh? Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck. Yeah, it was there you go. Where is that again? Where are you from? Alright, so Peking duck and the coronavirus. They made ducks, so they made coronavirus. 6 There's those scores decided to wipe off this mic on the Bring a Podcast.
Speaking of Beacon,
Sword is the baby might be in the Easter Seals film challenge. Easter Seals. But you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
So we'll say,
I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take advantage of my practice.
I'd love to see this.
All right. Now, Jeremiah is not here. But he's a fucking ass. Me and him are like this and this. There's shit going on. Because I messaged him.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That's not.
You ever seen this like wig holder? He keeps like all labeled in it.
He was, I mean, Jeremiah is the kind of soul, but the devil came out of him and asked for a wig.
Oh yeah, for sure. You should go on the road with him sometime.
So instead of free, I'm a hack.
Yeah, we got time. Absolutely. So in place of a wig, it appears as though Michael's wearing just a so we're gonna have to use our imaginations. What kind of wig? What would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig? Oh, a women's wig? Alright, sweet.
This year,
SNL music, but yeah, you can stop it.
Jerry Apple on Jeremy another voice Rothschild These 16 we are picking up 4, 6, 7 runs so we're not going to lose up. So again, we're not going to look up being a talking just as we are under the box. Here, but I need to sit with them. Yosef, because I was right, he has to come with this is the fascinating. Suffer wishful the Yainessa. What is the halacha? It's hundreds of Jews smash barrels of Yainessa. That's whatever. This is from over to the events. I'm going to pay $50
Wow, that was impressive.
these barrels
Yeah, that was definitely like Aspen lad style, or as I call it, ALS.
to accept the wages of
that was good. That was good. I've always wondered what acid last would sound like if she had
Yesterday's
very
topic was the
that's a good
concept
question.
of funds or speech. Generally, from what may or may not be submitted at
Is that the only character you're submitting to Saturday Night Live?
or giving with items that themselves will be also documents.
I mean, maybe we'll see
Here,
more on
the
other
uncle is asking me to do something with the
and you
IMF.
could promote the Herbal family,
Seth, he's asking me to do something with the IMF. And thank you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's up? How about we are real people without speaking to us? On one hand, I want the
They were together for 70 years.
systems of the IMF.
They were
Why did I want to do this?
but they
The Arabs is great on their own. I would use the opportunity to say, you know, interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMF because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the process work a little actually. We have been right. We don't have to come in by the smart cell notices you don't show by yourself. She actually wants the existence of these records. So when you start your action there, I don't want her moving doesn't want to break up. And she shall remove the consequence to be said that since you actually want. And it's interesting to think about it, right? You actually want to get I didn't mess up.
Yeah, I did. You did hand me a folder.
I don't want it.
Should we go over some of these pictures?
So therefore, maybe that's
Is this really?
closest to reality. Therefore, again, awesome. Another,
That's a great
they just look at it. This is
Oh wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a sword.
this is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, like Russell in resistance. Again, ultimately,
And we have these guys
describe
from
what the
Zero
is
Days.
ultimately, again, So it says, Yishpat all of them. I'm not going to say, no, take the job, two, take the job, get the money, and throw a break in the city. You let less.
Grandma's uncle, or it's a little more distant of a relative.
That is a good thing.
I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, he was the designer. Yeah, nothing to do with the piano. The Pennsylvania Railroad, a big deal. Good man just dips some of these mashed potatoes.
You can't do that. Have a sound about it. 64. That whole thing won't be limited. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot people. Then I terminalize it because I shoot about the grip. Speak from the people that are below to be foolishly acclimated. Let's say two hires and then it's
Almost very close.
so good. To me, they very clever. I'm not getting let's say again, he asks me I am allowed to get even for working right? And I want to use this
You have an incurable disease. You think you might start selling stuff in like the last month? I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I had an incurable disease. You're planning like an auction towards the end or something like that?
you are allowed to go ahead. That is the when that benefit ultimately ends, even though you by definition want to continue to
He's like a bike chain for like papers or something. Yeah, but I still
because you want to be the one who destroys it, you get paid for it.
And I'm gonna sell my seeds.
So as I sell you up, second one can count 60.
You should sell that magic trick that you did on last week's episode.
I'm telling you, because I am
But you pulled 30.
generous.
Make sure they're going to work.
Not only is the not only is there prohibition to go out and
Love it.
but you can't do anything that's suspicious. For example, let's just shows up over here. So let's say it's
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you mean to a magician's store or online?
People says why?
It's not easy. It's not easy to communicate with magicians. It was good, man. You know, peeking duck, China, coronavirus, duck, peeking duck.
So, nevertheless,
Speaking of ducks, you ever play duck games? I mean, you can still play it as long as the person who says duck. That was good. You nailed it.
So that's the fancy one because I am
I'm still picturing you wearing women's wig.
Such a decision. Plus it says, do not plant right in the field. Indians, right?
Anything you're ever going to ask Jeremiah for, you can just ask him.
Do something to sustain the
Do like it when everybody does good.
even if there's on the one part, it's a low killer.
I'm surprised you didn't ask you yesterday to go and do that.
Last week.
So again, my gosh,
All right, Michael Lehrer, everybody getting things started tonight. We love you, Michael, the great Michael Lehrer, everybody. Hey.
you can't do anything that ultimately
Fuck yeah, Spencer, Jen, Prince, and Storms.
even if it's not directly involved with the actual brand itself, which is something that sustains the best movie.
So come on, Jack. A lot of noises back there snoring.
You might say, and you would be different.
Twice.
Charge.
Even though you're the only person on that microphone who's pretty aggressive, and twice straight one more time, you would have seen it. I just Okay, well if he does, you can unplug it and then clean it and plug it.
That is
How
going
about that? Scoring. Sounds great. That's what that's
to say.
All right, we have some people in the bucket. Let's see what happens here tonight. I'm going to reach my hand in there, and we are going to meet a stranger. Stranger Things. Oh, wow. Well, from one man in a wheelchair to another, this young man was here and signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the stylings of Howard Bentley. Here we go. Howard Bentley. He is what they want and you will know. Hey, hey, hey.
I do remember the last thing I said to my dad before I got paralyzed. Are you still holding the ladder?
Ultimately, again, I have a believing campaign.
This is fucking awesome, man. I haven't stand up.
Yeah, I'm asking you to do it, and I'm doing this for free. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's hard.
Ultimately, the leaders of the opinion that a lot of us and you are not allowed to have favor from
I'm sick of worrying
but he
about
actually has some meaning so I guess for me,
catch it.
all my focus was
Just what's worrying about it. The problem is coronavirus, they're stingy. Yeah, something quarantine.
It's like don't let us get free. You can't just leave that up with
Past the Dutchie.
even if the free favor is instructed on the
Howard Bentley,
you still
everybody.
can't do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
So it's the message مش مبادئ Cuba, لا the fact that you're saying it's up to Cuba, so you can put it
Hey, all right. Tyler, that was fun, dude.
I knew I was going to come.
It is weird. The bucket has a mind of its own. That's wild. I love your holding the ladder joke. Very fun. Stand up, coronavirus, paralyzed. Is there just being regular paralyzed? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way? Like, I mean, is it every exposure? Yeah.
I broke my neck, so like I have
I have keep it having my father Rabbi I'm Rabbi on the kind of line book, it's not separate.
Yeah. And I don't usually worry about being paralyzed and take your balls away, though. They're out here. Take our balls down. I can't feel. Where do you lose feeling at? How did that happen again?
snowboarding.
You've been on the show before.
Yeah, but I like to fly.
What do you like to say? So
Absolutely committed and
My favorite is
which the Gemara says is
she squeezed my neck so
very
hard.
low. There is no way for this to go away.
love that. And that was 14 years ago, the snowboarding accident. Were you doing like some wild trick or something like that, or did you just go too fast?
And that's it, we're done.
Trying to do regular old jump, no like flips or anything. Shit, right? Okay. Well, that's fun. So what have you been doing during this quarantine? Really? Like, what have you been watching? What's your favorite stuff that you caught? What's that?
So remember, one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means one to continue the existence of the other. I'm not saying anything from the source, that is interesting. I'm just trying to let us know. But that being said, do it and cover on it. So, if it involves the destruction of
What is it? No, what's that on?
so, for that matter, if it is
What is it, Ryan?
even though yes, I
Right now? Ryan's talking with his head.
do want to continue the existence of the other. I get it.
Greyhound. I love it. That's how he said Greyhound again with his head down
I
and
want
then
to
put
rise
it
up
up
from the
on
other
that.
I want to. Nevertheless, they wanted to go ahead and do
Greyhound in the movie theater.
those scenes because the destructions of people,
Have you seen Greyhound?
and
shit. So what else other than watching movies? What do you do for food? Do you cook yourself or you Postmates? I got what sport?
Yeah. Do you put yourself in a boiling hot water and you're like, no, and then you have some sauce and you
Ready real quick. What the fuck did you say, snort? Earlier? What did you say?
Now showing Tony's anger. He said, why would he cook himself? He said, because you're
But you have food stamps, you say? What do you do? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or no? I gotta here. I'll show her. Oh, that's awesome. I get everything. Yeah, that's Red Band lives the exact same way. Yeah, someone that does all those things. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was that big on motorized chicken? I saw a video you posted of you fake pedaling.
It's great.
Yeah. If I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee.
If I catch different modes, like a mode that's just like having a bigger bike, and if you want to like go fast, just
Well, I know how it works.
Yes. For the answer, how about
I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper that my brother and I had. And it was ballers. It was like a little Harley Davidson. It was 14 years ago.
yeah, it's fun. And the cool thing is like I didn't realize how close it was to since like around the stuff like that.
Yeah, you live like less than a mile away from one of the most beautiful parts of LA for the last decade and a half. Just because it took you, all it took you was one electric motorized bicycle for you to find it. Ryan thought Burbank stopped at the Starbucks that he goes to. Well, that's it. No more California that way.
Red Band is what we call a sadder. Some fat joke.
Kyler. Any other fun facts about your life we should know about? I like to draw and
and the other question.
This is an interesting moment in the history of the show. Ryan writes this book that was great. It was strong. He's a pretty interesting character. First person to ever draw Ryan James paralyzed from the chest down. Whoa! Look at that, Ryan! Accurate. Ryan's producing scene before either that or he has no respect.
I never thought this was really Tony Randall. I just did.
So now he says
very impressive. Now, did his drawing something you've always done, or did that mostly start after the accident?
No, I've always
learning how to hold a pencil. My hands are partially paralyzed. Very fucking impressive, and it shows a lot of heart. It's a very good thing to do to draw right to be strong enough to keep up over perhaps, I don't know, 400 episodes of the show. How many do you think you've done, Ryan? Definitely over 300. Well, Tyler, awesome stuff. Very fun performance and very fun ending. Thank you so much. Tyler Bentley, everybody. Tyler Bentley, he just did good on the show. That's interesting. Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here? Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out? You getting this? Detroit captures. Can that light swing to where Michael is? Yes. Yes, it can. There is a God. That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that, Detroit? Or no? Okay, yeah, put his old mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony Show history, this is a curtain call, an encore performance by Michael Baird. When you have a limited time to live, you get to perform as many times as you want on Kill Tony during an episode.
In the meantime, I talked to Jessie, and she thought it was really weird that you didn't ask her for women's wig.
Do you have your wig?
Not plenty of women's wig.
I'm surprised you asked me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I only he turns his head 100%. That's right, that's what I was implying. You know the joke I was making. I know you say this. Unless you love me. What the fuck are you talking about? Is that true? Quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks maybe this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, so now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share wigs with you. He's very... Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter, so... This is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes. Go ahead, just the part we want to know. Okay. So this is Michael. TM Jeremiah said, "Are you the wig/beard master if I ever need a bar?" Question mark. Jeremiah said, "I usually don't want stuff out because I organize for specific care. If you're in need of something specific, I can help." That is heartless and cold. That's basically like, you can go fuck yourself, be a professional and get your own wig. I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show. Let's go there, right now, right here.
wanted, therefore it shapes us as opposed to
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got my money up. I pulled my card back.
Mas você, if you look, you would have gotten that. So just,
Let's see it.
if that's not the only real site. When you watch
This he just listening to the show. It was very slow, and he almost fell out of his
I
chair.
want to
My hair back on the other side of this cage.
the existence of that idol for the ourselves.
We all
I
agree
want
I was
the
right.
existence of the INS because I want the money.
Michael,
I'm
there
not
was
doing it.
this.
You just started something that
Still
you
at the
shouldn't have
existence
started.
of the items. Why should
He's
it?
gonna give you a big fucking
Rothschild,
with
Garrett
smallpox
is
on it. That's cool.
the
All right. The only thing I love more than Michael Lehrer on this show is Michael Lehrer twice on the show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lehrer, giving us a more very compelling, interesting shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshots at the end, giving us some of the inside baseball behind characters. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California. One of the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were her last two shows in front of a live audience. And she's back, ladies and gentlemen. It is football. No. Here's football.
However,
I'm so happy to be at my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I mean, I had struggles for sure. Like, I struggled with doing like one Netflix shows that have been, or one of the 27 podcasts that I would have watched while I rub one out. And actually, that's pretty much where I'm I wrote my own personal record many times and felt like, wow, I didn't even have another song for that long. I burned myself out big time. But I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. Yeah, I thought I broke myself and I watched the comedies, colors, benefit for the employees. And when I saw Bobby Lee's butthole,
What happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end.
I totally started to go but I lost my shit when I saw 2ATS with my oldest butthole.
Alright, there goes Blue Ball. Play some music, guys. She saw Bobby Lee's, peeping dumb.
You know, this is quite a very important time on the show, and I think every single time
Not every time.
Not every time. You're very sexual on stage. Yeah, you're sexual. And now is that true that you want to sort of get laid? Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine? Is there really, I know you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch or like, I don't think women, perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about, but
Not pretty good at doing it. I'm kind of down.
you use your imagination when you watch stuff.
Sometimes it's watching something, but usually a lot of crazy shit on Netflix or wherever now that is streaming porn.
Like what?
This show is called a movie called Love, but it's not the love thing. It's yes,
Oh, a snort, you know.
yes. The opening scene is full porn, and then the whole thing is full porn.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to.
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see this movie guys once in a week. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just.
What do you do? Do you like use something in particular? So you seem like the kind of lady that would have like one of those like giant vibrators or something like that.
like a mace from a castle.
anything like
Yeah, no.
sometimes just a tight pair of pants, but
Tight pair of pants.
Yeah,
The noise, that's the noise of a tight pair of pants.
I'm just saying that it's not one thing, it's just one thing.
Right.
It's really expensive.
How long does it usually go?
I got complimented on my watch list.
So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine? You say that like that was like a very like over the top is you being sarcastic.
No, I've been very quiet. Very isolated.
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy. Like what's one of the craziest things about since I've gotten YouTube in here? Let's go.
As sexual as I sound, I have to have sex very, very often.
How long are we talking? How many years? 5 years. Is there a reason? Is there something that you're achieving?
No, I just I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and at the end they sit down and out and they're like, I do whatever
You don't talk to these folks.
well, I just started to, but still I'm not getting it. My eHarmony account went dry because there's no one that's about it. I'm just
Have you heard of something called Tinder?
yes, I have. No, I don't.
You have Wi-Fi?
It's not Wi-Fi. No, I just
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like, when's the last date you went on? Did a guy take you to dinner at all?
well, I went with friends. My friends zone because you know, like I can walk into a room where I have like small sausage, just like I can sleep with myself.
Have you ever seen the Snake Eyes? It's a good movie. Okay. That works.
Thanks.
That works very good. Face off. Snort, not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
Learning English today, do they call it American Treasure? Yes, they have to say it like American Treasure. It's like, they told you about yourself, American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that told me operations on.
American Treasure.
What do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you kill the time?
I actually have been working on all my videos to see that my whole house is right. Just kind of try out my thumbnails.
Oh, that's right. You're wearing a diaper.
And then I said I had a fans only account, so I could like
Why did she wear a diaper again? I can't remember. That's like the
it's the nervous thing. Like I have that stage fright, and I think I don't have it right now. I know what they'll do from here. I'm okay with myself.
Well, you are as Snort would say, an American treasure. I didn't know that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Comedy Silence Blue Ball. Blue Ball, forget about me. Blue Ball. All right,
regular, everybody. Remember here. Yes, man. Great joke, right? Unbelievable roast. I love it. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my Manila. The rumble in the jungle, ladies and gentlemen. So why don't we take it?
Devotion was a success in the world. Casal was a success more than the world. Again, just not understood what makes me success.
Somebody's freaking with a firearm while yelling camera. They can chase you down the street while yelling
And when they need to relax the standards,
I protested. Why protested Black Lives Matter? I didn't protest like it was successful. I protested for something else. Because I had shit to lose.
when success is accomplished through relaxing the standards,
When I saw a white girl so big during the Black Lives Matter protest, I started checking all lives matter.
that's just the agenda. It's for Hazal,
Oh, yeah. David Lucas. I love it.
other years ago. Here, Kosha, Marcy, my boss, and it's dear Kosha. And dear Kosha,
I love
go
it.
ahead
Women,
and
Black Lives Matter.
promise
When women care. Edward. Those are my notes for that stuff. Hell yeah. Stretch it out just like you would a white woman.
thereby condition your comments
That's right. That's me. That's me. But actually, the white woman did
dear Kosha,
That's true. That's absolutely true. That's one of the others with David Lucas.
dear Kosha, they will always avoid this. Ultimately, doesn't worship see, the imagination wants to come with the Kosha. So again, it's like it's
Why would my car? Why would my car stop?
except it doesn't worship.
Oh, yeah. No, that's true.
And she don't even have to respond.
That's me. I'm a gay marketing box. We are a great giant black man.
Does such a person have the ability
That's actually one of the things that I've been doing is supplementing.
to electric cars?
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles and give a red man a little tune up.
No, bro, that shit. When I see Red, because I saw Red Man come to Europe like 15 miles. And then today, when I saw that shit,
On one hand, it's not without the world
I
weapon.
know,
We
trust
say,
me. Why you guys think I'm like trying to pull a fast one? It's so funny. It's fucking cool. I saw that too. Trying to make you feel better. I haven't joked about it, but I did screenshot it when you posted your trail of electric bicycling like you're actually exercising. You guys just need to go over
maybe not, maybe
it's
it's like this.
like
I even know how to pull it down.
it's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette. I went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Wow, Tony ran 130 miles today on the same freeway. It's not more man. My shit's faster.
Even though Mark will
Every
say
bike with red
he himself doesn't work as I know.
It's instant.
When he has to come out to go ahead, you gave it.
It's like a test.
instant torque to get his engine formed. You ever ride an electric bicycle? No, come on, that's not a game. You make everything gay.
Someone who worships it can be given. Someone who doesn't worship it. I don't treat her that way. Therefore, be careful, she doesn't have the ability to
It's like a weird blue.
Your cars go slower because you're in it. Like they can't hit the max speed because you have way too like a small family. Small
Actual bus route.
I make dogs urinate. This is what it's This is why you don't see another show where the same two people 74 episodes and you make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode of that show. They'd be like, oh, that's it. Exactly. Be like, oh, they've run out. David said Tony makes dogs urinate. Yeah, it's actually true. We actually go to the dog park sometimes. So like the dog, you go to the dog park around the dog and it's yeah, I go up and I start kicking the dog. I did it. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. Yeah. We both love climbing trees and staring at guys. See, I can make gay jokes about me too.
However, I get in the Shabbat.
That's it. That's all I can do. Like, the Tennessee Titans on that, except the only Titan on me is my butt. It's tight. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on? Okay, you watched them on short. You went to the beach to go right, so what did you do? Did you walk on the sand? Was it quicksand? Or start singing like the horse that never ending story itself?
Then I used to go to
Anyway, but you know a lot about Black Sun. Really? So you went to the beach? What happened at the beach? Yeah. So there's a lot of drama. I like this night's episode. A lot of inside information. I love your Asian impression. Can I hear that one more time? Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist. I go, oh, you can teach better than right now. Right. That's what I was going to say. If I was allowed to say whatever I want, that's what I was going to say. No, I can't say that. But I will say this, that you're always fun. We always have laughs. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David goes on to the next one. We Alright. This is this young lady's first time on the show. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of CC. Here we go. It's time for CC.
Hi guys. So I think the nation, like all, is how we've been treating like sex offenders
years without knowing the story behind it.
Number two,
I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and
his friend's idol after watching his
Number three, here's if you're actually doing it. So like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I'm gonna like kidnap at ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you even need to either way we're getting this, you know. So I was trying to figure myself like I'm just human. Like anyway, like it wasn't my fault they masturbated in my sleep, it also isn't my fault that I like fell asleep in the church and I was bad. But like the dream kind of wasn't my fault. Yeah, so it's like I didn't like have to do it real time. I have to really be serious. So like you guys Big Brother Little Brother program, Big Sister Little Sisters things.
There you go,
Absolutely, Cece.
It was Cece's time. How are you? Oh my goodness. Time to sit down and get stood up. Following the footsteps of Michael Bear and Tyler Fence over there. If we can get you so Cece, this is your first time on the show. How long have you been with comedy?
I haven't.
This is your first time ever performing? Wow, look at that. That's interesting. Something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah.
We're doing some workout here on. Oh, that's great. You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that?
About a year.
What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I've been doing it a year, right? But I feel like if you
Have you beaten a black belt? Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
jiu-jitsu.
Like go fish? How did you beat a black belt? He just turned a black belt. It's just a businessman outside of it.
I ride motorcycles.
I don't know, can we maybe, I don't know if you know this, but Sword here has been doing jiu-jitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and speak? Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Maybe we can wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do, that's wow. That's not even an easy thing to do. Was everybody really impressed in the gym when you did that? And you made the person tap. Goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What do you do?
I mean, mine's an action.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
About a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercise?
I don't know.
I did not post it like, hey, I exercise today.
He has accepted himself all of his
You have to say I went on a fun electric bike. I did. I posted a link to the motorcycle. What's funny is if I was going, hey, I'm not, worked out hard today. Look at where I worked out today.
Picture of him sitting at home in his VR set on a chair.
What's so funny is when I did that, finally singing in that Can you feel the people sometimes? Damn, that's
wild to like you use that to your advantage.
For some reason. Not for longer enough.
See, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? And then I choke them out.
Majority of these evidence are Jews.
Where is that boss gonna go from? I go to Andrew Epstein's show.
Because I look less than a year for a show. You can leave it for a show. For a long time. You're not sure if you
Crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous
diagnosed. Right up to the
So that's at La Cienega near Cross Street. Pretty far.
Plus, the archives are
that's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
great. Short amount of time. We're good. I'm going to work at Christmas. Swallow. Like this one. What is that? Swallow. And it's not like that. Shana, Mika, Honey, Yai. It's not that people. Diego, Kishwana. When I saw again, his zone is like this. Just like
That's about you, a boyfriend, CC.
I mean, I could if I trained after the race, but I haven't.
Characters you like to play. Really? Okay. Maybe we could get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here. You guys know your movies. Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that? Or American Treasure. Maybe Forrest Gump or something like you can
Hey folks, we go. We're gonna change the world here.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
Again, for
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I have AIDS. I'm really useless right now. Oh, Forrest, you're so dumb. You'll never understand.
Well, did you try to bring it down the mountain?
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here.
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter and coast like All right, CC, this was fun. Thank you. Just into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994. Pulp Fiction. Forrest Gump. There you go. There's CC. 1994. Best film in the Academy Awards. Eating Pulp Fiction. So I said that. Use myself.
I do kind of think that if you
have black belt at least maybe 3 times. You should
No,
know.
me la presa, no.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive right. I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or in pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think you should get a black belt. All right. Round around we go. Back to the bucket. Only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude. Amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. One of my favorite new friends of 2020, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch Burrow. Mitch Burrow.
I know I don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, hey, you gotta get this dog out of here. And she said, you need to quit being weird. And I was like, no, you and this dog need to quit being weird. That's what needs to happen, because I don't think this is, I'm not the weird one. It's you have an audience, and I don't like it. She was like, no, you gotta stop. I was like, I know this is weird. And I know it's weird because this is a category on Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is like Tammy, so I know that's not a real stepmom. Because that's what Ryan's name was. And I never wanted to fuck her because she was made. But that's not what's important. Here's the thing. There's fucking your stepsister, there's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. Alright. Hey, can I just say something real quick? Genie, when you're playing Genie, and you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie? I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even, I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
Hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, this is the 70s. Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like in that time. That's how
She was a heroin addict, and they were just trying to scare her. Dirty
It didn't get over there at that point. Yeah, this is still very early in the AIDS. It was hepatitis.
I am still understanding these. Is that true? Yes.
She's crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS is Frogtown. You've been to Frogtown before?
I would say it is an American treasure. Frogtown, baby.
Oh, yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh, yeah, dude. I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogs, then you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got. Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah. People in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places where you want to ride.
It's like the cell. You know, they shouldn't be, but they are. You guys have to get better. You like it, Frogtown.
Do you snort? You've been there once or twice. I've never done it. It's been on this. I have a Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl with a dog in the room? And a dog.
What part of that do you believe?
And I also believe the kind of girls we have sex with, they probably only have one room. We feel like this is probably a studio apartment, which is like one room, which is like
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, what are the roommates? Something. It was like a little, it was a little retarded though. I mean, it was Clyde. I don't really know if that's retarded. It was Clyde. He does that part. Just, you know, not right. Special. So when you see that dog, you go, oh, listen, hate him. I don't even. You almost said that it was not very live. Yeah. Yeah, were you afraid it's gonna see you?
I just smell it's great.
And just afraid the blind dog's gonna find us fucking doobie hole.
You spoke Jenny up at the right time. She not worked out since we started real big podcast.
Oh, she was gonna go for the force, got the force.
How long were you sitting on that night?
You really could have played this like a box of chocolates. Eat it up.
Everything that it has to offer.
Except for the running part. You have to
I ran today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half. He got me on the way back.
Wow. Is he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat. And it really worked in his favor.
Yeah. 11-year-old. How'd you race him? How does that even begin?
The door guy used to be the mayor of Fucktown. His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today. The younger lady.
The door guys were at the beach today.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the meteorological society's out there checking the tide. So I just went out there and I fucked up.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear the meteorologist is out there, you think that's the guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped on me.
He has tons of them. Yeah. Just like you do.
So yeah, well, I challenged him to a race. It's just too far.
And just like your alcohol problem, and he caught up with you eventually.
I have an alcohol problem.
I love it, man. That's great. You're hanging out with Feng Chao. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times. Chinese warrior. I did a weekend with him in La Jolla. As everything closed down. Got to make fun of him.
He taught me how to say I miss you on Chinese.
Oh yeah. How does that work out?
Right. Just reverse the thing. It's real.
I believe that.
So 16 candles. That does not hold up very well. I just watched this the other day. And there's a park right now.
What up, big dog? Excellent, same here. There you go, big man. The final game's tomorrow, big man. The final game's tomorrow. Yes, sir. Excellent, big dog. You might have called the winner of the women's bracket. South Carolina could win. Yes, sir. You might have called it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent. What'd you say, big man? Oh, tight. Very cool. Cool.
Suffer wish for this.
We all have a thing.
What is the hell?
Anything else happening?
It's overeating or something. I feel like it's overeating. I need it's overeating.
Funds for
I got
generated from
I mean, I can't
here,
so
you
here's
actually
so
ask
I need like a thermostat
somebody
or
with the INS app, and testing
water
is
cooler.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the cheap that I can name it.
What was the other thing? A thermostat or
Wow,
what?
what's that about? We are the university.
Or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just named parts of the engine. There's appetizers. I'll do it.
Yeah. Fix your car. Did you think about using
I
the
want
defibrillators that
the
you have in the back
existence of
seat?
the INS. Why did I got the
No, but I'm probably gonna order it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump.
He's got the
People get subscribe to our YouTube channel and see me work on cheap.
I
Okay.
want
What's your YouTube channel?
It's just
the
Mitchboro.
of the INS.
MITCHBUR.
Yeah, that's it.
And on social media, you are
Everything Mitchboro.
everything's all one word, Mitchboro.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So just follow me on there. The redneck astrologist.
Yeah, absolutely. So on TikTok, yeah, that's a successful thing going on the redneck astrology.
It's pretty good, yeah. Still learning.
Absolutely.
He's
Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted. I feel like you just sitting on something. Do you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but let's just.
I don't know, Eric, you think those are fucking great. Actually,
Honestly, I had none.
What kind of jeep do you have, right?
Yeah, it's a 1998 TJ. It's the last model that has a 460 liter. It's the best one. It's all that's running.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main existence. I don't want it to be.
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. So you have this trader.
So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from the INS. Therefore, again, it's us.
Here you have the jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
Yes.
On the other hand,
I was really hoping you could do it.
okay,
I don't think the president.
this is the instruction of the INS instruction of the itself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it won't also in existence. Again, ultimately, it's the travel result that is from your proceeds. Ultimately, again, it should be vaccinating child. I don't know. So I'm not because we should start the call on ourselves. I'm not saying, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother we should be close. You have the opportunity to go and do that or Zara, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see.
I was going to give you some real cheap. The first Jeep after the military was called the CJ or something. Yeah, YJ. People didn't like it, and then there was the TJ. They just keep adding letters. You ever put marshmallow?
You know it's not only here, David. It's for camel they get fat too.
You ever put that marshmallow on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Look, I know what this is doing right now. That shit is delicious. It is not.
Over it, man.
You ever ate sport?
I just thought I worked 6 or 17 years.
I can absolutely right. I can absolutely.
Wait, was that right there? Red Band or me?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was great.
Alright, fun times, Mitchburg. Here he goes, great Mitchboro, everybody.
Let's say again, he asks me to help you. I am allowed to do it even when you get paid for working with Chile.
We're coming in a word of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This young man, very controversial figure at the show. People either love him or hate him. He's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people. He is a polarizing figure. And with no further ado, I get to the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here he is.
Even though you by definition want to continue to honor his existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one. That's why you seek to get paid for it. It's going to do that. So there's a certain. You are second up to chances. So you are somebody who's a good. Not only is there a prohibition to go out plant, not only is there a prohibition to go out but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, I should point out over here that let's say snow is going to be alive. I have to be alive.
Make the fucking sense.
There you go, there's a minute from William Lights Out Montgomery.
Make the fucking sense.
William Montgomery.
What happened last week? Oh, the elephant noise. Last week.
Yep.
Holly was my best set.
Well, you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who have been disinterested.
You didn't tell me it was the crew as well.
Yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary? I hate that fucking pussy.
Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night.
Yeah.
Didn't reciprocate.
I know you're not supposed to do things like that.
I love that guy. Y'all seen David Deary recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual problem.
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch. He's good sitting like that, David Deary. You piece of shit. Why didn't you kiss me last week? But I'm sick, okay? We get it. Everybody gets it. Y'all are in for a treat. You were me a showtime.
Plus, it says, do not plant flower in your field.
Really excited to be here.
Your
pizza Domino's joke is great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
the actual joke itself, like even a
Shack pizza, it's cleans, it's an extra large, it happens to be just large.
I'm a little
Same amount of pepperoni, it's the same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it.
So again,
Calling up Papa John, asking, hey, what is this pizza nut?
you can't do
Or Domino's. And y'all have the cheese bread from Domino's. That is to die for. Jeremiah, it looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude?
Even if it's not directly about
Spencer, what's up? What's up with your hair? Well, I bet it looks pretty. Right, man, what's up with the lid over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the 8th. Last week on the 8th. Why isn't it on YouTube? That was my best set.
Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule was actually people.
Hey, Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
So my sleep schedule evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep about just a touch of 1 a.m. last Monday.
And I called you. And you didn't answer.
And that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off very rarely.
What is your ringer, by the way?
It's the Salt Money from Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. I thought that was Joe Walsh. Sorry.
Anyway, why were you calling me last week at 1:57 a.m.?
I wanted to tell you.
That's really what I think was
Such a pretty surprise really adds to it.
Keep going.
I just wanted to, if I could have got you on the phone, so sweet, so nice.
That's perfect. That's exactly why
When ultimately, again, I kind of have to really
If my eyes are yellow,
do have some like important death topics. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me
yeah,
this.
I asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free.
Thank you, Spencer. You told me, you were like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work in movie theaters. Will you ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters? You ever sneak any food in there?
I have made out with black chicken.
Oh yeah, what movie did you see do that on? Whoa. All right.
You know, I
Oh, really? He called you?
Yeah, go ahead and watch Redman's virtual reality. Start watching it. It's to die for. It is. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Redman, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What are you talking about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it. Get off of VR. Are you fucking with me?
It really moves when you move your mouth. It moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost me $100. What do you mean? There's one left. I support small business. It's so angry and feeling like the last couple of months, like your whole set, your whole everything. You're really gonna call me out on that? I told you what happened. My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby-Doo. Accidentally fed him poison. I injected a debone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
What kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and get in your mouth?
Even though the video is more expensive, you know, the condition of the life, they're not
What's
just
expensive to get your mouth?
The read of the search visibility is absolutely amazing. I'm getting for that from this. What it says, we see low.
You guys can't stop fucking up. This one's 15. Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
This is like the slowly. That's a good start. But there's nothing more consistent. So it wasn't very interesting.
Red Man got tired of on the bike just
So therefore, when you stop, that's what's so sort. How do you start?
Okay, all right, everybody relax. William,
Big sound. An apple wants to destroy the battles of Ganymede.
guys, settle down over here.
He asks him, he wants to hide a new Jew to run break.
This is the biz. All right.
Maybe $50 a barrel.
Keep going.
Yeah, that's a sick.
Daddy, do it.
Really?
So, you guys get paid. I mean, how much your test? Test that you took last Wednesday. How did that go? I had strep.
It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better than strep throat.
I don't have the add-ons.
How's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Where is it?
I want to nevertheless, I committed to go ahead and
What's wrong with you? It's a giantism. That's funny.
It does sort of look like, can you lift up your shirt one more time? David, can you get in there again? It does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into. Like Darth Vader flies his ship into that.
What are we doing and what are we flying into this? Also looks like the garbage dumpster where that snake creature is.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and that is
So I believe that is Tatooine. Maybe. That's it.
See, not really. Not really. It's the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
Sarlacc.
That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit. That's really what it should be.
Is there anything that you really want?
Is there anything in your building?
What do you think's in there? What is that, a black
How do we see it? Maybe. That's weird. Oh shit. What is that? Oh shit. You do that when you're out on the street? What's swimming pools? Oh my god. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
Sometimes, usually swimming laps. That's what it's
Okay, sometimes it's fun, but sometimes it's good when the episode just sort of like cruises down, nice and slow, and we get to really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody, there he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. Fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing for Brian J. Ephel. Let's see what happened here tonight with the theater crew. Sometimes it's a blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yeah, there's the concession stand. I see me. I see William, which rewards his great fire breathing. Is that Storm? Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool cat. Everybody, Michael Lear with the tank. Love it. What a crew. Storm and Jen down below. Spencer up top. Slinging concessions. Chroma 8 to nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to RedJEmail.com. Grab a break. You also have a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction Joker. He has going on right now.
Everything's RyanJEmail.com. Go eat Amino's Pizza. Get your coffee from CavemanCoffeeCo.com. Get your underwear over at Shade. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you can do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co. So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the ginger green. A bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have a roast master class on my Patreon, everything roasting that you might want to know. Actual tons of content, man. Doing Justin Joyce this week, just a few. Sarah Tiana, Ben Jushwal, Dave Lucas, Donna Rollins, Jeff Ross. Tonight, we just talked about making fun of people, so that's exciting. Red Band?
Yeah, check out my virtual Red Band. And also, Ryan Holtzman, Dead Hair, and Warren Brothers in person, which I'm doing on last week. Okay. Check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well, attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts, drawn up by the big maker. Those are mostly Roast Master class made. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
Dr. Phil's and Starbucks assistant manager. I think that was last week. Shakes and Dr. Phil's last week.
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
Jeremiah Watkins out of Midmont. Some guys up here in Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month. We'll be doing some shows there. Last week of the month, Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins.
Also, then subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually a jet ski. Jesse Johnson, quadruple J's tonight. Your Jets Johnson on all platforms. What else, Jen?
That's it. At Jessica Johnson, thanks,
Roma Chris. Do you miss anything tonight, Roma? Check me out. That's right, Baby Boys on Spotify. THBABY1BO. And then, of course, Rachel Virtual Minute was here. Believe it or not, that was the entire time. I know it's shocking. But go ahead, Joel Bird, you have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
His name is here. We are American Treasure.
I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the Comedy Store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie for Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Phil Tony Live.
And then you have the cash. After you do that, then I was going to watch this. What's the over here? She said, you know, that she, this guy, this guy will be the publisher. This guy will also be the publisher. This will publish it in front. Because if it's the first, it's still only a college. That's one by number one to never be. Never be gay. Never have his identity.
of the comedy store. Welcome, Ryan. Good to be here. We're both wearing black pants. Good to be here at the world famous comedy store, live on the Sunset Strip. Speaking of strip, the great Ryan J. Abels is here. This guy knows how to strip down a piece of paper and turn it into an amazing piece of art. He draws every single episode. He's drawing tonight's episode. All those prints are available at RyanJAbel.com. Follow him on social media. He's also been doing auctions, things like that. Incredible stuff as of late. Every tour poster, every episode of the show, every guest that's ever been on.
Joseph, here is your reminder. Cancel my subscription to Novel Crafter.
Shirts, delightful stuff over there. RyanJAbel.com. We're at the comedy store. Things are happening here. Everyone shows out the window, on the patio. Things are happening here. The momentum is once again rebuilding at the store. Excited for a big upcoming return here and other big things happening. But you know what, before we start tonight's episode, let's get a word. You know, you love the show, and the only way to support us is by supporting our amazing sponsors. And here's a little bit more about tonight's incredible, lovely sponsors. Things are challenging these days. Seeing a doctor shouldn't be. That's why I use PlushCare. PlushCare provides primary and urgent health care through virtual appointments, and scheduling an appointment, even for the same day, is really easy. I just pick a slot that works for me and book online, so I don't waste time on hold or sitting in crowded waiting rooms. With my PlushCare membership, I can see my doctor from the comfort of my own home, even in my PJs. I can get diagnosed, treated, and even have a prescription sent to my local pharmacy if needed, all within minutes. And if I have questions before or after my visit, I can send unlimited messages to my care team at any time. Plus, PlushCare accepts most major insurance carriers and is available in all 50 states.
And with how difficult things are, if you're feeling anxious, depressed, or stressed about what's going on in the world, and who isn't, PlushCare doctors are here to help by discussing treatment options and providing prescriptions as needed. You know, where I live, it's really hard to get a doctor. Sometimes you have to wait almost a month just for something basic. It was so nice being able to just fill out a couple questions of the PlushCare app, and it was really easy to sign up. It was really easy to schedule an appointment, and I felt very confident with the doctor that I was given.
All PlushCare doctors graduate from one of the top 50 medical schools in the U.S., highly rated by their patients. That gives me peace of mind that I'm getting the highest quality health care. PlushCare makes it easy for me to get the excellent care I need when I need it. They can do the same for you. Start your membership today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony to start your free 30-day trial. That's PlushCare.com/Tony for a free 30-day trial. You need to see a doctor? Do it online. Make it easy. PlushCare.com/Tony. Hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madison Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Madison Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
He was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it out for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back live on Kill Tony. This is very, very exciting. I'm especially excited about tonight's show because we do have a guest. This young man's been on the show
many times. This is truly, just like me, one of the top young rising comedians in the world. Multiple specials, multiple albums. He's a freak of nature. Another comedian that I started with and I can't wait to hang out with here tonight on the show once again. It's the return of the great Jamar Neighbors, everybody. Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorites on the planet, Jamar Neighbors.
Hi guys.
Hello, Jamar.
Thank you for having me back, Tony.
Indeed, I'm glad you're back. You and I just had fun the other day. We were performing in the window here at the Comedy Store. People loved that packed patio. We did a little fucking duo.
We got it in.
We were like Neil Brennan and Dave Chappelle at the same time as Neil Brennan was funny.
I'm just kidding. Neil, everybody knows you're
Yes, everybody knows Neil. Everyone knows Neil wrote all the good stuff on that show. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have so much fun. Whatever.
How you doing? You guys were awesome. Thank you, man. I like your microphone, man. Oh, thanks, man. For being too much of my funny shit, man.
Right.
That's good.
Indeed. We're gonna have fun tonight, Jamar. I'm sure you remember. It's been a little while, but you remember there's a band on this show?
Right.
Every single episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be before the show. We never know what songs they're going to play. We don't ever know anything about them. Let's all find out what they are tonight because they are the best damn band in the land. It's the Keltoni Band. Jeremiah Watkins, George Menace, Jensky, Jesse Johnson, and Drama Chris. Go. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, we know these guys. Oh my goodness. They are Rastafarians. Oh my God. This guy just took a ball out here. This is incredible. We have the rope snake guy. Very, very famous character in the show's past. How are you, rope snake guy?
Skate up from the island. Catalina Island.
Catalina Island? That's normally we're very rich. You're rich parents. What do they do?
Thanks.
Wow. Hey, how'd you end up like this? They didn't give you a lot of attention as a kid?
No, I made a sculpture.
Wow, very interesting. What'd you have for breakfast today?
French toast crunch.
Beautiful, beautiful. And behind you, we have the former leader of the NAACP. Rachel Dolezal, that's right. How are you, Rachel?
No, man, my name's Kelsey.
Well, you don't even have a Rastafarian accent at all.
No, I'm just high as fuck.
I love it. You're high, huh? How much weed did you smoke today?
Man, I know.
Very exciting. And then clearly next to you, there's a white man wearing a Rastafarian hat with a wig attached. Oh, I also have an accent, Mom. Oh, wow. What's your name? That's Rocco. Why? Rocco from the streets, Mom. Okay, Rocco. And then here we have another beautiful girl. This is a beautiful, beautiful. What's your name, young lady? Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I think it's actually CBD, but don't tell anybody. I'm trying to be cool, man.
Wow, what does CBD stand for?
Can be done.
Wow, very good.
Can be done.
I'm excited that the Rastafarians are here. We're going to well, Rastafarian rim shot tonight. I'm sure we're going to hear that a lot. I'm excited. Let's just jump right into it. We have a bucket filled with comedians' names. What's up there to fill? There's a very limited amount of entrance tonight. But before we go to the bucket, why don't we get things kick-started with an absolute fun here on Keltoni, a guy that everybody knows, a guy that everybody loves, and also some people hate. But I love him, and I refuse to let the naysayers say that he shouldn't be part of the show any longer. I will always fight for what I believe in, and I fight for this man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's known, although the Living Red Machine, the
Tennessee Strangler, the king of the koalas, the great William Montgomery.
Jamar, they call me the Tennessee Strangler. First and foremost, for all the fucking haters out there, get a load of the set. This is probably going to be one of my best sets. Not sure if y'all saw this, but there was an international mixtape competition a couple days ago in Beirut.
Jay, here is your reminder. Remind me in an hour to start eating dinner.
Eat dinner, big dog. Eat dinner, big dog.
American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. In the credits roll, the first 24 names are Jewish. Director, producer, writer, hairdresser, all came through. The dog. What's the difference between Antifa and the Houston Astros? Nothing. They both steal signs and come from a hellhole.
Wait, who does?
The Astros again. Antifa.
Antifa?
Antifa is how it's pronounced.
They both steal signs.
They come from a hellhole. Oh, yeah. They got
Everybody knows. Wait, what movie were you talking about? Okay. And you saw the credits and it had a Jewish director, writer, producer, hairstylist, dog handler, and
hairdresser.
And dope?
Hairdresser and dog.
You mean dope?
What do you mean,
Yeah, that's the name of the
Jamar, do you pronounce it that way? Which one of those jobs were your favorite? The best one? What? The best one? What did I think was the best one?
The Beirut one is my guess. I think you're going to go with the Beirut.
What was my favorite joke you had me to tell? You can wait to tell it. Which one?
Beirut.
Was watching American Pie 2 the other day, and apparently there's a deleted scene where they all get AIDS. I was excited about that.
What did you think was going to happen?
I thought they were all going to get sick. When somebody gets AIDS, they get sick.
Actually,
Magic Johnson. What do you mean Magic Johnson? Who's Magic Johnson? People put my name around. Who is that? No, seriously, who's Magic Johnson right now?
He used to be a basketball player. Yeah.
Now he's what? Guys, what is the AIDS? Tell me about it. Mosquitoes, man. Those things have killed more people than anything else.
Like what?
Malaria, they carry malaria.
What else do they carry? Carry your bags if you're like traveling.
They carry your bags if you're a light traveler. I don't get that one. You want to explain that one? Shut up. You want to explain that one?
You're angry.
Yeah, I'm angry tonight.
Why are you telling me to shut up? Good vibes on me.
Oh, run away.
What'd you say?
Oh, run away. Oh, run away.
Wow.
Oh, they called Reagan.
Beirut is actually my favorite baseball player.
Beirut. What do you mean?
Beirut. Beirut. Do you want to take that again, you bitch?
I'm not lying.
I would fuck you up.
If you look at the video, his hair, there was a mosquito that landed on
I know, it's so funny. You saw that?
That's fucked up.
What do you mean it landed on my beard? Oh, shit, it did.
Come on. You see your head to your head to the right. Go to the right. Wait, go back.
That's it.
Stop moving.
Y'all see that shit?
Million minutes.
He's right next to your iPods.
Oh, right. Sure it is. What is that?
The mosquito soul.
Something like on the light or something.
No, it's mosquito. You mean something on the light? Is something wrong with my face?
Stay right there. Don't move. Now move a little bit towards Ryan. Listen to my direction. Move your head a little bit towards Ryan. No, don't look at Ryan. Move your head towards Ryan. No. Move your body. Let's try this. My body. Move your body towards. No, not that way. Go that way. No, watch me. Don't turn. Just there you go. It's right there. Don't move. Don't move. You see it? What the fuck is that? You don't see that? David. Do you see that? No. William, what did I tell you? Don't move. Stay right there. So put your chin down.
Jamar, get my back on this. Jamar, get my back on this. What are they talking about? Mosquito soul.
David, is that in the lights?
Yeah, fix your lights, you bitch.
No, you're not allowed to call staff members that name. So
Well, he tricked me last night.
he didn't.
Yeah, he tricked me
Is
last
there a
night.
bug on the lights, or is that on his head?
Yeah, what's going on with the lights up there? Sweet little voice is that? Flying the beams. What bitch just said that?
William, you can't just call random.
I'm going to edge, Tony. I'm sick, man. You know I'm sick right now. I got 104. I got 104. I'm an asymptomatic character, and I've been kissing people.
Yeah, because like
David Terry is a faggot.
oh my god. William,
Look at him. Look at his fingers by his penis. That guy knows what's up. I'm going to be kissing him tonight.
no, don't walk that way. Well, William, what's been going on in your personal life? How's your relationship with the girl that hits you?
Last night, honestly, she called me brother, and I started calling her my older sister. Yeah, what's that noise? Was my girlfriend here? Oh, that was fun. Jamar, would you agree that's funny? You get that lucky.
Go ahead and
Jamar, what do you think about me?
Like this as a whole.
Yeah,
You want to look at my bag?
I got
yeah. No, I agree. I think I'm exactly right. I think 100%.
Is that it, Jamar? Is that really what you're going to say? I told you that shit every time I see you. I say, I know, but I hear it. Yeah, so I'm hearing it. And we're in quarantine. What do you do like when you're skating around the skate?
I love that peanut butter colored t-shirt.
It's more of a
A lot of people wearing pumpkin pie this time of the year.
pumpkin pie. What did you call it? Peanut butter? It's more of a... Did you really call it that?
Yeah, I did.
Do you agree with that, Jamar? What would you call this one? Rusted orange pumpkin pie.
Orange juice left out for a week.
Michigan water. Michigan water. Why are you all teaming up against me?
It looks like you just lost on the floor of lava.
Why are you all teaming up against me? It looks like a beautiful shot bug. Why is this happening?
You something serious?
You're all eating your teeth look like little bitches.
You're getting raised by the Lance Armstrong.
What do yours look like? It's called better than this. I'll get more you know, girlfriend when she was sucking your dick. Her knees look good.
We're not going to go down this road because
You know,
your girlfriend looks like you because she's crying all the time.
why did they give me a fucking It's like engineer.
Wake William up.
Man, Brad,
You just got
why did they do that to me right now? Yeah, why did you do that to me? Tomorrow, I've been thinking about holding the microphone this way. You like it?
All right, there goes William Montgomery, everybody. There you go. Another solid week with William.
One love.
Let's get together and feel. All right. show has begun. William has begun it. It has been begun. And he is equally love you, William. Pull the name out of the bucket. Yeah, exactly. He actually called me the other night and kept me on the phone for about 30 minutes, wondering how many people would call me just out of the blue. I believe it was about 11:30 at night. In fact, I don't know. Sometimes I get a call from someone like that, and I'm like, but they're going to know themselves and live, so I'm going to save them if the off chance they're going to kill themselves. I don't think so, but I also think that maybe he didn't get bailed out of prison. Like, a lot of things. He's got a wild, he's a real rock star. Like what you see with William is what you get. 30 minutes, highs and lows in the conversation. He's making me laugh a lot. I'm infuriated at some points, explaining to him some comedy story that he's been breaking lately. Other times he's cracking me up. I mean, extreme highs and lows in this phone. I can't stand being on the phone, especially at 11:30 at night. It ended up not being a suicide call at all or a jail bailout. He was asking me when things open up again, if he can open for me on the road. Was the bread and butter of this conversation. And then he goes, oh, hell no! Which that's exactly what it sounds like. Oh, hell no! He called me one time at 11:30 at night. Oh, boy, he's asking for the number. I'll give it to you. If you, but, what did my partner show? Got it. There you go. See, that's me getting you a gig. That's gonna hold you over for the years until you open up for me. You're welcome. I pulled a name out of the bucket. This should be exciting. I believe this young man's been on the show before. Makes noise for Brandon Bieterstack. Everybody, here we go. Brandon Bieterstack. What's up, everybody? So I was at the grocery store earlier today, and I was buying condoms, and I noticed that there were some sheepskin condoms. I started thinking, the guy who invented sheepskin condoms might have been a pervert. Like, what was that business meeting like? Oh, latex is not well, planning doesn't feel good. Does anyone have any ideas? Sheepskin condoms. Hey, Bill, I gotta ask, how the you know that? So I've been reading this Black Lives Matter thing. Learning a lot. I think mainly I've learned that white people suck. Here's just a couple reasons that why I think white people suck. White people suck because they put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish. You know, white kids speak Klingon. That's a made-up language to speak to only other white chicks. White people suck because they get more mad when you misgender their dog than a trans person. He's a good boy. Apologize to Cooper. Every little thing is gonna be alright. Welcome to the show, Brandon Bieterstack. Where are you originally from? I'm from a small town. What's the name of the small town? Newton. How long have you lived in Los Angeles? 5 years. How far east of La Brea do you live? Very far east. I'm right in Chinatown. Right. So that's about 15-20 minutes east of La Brea for those who don't know. I can tell. That's what someone should write a joke about learning a lot from podcasts.
Hey, what's up, Rabbi? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Did you eat?
I'm about to eat. I'm making. I just made a BLT, so yeah, I didn't do anything with my family this holiday, unfortunately, but yeah.
All right,
It's a regular day.
Word, all right.
great uncle to us all. And wearing Steve Martin's jacket.
Yeah.
But he is a rock star.
It's not dirty, no, nothing. He eats the most spaghetti sauce on it.
So he keeps it clean.
Number one,
Thank you so much, Argus.
gate is over there.
I love it. Just performing through the class.
What happened to the gate? His friends,
I love it. We're doing it. Hey, whatever it takes.
if they take us on idolatry. Halacha number 3 is an
It's crazy, right? I know. That's why I've just been blowing notes to get ready for money. We love you, Argus. Thank you. Follow him on social media.
That jacket's actually black. That's just
next, but again,
Okay, Red Band.
this is going well.
no liability. Right? So who's the jurisdiction of this product?
What you said about white people doing what? White people put more effort into contacting aliens than learning Spanish. And is that because
You need a valid you still need a valid treatment.
it is like that on YouTube? Oh, that's great.
What's
That
this
is like
is a short season here for
do
short.
you put more
What's
effort
it here for short? What's it
contacting aliens? I am an observant of my fellow whites.
So you're just criticizing what very few white people do. And make
Oh, bullshit! There are plenty of whites that are obsessed with aliens.
actually, Red Band, if you're going to burp, please, just don't turn your head in my direction and burp. It's very bizarre. There's all of that way. And really just burping, without you, like you're at home.
I think it's a difference too. We're in Los Angeles, so there are white people who speak Spanish here. But if I'm from Iowa, where there's 2 dudes who speak Spanish, and I'm one of them. You should always wear a silver jacket.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's so funny you mentioned it. I thought those were going to be the next words out of my mouth. I pictured a silver jacket and you just fucking salt water. Have you thought about this?
No, but I will never forget that.
What's your sex life like?
I haven't been laid in almost a year, but this weekend I'm gonna get laid a bunch.
How do you know that?
I'm going to like a quarantine fuck shack thing. Where's this at?
That's a good question.
It's well, I said Black Lives Matter 2 seconds ago. Why not? Only white people allowed. You want you to room. I have more to learn.
Tell us about this fuck shit.
It's on Airbnb. If you guys want to link to it later, it's $130 a night. It's one of the better shacks in Victorville, which is close to Big Bear, but not in Big Bear. This is real shit. I've actually heard this from somebody that
Rabbi Meir, he accepted himself in front of the social idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted himself David, he has accepted himself all of the mitzvos except the one. He's not a team culture. Incredible. The bicycle from Miyakadi.
But now it's kind of one of those things where, I had to get tested yesterday to convince this girl to thought she, it's a different
So you had to convince a girl who's going to be at the fuck shack?
to go to the function.
Well, the fuck shack is a little place where we can fuck together. And then the fuck shack, baby. It's the fuck shack, baby.
So you have to convince a girl to go with you to the fun shack, or they're just at this fun shack.
And why did she make you get tested? You seem like
Name it like you would cure STDs if you found something.
I don't have to get tested for STDs.
Oh, would you have to get tested?
Yeah.
Jesus, that's so dumb. You could totally catch corona before that.
I agree, but you can also cure most STDs. So you have to bring a girl to this fuck shack in order to come. That's why you're asking her.
That was not before you needed to get tested for STDs before going to a
Not
fuck
for
shack.
a long enough time because
It's like BYOB type of shit. It's pretty much like all the massage parlors that used to be fuck shacks during the quarantine, and we all got together and rented Airbnbs.
So there's gonna be a gang of Asian bitches there.
It's gonna be one chick. I'm just worried.
What's the ethnicity of the girl that you're interested in having sex with?
This one's gonna be white.
Have you ever been with any other type of woman?
I've been with one black chick.
Yeah, really?
Hispanic.
Did she rape you, or like how did that happen? Did you romance a black woman? I cannot picture this for the life of me.
She, out of any girl I've ever been with, is the one who like freaked out the most to find out that belly button ring. Like black chicks aren't that.
Please.
Fuck you, I've been sitting
A belly button ring?
I got a piercing which says you like tribal tattoo around it. No, that'd be gay.
So, is it still pierced?
It's actually harder to take out.
You named it too. You got about seen it
Yeah,
trivia?
no? Yeah.
You seen it shit?
Fuck shack, you're trying to get me in trouble.
You see it belly button ring.
Another piece of it, send that meat to honey, yeah.
Very high on top.
This is by far the fattest I've ever been.
It's okay. We know you can tell the story.
Hello.
Oh, here we go.
You know, he's just beating up out of the reason.
This nigga thought you here.
Oh my God! No! Please leave him come back. Oh my God! You're so hairy, and that is like a gem. Listening to the podcast, there's like a gem at the bottom and a gem at the top.
I'm stuck.
It is unfucking believable. This thing.
What is it? What's hanging from the
Here's the thing, girls won't fuck me if I've been dating me, so this is just a regular old belly button.
So wait, you had it at Bingley before?
And they can hear it like making noise. Fuck me if I have a dangly because I'm a beautiful so dangly when I'm going down on that girl. Go down on that girl.
Thank you.
That shit look like it's stink.
It looks like there's a drink.
I still have the price tag on it from Forever 21.
It is so bizarre. Do you do that to be funny? Like, why do you still have that? Why do you do that? Why? Is it to be funny?
It's a balloons to it. It's not for material.
You only do it for the laughs, right?
Yeah.
Does it make you feel good in any way?
I feel less homophobic in a weird way.
That's
What the description says, this wine is like the SF. This is ultimately again of this water, ultimately again for so actually puzzle they pick up. Actually, let's finish. Let me honest, let's finish this.
Let me wear that shit.
how homophobic were you
Tell me honest, what
before?
do you see there? Tell me honest.
You're from a small town in Iowa. You should be.
That's the best part. It's like, yeah, small town Iowa. This is like, fuck yeah.
Does your father know? Are you close with your father? He lives in a small town in Iowa, right?
Dad knows. He texted me.
He's a high school football coach.
My dad has given me a conversation multiple times where it's okay to be gay, even though I'm not. He's just like, if you want to come out, man, I wouldn't even care.
Right, no. I would imagine so. What does he do?
My dad is a salesman.
in the doctor of a West
What
Coast
is he
company.
really?
Yeah, he's always been a salesman. He switched jobs. And
What was that selling shit?
Got searched. He was trying to figure out
I'd have a nicer one, probably.
How many different belly button attachments do you have?
7
So
or 8.
now he just got
7 or 8? Oh my god, you're like a video game.
Is that your friend?
Like I said, the girls don't like the creepy ones. But my favorite one
What is that then?
He's like a kid. Doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen? If you launch the information and the data on this out, so you can get no show. So you can get no show. To which the Gemara says no. So that means that no. Reaching the trust about the trust. No. He uses the US and he's actually going for shots. What is he for shots? What's the Rothschild? He's standing. He's strong, remember? He's challenged. What's that? It's just cool. You cannot carry from a home. Right here,
Or they have a black one in there. So those of you just joining the show, this guy has a belly button piercing. For those of you that have been watching the whole time, it's still there. He still has it. How long have you had this for?
9 years.
9 years. I'm calling the police. I'm about to call the police.
Roger said that's a lot of
Are you gonna wear that belly button ring to the fuck shack, or are you gonna wear it?
No, she's one of the specific girls who just don't like the dang.
Did you move from Iowa 5 years ago?
Yeah,
Has your father ever seen your belly button piercing?
he saw it the first day.
What did he say?
He said, "Do not get another piercing without telling me."
Where else could you even get pierced that would be that offensive?
Honestly, I was done. It was a one and done. I'm not gonna
So the only piercing you've ever had in your life was your belly button. What made you do that?
I think it's funny. It was 9 years ago. It seemed kind of
You
funny.
didn't do that because it was funny. And 9 years later, you still think it's funny.
It is funny. Hey, no, I'm telling you, I think it's funny.
I don't put out sex almost ever. Interviews, it comes up more often.
Let me ask you this. What else have you done like that that's funny? Like, what else have you done?
In high school, if people cheered my name, I would eat bugs.
What kind of bugs would you eat?
The most famous, like, notorious Brandon bug eating situation was in front of, like, a local football crowd. Someone had caught a giant praying mantis, and they all cheered my name. I ate them. It was fun. But yeah, honestly, like, I know you guys probably think that would make me like the loser, but
That shit, dude.
No, I love it.
You remember hearing the yearbook?
yes.
School shooter. I need my mattresses.
So this fuck shack, there's going to be one girl there that you really want to. How long have you been communicating with this girl that you're looking forward to having sex with this weekend?
She's my ex, so like,
How long did you guys date for?
a year.
How long have you been broken up for?
Close to.
And how long have you been communicating about going to the fuck shack?
3 weeks, because we fucked.
So it's been
3 weeks.
I just asked you how long it's been since you had sex, and you said a year ago.
It had been a year since that 3 weeks, and then I convinced the girl to go to fuck shack.
Where did you fuck her 3 weeks ago?
At my buddy's
Where in your parents' house?
He was out of town. He said could stay there to watch his dogs.
And then you brought a girl to where you're at. You guys have some. That's where the dog is bring with you. Or the dogs.
No, actually, I would have left them.
Are they corn babies? They about 2 feet long? Were they bred? Yeah. Okay.
I always think they're branded.
So how many people do you think are going to pick the fuck shit?
Shake shit
So it's just 2 people. So
I'm gonna fuck him, and then like that's the plan.
are there other people that are going to be there?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck until the fun
That's a new thing that people have, like fun parties and use Airbnb. It's a fun shack, baby.
I thought that
Get your belly button pierced at the fun shack. All right. No, leave it out forever for the rest of the night. Even in your Uber ride home, you have to. I can't believe you said folks are getting disabled renting an Airbnb and I'm planning a family. Yeah, nigga, you're not cool. No, I have a Bella and my It's not a fun check. You haven't even given the entire place on Airbnb. There's probably I feel like you probably budgeted it out. You're like, one room available, share house, share bathroom. No dogs, cats, nothing but pigeons.
The host said that she would be there for check-in on the recent
That's my goodness. Well, this has been so much fun. We spent way too much time with you. In 7 years, over 2,000 people pulled out of this fucking week. You are the first male with a belly button piercing. We squeezed all we could out of you. Brandon Peterson, everybody, there he goes. Holy shit. Holy shit. Incredible. My mind is blown. Josh, have you ever seen anything like that in your whole life? It's a real hairy belly button. Really? Yeah, but
Cisco probably had one too.
Yeah, Cisco had one.
guys that can like pour water on themselves and be attractive to women can get away with it. But Brandon, we can respect us.
He was literally a vacuum. Whatever that means.
I'll tell you this ex-Canadian definitely does not have his belly button pierced. I can pretty much damn well guarantee that. This guy is a tough guy. He's a tough cookie. He's a roast god. He's a great joke writer, great comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas. It's David. It's David's music.
I think eating ass is some guys that need a place to live. But due to boredom, my girl convinced me to eat her ass during quarantine. She was cool. And she was like licking on a kneecap. We got the same type of stuff. But while I was eating her ass, can you believe that this bitch farted 4 years down the drain of her? That bitch had me like some early in the summer. That shit was black people stop being valuable to white people. I think you got one up in the parents. After they made something like it got me faster than
Did you really eat this girl's ass? It was an ass and a fart in just 60 seconds. Whoa, 2 fart noises.
Two parts.
The fart. The fart. You don't like eating ass? Like ass?
Only time I ate ass by accident because the ass is only the
That's not how it works.
That's the only time when I've been
David accidentally eats anything that's an inch away from anything. It's like a little hole. It's like this thing you have to put to get in there.
Something just got out of I'm scared of being clipped.
Yeah, why are you scared of that? Wait, say that again?
Because I be having like strange feelings in my head, like this stuff got things that are
whoa, you're that afraid of being with someone that used to have a dick. Big Flank's one of my favorite rappers.
I mean, if I fuck trans,
Just trans. Just leave it in trans. You had it in trans. So you need to add anything more.
if I fuck a trans, what is that?
Exactly, Joy. What would happen? What do you think would happen if you were with a woman and let's say she's like, fuck me, and you walk in and she says that she's already bent over and you fuck her and you're like, alright, I'm gonna see you, and you flip her over and there's just a giant cock there. So what would happen?
Yeah, I get you right.
What do you think you would do? Your first move's just a punch? Seriously, like if you came and then you found out.
I came, I was
Really? So you'd be more mad if you came than if you didn't.
especially if the pussy was good.
Okay, let me ask you this. Hold on, everybody. Let me ask you this. So let's say you fuck this girl, right? Or whatever, right? And you have sex and you come on, say, her back, right? And she like doesn't even roll over, right? And you're just sort of hanging, and then you get excited again. Maybe she says something, right, that turns you on, and you start fucking her again, right? And then let's say you come again, right? You pull out, shoot on her back again, right? You lay down for a bit. You can't even believe it. But 15 minutes later, you get hard again. You start fucking her again. You come again. Would you be more mad coming 3 times? Coming once? Coming twice? When does it become like, you know what, I fell in love with you on that 3rd time?
I don't feel like that would happen to me until, say, hypothetically.
I think it would.
You're trying to be your dick fixing. So the thing is, if I'm gonna fuck a girl and she has a dick, that means I don't know her. I'm gonna never use condoms. If I go with a girl like 24 hours, I don't use condoms.
24 hours is the limit.
Yes, I have to let her push it.
24 hours, and you're like, all right, you passed the questionnaire. Condoms are out the window. How do you actually, let me, hold on, I'm sorry to cut you off. What if you haven't known her for 24 hours, she hasn't made a good question, right? And you're like, oh, fuck you, let's put this condom on, and she's like, all right, give me one too. Would you stop there, or would you just pretend like you didn't hear?
I'm gonna stop with DDT that bitch.
DDT! Oh my god, that's what's crazy about that move is that they end up doggy dick up that bitch. What is DTD?
DDT? Yeah. DTD is what you do.
Look, perhaps have you thought about this? Have you thought about this? I don't even know what it is now. He's just saying, gibberish in the blood going, boom. A DDT. That's a fucking Ryan, you ask more questions about world famous things than anybody. I mean, I have 6-year-olds right here that tell me. Question for the adult. It's really everyone. Okay, so have you ever thought about perhaps, coming up with your own ways of saving your pride in this situation? Perhaps you have sex with a woman who turns out to be a man. She tells you that she's a man, right? After you have sex with her, and you go, oh, there's something I didn't tell you. I'm blind and deaf, so I didn't hear or see any of that. And
I will say this about 3 years ago. Years ago, I first got my a training that hit me up, but the man was so bad. I know she was a trainer, and she worked for the airline, so we almost literally like hooked up. It was like 2 weeks before she was about to get my ticket. She was like, I gotta tell you something. I was born a man.
oh,
What airline? Transcontinental. Oriental Air. What would you guys do if you fucked a girl and then afterwards you came and everything? She said like, "Hey, I used to be a guy." What would you guys do? I'd be like, "Oh, that'd be awesome." Get out all in the next day.
Raven's gonna order Uber. And you call some noodles or rice? You gonna still talk to me?
Grease, Postmates, DoorDash. All right. So you're asking if a girl was like, you came and you fucked her, and then you came, and then she said afterwards, what would you guys do? I'd be like, I would cry, and then I would call myself
I'd probably become celibate on some real shit.
Yeah, you would totally stop having sex. Yeah, you would become something 3 days later. Once those balls reach maximum level, you would be hitting her up again. You're like, hey, can we do that again? But this time, don't tell me what the mark we used. Literally, bygones be bygones.
If you fucking trans,
No.
This is like a movie sequel to a Rabbi talking transphobia. You want to go to the fun shack tomorrow?
if you fucking trans and the pussy be good, I'm gonna have some, that shit would like turn me into an alcoholic. I'm gonna have so many questions like, have I been doing this shit with my whole life? Then you gonna worry about getting a bitch pregnant? Like, nigga, that's almost a W.
I don't feel like it is, bro. I don't feel like it is at all.
Can trans pussy get STDs?
I mean, a nigga just fucking shit out of you. How you feel about that?
No, I don't think anybody's getting fucked. I'm pretty sure you know that they used to be mad if they fuck you. Well, no, if they throw a dick in your ass,
What is your pussy in my mouth right now? And why are you wearing my Jordans? Those are my shoes.
Yeah, that's why I be scared of women with big hands and big feet.
You can get it. Don't ask me sex, ask me shoe size.
Some mothers, bitch.
Over the top became over the bottom.
I always used to look at Adam's apples. I thought that was a thing.
Red man started looking at candy.
And you fuck. Oh my god. Well, this has been a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. You just had a nigga with a belly button.
Yeah.
God damn, you look like somebody I picked up in high school.
Really?
If a nigga ain't a bug, I'm just like,
Why would you beat his ass? That's hilarious.
He's not even a trans.
because that's what kids think out there. We need to get the boys a little bit.
Well, you need to film him eat that bug, put it on YouTube and make some money. All right. David, fun, very fun interview. I love this. Thank you so much. The great David Lucas, everybody. David Lucas, funny on social media. Make sure you're following him. Great videos, great jokes. We want to tell you about our newest sponsor, SK Kratom. Now, if you're over the age of 18 and not familiar with Kratom, listen up. Kratom is natural. It is the leaf of a tropical evergreen tree mainly found on the island of Borneo. For hundreds of years, it was used by the people of Indonesia. Workers in the rice fields would chew the leaves to help with energy and stamina throughout the day, similarly to how Americans drink coffee or energy drinks. Most Kratom consumers use Kratom as an alternative to dangerous and addictive pharmaceuticals. Kratom has been scientifically proven to be safe.
SK Kratom is the best in the business. They have been a top Kratom supplier for over 6 years. They traveled to even Indonesia numerous times to see how and where their suppliers operate. So they were able to weed out bad product and suppliers, which is really important. SK put the effort in, so you are getting the best possible product. SK operates as a legitimate herbal supplement business with rigorous standards to ensure the consumer has the highest quality, safest product, including testing by third-party FDA consultants to prove the quality of SK Creative.
So if you're into creative, get it from SK Creative. Go to soapcorner.com and use the promo code KILLTONY30 for 30% off your first order of $35 or more. That's soapcorner with a K.com and code KILLTONY30 for 30% off. Soapcorner.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. This product is not for use by sale to persons under the age of 18. This product should be used only as directed on the label. It should not be used for regular nursing. It's a physician before you have serious medical condition and use prescription medications. The doctor's advice should be sought before using this and any other supplemental dietary product.
Oh wow, this young lady has been on the show numerous times. It's been a very long time. She's a writer. She's an employee at the Comedy Store. It's been a very long time since she's been on. We're excited to have her back. Here she is, everybody. It's Joy Eileen. Here we go. It's Joy Eileen, everybody.
So my mom just told me that she doesn't trust magicians because they lie. She also told me she doesn't like bisexual people because they can't make up their mind. This is from a lady who cannot decide if she wants tacos or hot dogs for dinner. I signed up for a Zoom workout class, but I told the lady that my camera was broken. So then I just watch her work out and eat chips. I can't watch my 600-pound life because I get saucy and think I'm hot. I cannot wait until thrift stores open again because everybody's been cleaning out their closets and dying. I don't eat eggs.
Very fun. There you go. Absolutely. That's where that went in. Yep. There you go. Very good. Thank you, Skeeter. Okay, Joy Eileen is back on the show. Fun stuff there. Magician. Bisexuals. Your mom's like that?
Yeah, she is.
How old is she?
She is 67.
Where does she live?
Madera, Fresno.
Fresno. Oh, okay. It's one of the north of Los Angeles by about what, 4 hours?
3 hours.
3 hours. That's fun. That's where you were raised.
Yes. Actually,
A lot of
Fresno State.
windmills up there.
No.
What's Fresno known for?
Yes, lots of dogs. Yeah, well, yeah, bulldogs, but yeah, Shark the Tart, he was a basketball coach. Yeah, he threw shit. Yeah, he got really mad at me once because I asked one of his basketball players to break into my car.
Why?
Because I locked my keys in my car and I was like, hey, you could break into cars and tell me not to talk to his players.
Was it a black guy?
Yeah.
You break into cars? Jamal, what do you think? Because you're a senior black correspondent. And my woman is to break the car.
You break into it.
I'm like, what do I get? I too, much like you talked about, I too love watching my 600-pound life. I mean, that is my thing. And 1,000-pound sisters. Have you seen this show? Unfucking believable. Unbelievable. When the quarantine started, I got down on this. 1,000-pound sisters. Just unbelievably grotesque human beings. Jeremiah, I see you nodding along.
Each other fat, and then the other one looks at him and goes, bitch, you got the fries.
I mean, these two women are just humongous white women. Jim, what are your thoughts about this? You're senior black horse.
He's a 2,000-pound white horse.
Yeah.
And they just in the ground all day naked.
Well, not naked. But very easy accents.
Oh,
I mean, But they do for a living. But they get money somehow.
Yeah, from the government. Yeah. One of them can't get out of bed until she's had, I believe, 3 cans of soda. She's so addicted to soda that she has to literally drink it to get out of bed.
Are they
I think it's just regular Pepsi or Coke.
big or red?
They are those.
Oh,
They are.
I'm fucking with the big one. Yes. Yes, you are. 10,000 pound nickel. Big, good, two giant boobs that go on the ear. Perfect frame. How tall is she? Oh, yeah.
They don't necessarily get much working out. The only working out that they do in those ancestors is my 600-pound life is e-bikes.
What's that?
It's an electric bicycle. It's just kidding.
Oh, that's funny.
It's a running
Super lasting. That's what? Super hilarious the first time and the last 6, 7, 8 weeks.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's gonna be funny. It's for eternity. The E in e-bike stands for eternally funny. E-bikes.
Electronic bike sauces. Just the bicycle. How many pounds it is?
Their show is not about losing weight. Sometimes they'll try to lose weight, and it's very easy for them to lose weight. They basically have to do nothing except like stop eating pies. Just if they like to take a break from eating pies, literally eating pies. If they take just a few days off of eating pies, they lose like 30 pounds. Because their body's so used to just pies and so much other shit. And almost, I would guess probably like 30s in their 30s.
You're not dead.
They're close. One of them's closer than the other. The one that's the one has a forehead that protrudes out, and the other one has 2 eyes that look opposite.
Which one would you keep? You had the forehead.
Well, I mean, that forehead is pretty intriguing. And the pie, you know what I mean? It's all over.
I just wondered, like if you, how they clean themselves, they were like lifting its head up, and so just mushrooms and shit. Do they have kids?
Stomach pot. They do have a boyfriend. That's one creepy guy that's. Oh, actually, you know what? One does have a skinny black man boyfriend that comes in once in a while. I remember that.
Really?
Yeah. It's incredible. It's just mind-blowing. You ever watch those defenses?
No, I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
I love your thrift store joke. That's very accurate too. I didn't even think about that. Unfortunately, two thrift stores in Burbank just closed down because you can't pay a rent when you're already making thrift store money. I guess.
They get grants when they do things.
So, good world does it.
On and off, though. More off and on. No, I started here. Yeah. Well, I did it a couple times before Kentucky, but I bombed so fucking hard on that stage. Yeah, it was bad.
What happened?
Steel and like words. Yeah, it was right when Frank had won. And I got up there, and I don't know, when you first do it, you don't bomb. You know, like your first set, like I feel like you bomb your first set, you can do it again. So I did it, and I had all of this fucking confidence. I'm a fucking idiot, and I got up there, and nobody laughed. And then I made fun of Pat, and everybody laughed. So we were like, you can leave now. Fucking thank you.
Okay. How you been spending the quarantine? You have kids?
And kids.
Freckle Dick.
Yeah, Freckle Dick. Yeah, he wanted to come tonight. Just sneak me in. He wants to kiss my hand with Freckle.
How come they don't do 1,000 pounds? But then also the midgets and shit in their house, like all that shit. That'd be kind of tough.
Absolutely. Fucking circus. Great circus world.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's what it's coming to. Just mash a bunch of freak shit. Get a guy in there with a very chest and belly button, right?
Yes.
Just let me be in there. Call it fuck shack. Fuck shack. Alright, so everything's been good during the quarantine?
Yeah, I didn't stop working yet.
It's not easy. And it's fun for people with China was see this for like you think it out, it's actually kind of a thing. You think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. Do you know what? And some of you think that like the rules are just blind past. False. Right? Just that. Because we're doing the work. So it's dirty work. Again, it's right. It's often the work.
Miss Aquarius.
Chiropractor didn't close, so I actually have to stop working. Yeah.
Oh, so you're still giving massages?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, I stopped the massage podcast, so John and I started one. Apparently, John's funnier than me, so fuck that.
There you go.
Everybody who listens to it, they're like, man, John's funny.
It's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, there you go. Well, thank you so much for coming on this evening. Fun times. Joy Eileen, everybody. There she goes. All right. Back to the bucket. Step back from the ledge. All right. Hold another name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Spencer O'Neill. Here we go. Spencer O'Neill. He is coming to the stage. S-P-E-N-C-E-R. O'Neill is his name. Here he is, Spencer O'Neill.
And yes, other questions. There's other else.
Been a bit of a dry spell lately. Since you got so bad that now whenever I hear about a guy who looks like me, he's getting laid, I'm like, nice. That's us. We're doing that. Fucking recently learned that I can't tell Italian people and gay people apart because they both use their hands so much when they talk. Like the other day, I was talking to a guy and I went to kiss him and he was like, "Well, what are you doing? I'm Italian." I was like, "Oh, my God." And I was talking to another guy. And I went to him like, "No." He's like, "Hey, what are you doing? I'm gay." I was like, "I can't tell people apart." Sweats too much. Actually, just recently, West Hollywood, if you're not familiar, it's a very Italian neighborhood. Italian guys going around kissing each other. Y'all look like me. Oh my God, nice. That's all I got.
Wow. Brilliant. Beautiful. A complete work of art. 58 seconds of absolute tying it all together in great jokes. That's fucking awesome, Spencer. Welcome to the show. We're happy to have you. How long have you been doing stand-up? Awesome. Where are you from? Wow. How long have you been in LA? That's awesome, man. What part of Alaska? Goodness gracious. What's it like up there? Tell me more about Alaska. I know fishing, like what were you into?
Fishing and shit. I used to go to a small native village. Hated white people.
You guys drink together, you ayahuasca? What are we talking
We
about?
go to like a campfire.
And you can do it with the natives? Oh, you would hope to not run into natives? They were around and they could see you? How do you
My uncle lived there.
he was there
He used
for
detention.
violent towards white people?
Well, it's different. There's
Just natives. Today of Aprils. Fuck shacks. That's incredible. What else about Alaska? I really don't know that much about it. Is a lot of salmon there?
Alaska natives. What? What's that? The crazy thing Eskimos?
I think
Well,
are
they're Eskimos. I'll say that. The crazy thing about Alaska, I thought, was like we do comedy, TV shows, whatever, and then it's like different. People come out, just something. It's just like, and there's you don't want to go back to your hotel. You don't want to do anything except like, hey, this is still daylight. It's like you're like, it's daylight outside. I should be sleeping right now. Right. I was born there, so I never really realized it until I moved here. So really, it's like people can't drink outside of Alaska. They're looking at shit things like 11:30.
Yeah, they all have drinking programs.
What's the name where those cults that apartments? Yeah, no, that's all we find. Some bubble gum. No, for real, they sell.
Did you ever kill a seal? Really, they are? Have you ever seen a native kill a seal? Oh, there we go. We have some actual audio coming in from Alaska right now. Oh, jeez.
I've never seen an Eskimo really huge people.
Did you ever see a bear up there? You've seen bears? What is that like? Would they ever attack you?
I was camping one time in a bear cave.
How about a jungle? Have you ever seen a jungle?
I just realized we haven't heard the bears for so long.
Yeah, it's incredible. Have you ever seen a frog up there? Does that noise ring a bell? How about a body guy? Oh, what's velvet? What's that? What's that one? Have you ever seen a velvet? Things on the soundboard right now. No, you're amazing, Spencer. That was super interesting. Tell us more about your life. What do you do for work? How you made money in the past?
I was just doing comedy.
How long ago? A year? But like, when exactly?
Almost a year ago.
Right. Were things going good?
Yeah, it's doing all right. I was doing better before.
Right. And then COVID hits, and I mean, it just must be a crushing blow.
I mean, money-wise, I was making more money.
Yeah, I mean, that's like that. We look up.
Before I moved here, I was doing well.
Let's say the opposite case.
So you're making money.
When they changed it, they made it.
Yeah, you mess it.
Instead of 600, it's 200.
It is interesting. Case number one, suitcase. I read up
It's pretty crazy, though. I like my girlfriend has a job in
$2,000. Case number one, he goes off,
Yeah,
sells
South
his item.
Americans never seem to
Goes off,
complain
sells
about
his
it.
item.
Right.
Those
It's
two
also
see
super
back
rich.
to that.
A lot more fun.
$2,000. Everything
I kept getting the other one. I don't know, they did not get played.
sell my idol at
Decrepit company
Friday.
that pays its employees, scams kids that they got the right to hire. They spend more money on lawyers to not have to pay.
And Snapchat series.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to get one. The news wasn't good enough. We went into bitches Snapchat show. And the night before we did it, our medium kids birthday party and posted it on social media. And they saw the video before we went into the meeting, and we knew when they asked us what that was all about, that we didn't get to show them we were about to pitch.
You can't be on Snapchat. Your Snapchat series because.
Here,
Back to you,
while
man.
I saw
You
my
guys
life,
have
or
gangbangers
while
out
I
there?
go
Yeah, smokes. Three smokes. Oh, for you, how dangerous, dude.
Yeah,
White people, they're like, it's just white people.
someone,
do you have any hobbies or
want
special skills or talents or anything like that? Fun facts about you?
Entertaining shit.
Other than that, I mean, nothing. Like I used to collect baseball cards. I wrestled in high school. I'm currently a semi-pro golfer. Learning how to getting my pilot's license. Yes, I'm very Italian, and I'm gay, and I love that chick.
If you notice at the beginning of Kia Government, that's what we just said before, but that's what. That's what the narrows will say. When do you want the continued existence? But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the idol sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the mess up because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these fucking items. Why should it be awesome? Rothschild, Garrett is Rothschild, Garrett Oliver fucking, she or she at the end of the process.
Does it make complete sense to
You have two brothers. One is converted, and what they're both actual brothers.
but like anything, any hobbies other than comedy or
So brother Garrett, brother So what happens? Their father died. The father and father died. So we lost this estate. In the estate, is idolatry, and let's say permanent. So there, no,
making very entertaining stuff. No, it's not what I'm asking. Anything about the entertainment industry. How about in the past?
No, I guess I gotta go. Have you ever played Disney Weeks? It's airsoft.
Say it again?
Airsoft.
Yeah, with people.
It's kind of like Vegas.
Okay.
It's kind of fun.
Tell us about that. I never hang out with my Venezuelan friends when there's Mexicans around.
Is there anything in your refrigerator inside?
That's a great question.
No, it's fucking
Do you have a refrigerator? It's empty.
some chicken and spinach. When was the last time you had French toast or crunch? Years ago. Bitch wants you to leave.
Oh, wow, thank you. That's boy. Really letting the outside in. Oh, is there any do you know anything about collecting jugs of piss?
However,
I figured he was going to talk about it.
So, thank you, Mitch. Wow, that seems to be
wants the continued existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued. And therefore, it's multi. So what's the problem? What's the case over here?
Exactly the question I was asking.
I'm just happy. Mitch didn't get some fucking lies about it. So I used to live with Mitch. Big fat guy.
Yeah,
Had Mitch better on social media.
tell us about this.
So I used to live with him. And then he had this terrible girlfriend. They had this lesbian.
That's from
They were fine, but they were fucking really loud.
The lesbians.
Yeah, and I had to pee.
that was fine for
I
me.
didn't interrupt them,
How
so
would
there's
you
no way to
explain
go to
to
the
a
bathroom
friend
without walking right past something that just my room. People blood jug. That's this is a fucking problem. Eating blood jug. I need jugs.
How did you have these 3 jugs just laying in your room?
I had one jug, and it was a water jug that I drank all the water.
Okay, how big of a jug? Like, what is a jug to you? You're from Alaska. I picture a jug.
3 X's on it. You hold it over your shoulder.
Like a Winnie the Pooh jug.
Yeah, you drink it. You
Like a honey jug.
You're ready.
Why wouldn't you just be like, hey, this is my house. Hey, what is this? Hey, man, I'm coming through. Let's go. This.
I don't know if you kick him to the fucking side or
They put you there. Are they hot lesbians? So, like, how you said they were having loud sex.
I don't think they knew I was home.
Do you think they had like strap-ons on or something? Like, how does lesbians get that loud? I always picture lesbian sex being quite quiet. You would spy. You mean in the middle of the living room? Was it like a motorcycle or was it like an e-bike? Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry. Alaskan girls? Seattle lesbians. Okay, let's wind down a little bit. Let's all take a breath. So, you filled this jug of piss? Pissed in it one time? Was it a full jug?
No, it's a gallon jug.
What else? Did you shit in it?
Shit next to it, but I cleaned that up. I've never seen
Oh my goodness, this is incredible. So how many jugs?
Actually, we weren't allowed to shit in the house because it was crazy. It was one of the Winnebago dinners. It was a nice apartment. We didn't go to a different part of the building for shit.
Because she said that you guys shit too much or something?
She just didn't like the smell of shit.
But she would allow 2 Seattle lesbians to fuck in her living room? Oh, come on.
I'm in trouble because I got a job.
I mean, Mitch clearly still wears the clothes that the lesbians have slept in his house.
It's not the same place that Mitch lives in now, right? No, Mitch doesn't live in the city.
I thought they were Seattle girls. I thought you guys drove down here every Monday just to be team player. This is fucking awesome. Such compelling interviews on this episode of Kill Tony. Every single fucking person. The first guy was a little bit worried about me. He's like, check this out. Shows that belly button piercings. Piercings or tattoos. Are you fucking kidding me? You think this guy's awesome? I can see that with real nipple rings. Yeah, right.
You check it out. You got both jewelry. You got a juice and piercings on that.
Good lord, that is horrible. So what do you end up doing with this jug of piss?
Well, I forgot about it, and Mitch stormed into my room. I was comes up to me and goes, hey, what's in this jug?
Oh, shit.
I tried to lie. I got some apple cider. He told me, I immediately called my bluff.
Mitch said that he told you.
He drinks of it. I can do it.
Wow. And then he's like, why the fuck do you have a jug of piss?
I tried to explain the last dance.
How long do you think the jug was there until mid-Chicago. Okay, guys, that has nothing to do with this. I mean, how long is it? A day? Jesus, how are you? I'm going to start taking chunks of this everywhere. I went to work and I came home. I was in your room, by the way. Yeah, what the fuck were you drinking in this room? That's crazy. City of Mystic of this. Unbelievable. So much fun, Spencer. Unbelievable set. I mean, in 60 seconds, you had multiple jokes, multiple callbacks, tied it all together. Unfucking believable. Probably one of the best 60-second sets we've seen here. Absolutely forever. Very impressive. Thank you so much for coming by. Spencer O'Neill, everybody. Wow. What an episode. Very, very, very compelling show this evening. Having fun here. I don't know what you guys think, but I think there's only one way to put a little ribbon on this pumpkin pie to be called an episode of Kill Tony, and we're about to do it right now. This next comedian, ladies and gentlemen, one of the true legends of the show, a guy who, I think he's awake, ladies and gentlemen, he is originally from Chicago, a former improv black belt over at Second City, and started stand-up very, very recently, and has been a regular on the show for quite a few months now. I absolutely love with all of my heart. This is a guy that I truly care deeply about and absolutely love. One of my favorite comedians, from the Top Gun Rising comedians in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, you know what? Actually, okay, let me put it to you this way. We've seen this guy on the show a couple times before. Here he is for his return. It's the one and only Injured Dice Clay, everyone. Here he is. It's Injured Dice Clay. Here he is.
What we call when we make a mistake. But again, it's about what is good, what we need in order to be successful. That's how we do it. So what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make it successful, they do it. When success is accomplished, you relax the standards, that's how you do it.
I think you forgot something.
That's in this world and in this world. In this world, Chazal, Christ will be how do you listen? Here, Kosher, my shape, my thoughts. What's the difference? Hey, dear Kosher. Come here, dear Kosher. Go ahead and polish or legit. Remember, has the ability to gain desires as well, thereby to commission with others as a theological significance. So, dear Kosher wasn't an easy religion in the point is that the definition of struggle. She points out the dear Kosher, able always ultimately the Christian doesn't worship sheep. Imagination wants to come with Rothschild. But again, he's like a couple with everything else except he doesn't worship. It's what is it?
Injured dice play.
The reason that was
It's what I've got. Yes, injured. So good to have you back on the show. You are injured dice clay. You are injured dice clay's that brother in wow. Have you ever talked with your half brother and second cousin twice from Andrew Dice Clay before?
He's like this. Anyone who's looking for a time, if you ever are shot, then you can go out.
That's incredible. What are you, maybe like, I would help you if you needed it, maybe like a medical procedure. What type of, what's your blood type?
So because of that,
There's only a couple of types I'm really setting you up for one kid. Think about it.
and he has the power to go out. He gave it to him. He was really like, so he was like,
I think you wanted you to say your blood type is O.
so he worships it, can he get it? As soon as the
Okay, back to one.
you get it,
Your half brother can probably help you with some medical transplant procedure given you what type of blood type you have. At this point, you just say A positive and you can move on.
so
Oh, there you go.
when it had
Nailed it.
down the street,
You really
so
talk
I
like
came
that.
up with this.
Dice? Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's what it wasn't so I remember it. So that's it. What this is this kid? I'm more really
Something like that. You see the movie Blind Man?
what is required by you essentially. So what do I do? I should have asked
Spectrum has the worst Wi-Fi right now. It's not a worse. I gaming. I mean, I think we should have more options.
Day of God, day of Shekinah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And we're going to find it as we say. Night of God, night of God. What does it mean to people?
Jake the Snake, how you living, pimp? Jake the Snake, how you living, pimp?
Absolutely. Amazon should just do everything.
What'd you say?
Amazon should make our water, send us things. They should do
I can't hear you. Hold on. What'd you say?
Then,
big old so-called
He's at the
Now, Andrew Dice Clay famously was the first comedian to sell out Madison Square Garden in New York, New York. You are injured, Dice Clay. What's your favorite performance that you've ever given?
Down and down my favorite business me do.
That's beautiful. So the Mayo Clinic. We can't talk about that. We gotta stop saying Mayo Clinic. Red Man's gonna stop it.
Yeah, because I eat mayo. Do you have any updates on your Easter sales video? Because I know a few years ago we were talking about
and both worship God, both worship
I was trying to figure out what's wrong with you still. Isn't it
The classes.
He's playing a character of a Dice Clay-like character that's injured, and the actual man playing the character is debilitating unfair. Oh
I'm on free shows to start with black.
it's like with the Joker happening.
Oh my God, it's Michael Lair, everybody! You are?
So if anyone says I've been taking take his chair.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he told you that you were faking it, and then you just
It's great posture, by the way. I don't think you ever seen anyone else say that. You get one of those back race things on Instagram. they've been advertising. My girlfriend just got that today. They have like her tits are like cut out. And I was like, does it really work? No, it's just ridiculous. Oh my God.
What? Did you cut her back? Oh, yeah. MichaelLairComedy.com and on social media at MichaelLairComedy. Here comes tonight's drawing for the Great Ryan.
Even in the city, the majority of the evidence are Jews. About
E-belt. There it is. Oh, this looks like a watercolor. Look at that. So there's a big snake there. There's a grassy knoll. There's a cat. It's red man. Oh, it's a snake on a rope. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. Incredible. The great Jamar Neighbors was with us this entire episode. He's got specials and albums everywhere. Tell the people where they can find him.
Thank you, Tony. Hey, man, I'm going to show out of my apartment September 6th. I got to come and be on it and be a part of the audience. Tony's going to be on it. Jeremiah's going to be on it. Brandon's going to be on it. Thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
And you can see Jamar live. Please check it out, man. It's one of the most unique live shows you'll ever see.
Without a doubt, this is another one of those guys that's going to be one of the biggest in the world one day, and you're going to say that you know him from Kill Tony. You're a real fucking comedy fan. I guarantee you that. This guy will be recognized as one. And the best
best in the world by everyone one day. Thank you to David Neary for helping us out so much.
Again, is going is like this one, chest like this, the chest like this window is since the open up again. And is
She's at NF David Neary on social media. Hey, look at Skeeter over there. Believe it or not, people, it was Jeremiah walking against the whole time. There's this Venmo, you know what that is. Why don't you tell them about the art and stuff that you make, the creative endeavors that you do, Jeremiah, instead of holding up the Venmo thing? Why don't you tell them about your podcast, your social media?
I do Jeremiah Wonders weekly, and I feel like I'm doing something unique and creative.
You are.
And I would really appreciate if you go to youtube.com/Jeremiah Wonders to check it out. If you've never seen it, or if you haven't seen it in a long time, doing a lot of different new stuff.
There's a lot of fun stuff going on over there. If you like characters and silly shit and a bunch of fun laughs and great character work and improvisation, that's all happening over there. Yeah, check out the show. With Adam Ray that you did a couple decades ago, it was amazing.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Dr. Field episodes with Adam Ray. There's a Trump episode that's out that I'd like you to check out. And,
a lot of the characters that are famous on Kill Tony are happening over at Jeremiah Wonders. Ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, I know this is going to be hard to believe, but Kelsey all night, I just got word that was actually Jet Ski Jesse Johnson, everybody. I can't even believe it. I don't see the resemblance. Oh, there it is. I know that trumpet swing. Nothing but home runs from Jet Ski Johnson, as always. Jet Ski, tell us what else is going on.
Follow me on social media, Jet Ski Johnson. See me out here in my wonders.
Absolutely, isn't that the truth? Oh my goodness, wait a second. Hold on. That's not Rabbi, that's Chroma Chris. Wow, that's incredible. What do you think about tonight's episode? You made a classic one tonight, Tony. Sorry that these puns are a little dreadful, Tony. Whoa! He's Chroma Chris on everything social media. He's part of the Baby Boys. He makes music. He does fun things. He's everywhere. We love him. And this beautiful young lady back here, I know what you're thinking. Is that Amy Winehouse? His corpse? No. It was actually Joel the whole time. Spoiler alert, it was Joel Jimenez of the Mostly Sorry podcast and Mostly Sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
That's it. Love you guys. Peace.
There's a bunch of new Tony Hinchcliffe merch over at TonyHinchcliffe.com. There's a bunch of stuff. Shower curtains, t-shirts, skateboards. It's all happening over at TonyHinchcliffe.com. It's unbelievable. Why not look at my face while in your shower, scrubbing up?
And check out Discount.tv. Also a lot of new merch there for Virtual Red Band and all that stuff.
I have a Patreon project that covers everything about roasting, its entire history, how to do it, roast battles, roasters, everything over there. I interview members of the writing staff and famous roast performers of the past, and that's all at patreon.com/Hitchcock. This was another episode of Kill Tony, formerly known as the #1 live podcast in the world, because we used to have a live audience. But now we do this. So, there you go. We'll see you next week.
ultimately, yeah, being so much, unfortunately, again, he's slow to mistake. So as long as externally he's not inconstant, right? As long as externally, right, and publicly keeps practice privately because but I mean, publicly keeps this and what's powerful. Without foolishness, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in even just needs to essentially deal with his rights to someone else in the process. Extremely social, in not social, but again, he publicly and essentially he's like a fucking he's never yet deal with his rights in the process. So that's rather he has to grant his rights. Nation is slow. But most things shows from the back. The shows right is so ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and deal is right. You talk is right. Or you pay for these rights to give you the plug is actually slow. Right? Ultimately you have to
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous comedy store Main Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony and Upper Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, crazy like a wolf today. Right, Redman, how are you? Like,
Great, man. How you doing?
it's another beautiful day. Can you believe this? 7 years and 3 months we've been doing this show, and here we are again, doing it again. Very exciting. The great Ryan G. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. Look at him live in the flesh. How exciting is this? We have a scattered 12 people in a room built for 470 people. This is just as exciting as it gets. Everyone, there's a lot of energy here today. And I am excited about tonight's episode. A lot of fun things coming up ahead, including a guest. We have a guest on tonight's show. This guy, one of my favorite human beings, one of my favorite comedians. He opens product stand-up all around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Brent Erickson. Everybody, here he is. He's got a hit podcast. He's actually got a couple podcasts. Welcome, Brett. Good to be here. You can take your mask off if you don't have COVID. Yeah, you passed your temperature check, right? Unless you've been feeling a little suspicious, no headaches, right? For those of you watching, there are 6 feet between us. I know it doesn't look like it, but the camera adds more than that.
I have a 5.5 foot on our
That's right.
By the way, Tony, I'd like to say thank you for having me here tonight. I know that normally you do have a packed house and you saw myself, you know what? We're going to have 12 people in a room. I would be comfortable in that room.
That's right.
What sort of comedian do we need that would be comfortable in nearly empty room?
That's right. No, it's true.
Just a guy.
You were my first call for that mission.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that you're here. Tell us about the shows that you do and fun things like that. I know you
You mentioned opening for Doug Stanhope. I did that for a long time. I'm now hosting a podcast called Issues with Andy.
That's what it is.
What I do is my friend Andy Andrist, who is a force of nature. He's our he's Stanhope, he's our Joey Diaz. So he needed a podcast and he didn't have one, and I thought, fuck it, let's do a podcast. So I do a podcast with him, and it's me and him and a couple of the guys from Doug's podcast, Greg Shaley and Shannon Shank. And the four of us just talk shit.
Nothing better than doing podcasts.
Nothing better than 4 straight old white guys having a podcast.
That's what it's all about. And you know what's great about podcasts? Our sponsors.
savings compared to my previous carrier is amazing. If you're still using one of the big wireless providers this year, you ask yourself what you're paying for. Between expensive retail stores, inflated prices, and hidden fees, you're being taken advantage of because they know you'll pay. Enter Mint Mobile. Mint Mobile provides the same premium network coverage you're used to, but at a fraction of the cost because everything is online. Mint Mobile saves on retail fees and overhead, then passes those savings directly to you.
Mint Mobile makes it easy to cut your wireless bill down to just $15 a month. And the plan comes with unlimited nationwide talk and text. With Mint Mobile, stop paying for unlimited data you'll never use. Choose between plans of 3, 8, or 12 gigabytes of 4G LTE data. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and keep your same phone number along with all your existing contacts. Did you know wireless bill and start saving with Mint Mobile?
That's right, Ryan. Get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month and get the plan shipped to your door for free. Go to mintmobile.com/Yotime. That's mintmobile.com/Yotime. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/Yotime.
Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees with specialized roles. Matson Resources can provide thinking to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator who find IT support not an easy job to fill. So they turn to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we're back. Another beautiful day here with the great Brett Erickson. Brett, I know it's been a while.
Great job on that line.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I can't wait to use ZipRecruiter. Oh, shit, yes, and you're exactly right.
You mean mobile.
Use it every day.
Anyway, we do love ZipRecruiter, and you know what else we love is the man that is on this show every single episode. They tend to be different characters. We never know what they're going to be, or how they're going to behave.
It's this big
It's
band.
no different. We're all going to find out what they are tonight together as I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jordan Coleman, Jenski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go.
And they work until we use
Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, my goodness. Is this...
Holy shit, it's Green Days.
Is this Reagan Watkins? What's going on here? I regularly thought it was Pat Reagan was talking.
party or something.
Who are you?
It is one banner, and this person,
Oh, wow. Chester.
the younger person,
Okay.
kept writing
I don't really know that much about Lincoln Park, so it's going to be a pleasure to
like
meet you
had
guys
really
today.
good handwriting.
Alright.
I kept experiencing the banner incorrectly.
Uh,
I remember I just, I just did it.
Chester, you are the 7th most famous person to hang themselves that's been in the comedy source. Congratulations. And then clearly back here we have what appears to be a Pokemon bus boy in an Italian restaurant. What's your name?
Hey, what's up? I'm Mike Shinoda from Lincoln Park.
Hey, Mike. Write that down.
Mike Shinoda.
I'm going to call you Mike. And over here, clearly, what appears to be a young Chewbacca. Alma, who are you, sir? Is it really like all Lincoln Park?
Yeah, name's Brad Nelson from Lincoln Park, the guitarist.
Learning a lot tonight already about Lincoln Park. How about you back there, the drummer?
Oh, that's cool, man. My name's Rob. You see out the chair, I'm seeing me because I'm on that little screen over there. So,
Yeah, I see you.
the drummer,
Okay, Rob. It's great.
shut up when I'm talking to you.
Lincoln Park. We're going to go see the band tonight.
By the way, thank you for putting this much effort into doing a show.
Very excited. Of all the bands in the world, Lincoln Park's one of the ones I'm like, any day now.
So they did Sum 41 last week.
Now the lack of confidence, I'm convinced that there's just too much pressure to take.
Chancellor, we're going to have fun today, Chancellor. Some people signed up for the show. I'm not going to designate it. This used to be a big deal that would have hundreds of people in it, and now there is a few. We're going to get through those, meet some strangers, maybe someone that we've met before, and let's get to it. You guys ready to start tonight's episode of Tony? Here we go. We're going to ignore the bucket to start things. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, an absolute destroyer, an improvisational guru out of the great state of Illinois, Chicago, originally from New York, now lives in Los Angeles, originally from Queens. Everybody, it's the great Michael Lair.
This name is coming back as ours. Who cares? Some only yours for yours. That's my words, alright? Call them for what they are. What they are. They're the profound vacation of the American dream gone wrong. Underneath that Mickey Mouse head is the tears of my man who owes $50,000 to do. Every acting exposure to go from Shakespeare to Shake Shack. But now, all you're doing is playing blindfolded for two mortgages. We're worried about the terrorizers. What about the musical's effect on children? No one talks about that. One good thing about Corona, no more ammo.
One day, I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I will find this rhyme to explain it to time.
I was wondering when the hell it was going to happen right from the top.
I think you're being too tough on women.
Really?
They're from Chicago and there's a Lincoln Park in Chicago.
That Abraham Lincoln was quite a guy. He also died in a chair.
Because if lights in the upper drum, so if you can get this is drum. But nothing says you are allowed to go. But that benefits financially fund people didn't pay them. when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the area.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Even though, by definition, both are good
Wow, I remember you were one of my favorite actors ever. I've seen you in the Easter Seals film. I've seen you pull off an amazing Rocky Balboa. I can share that versus
But you get 13th.
There were 80s. I think they got
It's a joke that the energy that system has revelation.
I think maybe they did. Did you look at the other people that made it? Like,
But let's say
were
it's
they
so
legit or were you like, what the fuck? 'Cause I didn't look You know what? Maybe the judges were also handicapped as well. That's why they didn't pick you. Maybe it was just like they're watching videos
Nevertheless,
those are some of the pictures. Easter seals. Easter is like not that great of a holiday. Seals aren't that great of animals. It should be the Easter jungle birds, if you ask me. That's yeah, there it is. That's what I
From the Easter Seals Film Festival. Too fucking much. When they ban you from it.
I think they would give everybody who cries at that fucking
You spend time doing it, at least a dime.
Easter seals. Yeah, it's very bizarre. I think it's because the seals make the same noises as a lot of the people that are in that organization. This is exactly why they want to give me any cash. It was originally founded in 1919. It was called the National Society for Crippled Children. That's not a joke, everybody. That is.
Are you ready, Miss Aquarius?
Oh, hey, happy Easter Aquarius.
So again, that's just kind of spicy.
Had like Easter dinner with your family?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. What about Taylor?
I don't celebrate Easter, Miss Aquarius. I'm Jewish.
First line of Wikipedia says.
That's my destiny. What did you do? That's my destiny. What did you do?
Like Sunday dinner or I just showed all day and played video games.
Nice day.
I ate for you. I ate for you.
Yeah, I love the butter dinner rolls.
Yeah, we had the butter dinner rolls. Yeah, we had Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, yeah.
Hawaiian cornbread too. But I had,
my favorite thing to have the collard greens, the cornbread with the mac and cheese, the yams, and either a chicken or rib, but yeah, that's
You can get paid for that.
close.
Yeah.
Certainly, again,
Oh,
you
yeah.
get really
You think everybody's man to get paid over that Sunday?
it's very interesting. That's the case. So we are the commodity pursuit. Interesting. Where ultimately, again,
You the red light to do this relax today? Red light to do this relax
I'm on a
today?
podcast tomorrow. Big time.
Nice.
Well, thank you. We're not there yet, but we got it scheduled. It's the first of 5, so that's good. Nice bear.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Come on, everybody, take practice. Come on, everybody, take practice. Yes. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Get it. Ooh.
Bye-bye.
No doubt.
There you go. Finish it, because they had a strike. Finish it, because they had a
Uh-oh.
strike.
I need this.
Let's go. Yep. Let's go. Let's got this.
Give me it.
Yay.
Giant.
Yay.
Giant win.
Yay.
Giant. I'll take it.
You win now.
I win, you
You
win.
win now.
You win, I win. Reload.
Reload. Reload. I'm thinking of you two that size up. I'm thinking of you two that size up.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. What a spare.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
That was terrible. One of the worst throws of all time. Give me this. It was terrible as well. What a spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Right. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Right.
Give me it. There we go.
Look at that. That's crazy. Look at that. Same thing you have. Same thing you have.
That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss here.
What a spare.
Thank you.
Thank you. Big time. Oh, give it to me.
You got this one.
No doubt.
You got this one. Hey. Hey.
So remember, on one hand, if it's no, because therefore that means one.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on. Hey, get in there, Rabbi.
Give me it.
Get in there, Rabbi.
Do it and cover along.
Give me it.
If it involves the destruction. Even though, yes, do want to
Get those two.
I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it.
Easy peasy.
I want to.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities.
Yeah. You got it, man. Let's go.
Because the destruction of
Give me this.
structure.
Come on.
What about construction? We should
I win, you win, you and I win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay.
Yay is one.
Hey, come back on my new crew. I see in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams. God willing.
Everyone has some lifestyle choices that are good ones. Really? That's to assume that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why that's the use of discussion of yes, destroy the INS. Cover and rub love. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. It is rough. But it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges we see. It's for us to think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel is asleep, Israel is doing this. And sometimes you think that like the world would just line up cross, right? Just because we do the Lord's journey. And yet again, it's hard because often the Lord can't do what's evil, what's good, what's right, what's wrong. But when he tells us sometimes there is a middle of good, and sometimes they're not. He says, Yishtar. Sometimes you have to have evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it. You have to destroy it, and once you do it, well, ultimately process. This is difficult. The process is good. The process is overwhelming. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's really good. You know Rothschild. But hovering the speed, so again, the sense that I was saying, and the other question was hovering the speed, you're probably going like, the next. Yeah, but let's come the other way of hovering the speed. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if Akron sells his item? So Akron sells his item and he has you guys something for $1,000. Does that money behind the Akron take on the same identity as the Akron seller itself? Now, we profess as the reality. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the tree or not? some people are not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, in that extent, we start with the this from yet, but we're having a trouble. So Matthew says, I think it's more. I think it's more. So that is who sells his idols. He has that money, that much. And he does not retain idolatrous identity. What's wrong with that? I mean, it's just one being away. Listen to this one. Here's what I'm not going to do. I know the also made it out about it. And when these people came up around about what honorable, Zibu Zibu Kamar the Islamu, the seal status is fascinating. So that comes out like this. So when these people came up around about it, what happened was in Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's over here? And that's Rashi says over here. Rashi, if you have the Swiss carry, hold this carry to that. This guy will hustle move us and all this stuff. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. It doesn't. Instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, maybe convert to the money. What do you see from here? I can see some people that go for one sells his idol that crash is committed. So you know, it says, my idol, you shouldn't be concerned with the level of what I'm going to do. So there's proceeds on sale of that tree. And it's on it's permitted. I am still shiny just in the table. And then that today, about that button. Maybe that is since process you see they're engaged. Theological significance. So often to do the boundaries of themselves. So that's why. Oh no. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the thing. The soul say, no shit, what we go on. The mother of those what are the day. I learned $1,000. So what happens? So the uncle went and sold his right. What was the proceeds from this or Yainess and the same case I went ahead. And then I had $1,000. He sold his Yainess and second. Then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the law? What the ultimately I get is interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Other things you can check in let's say, yeah, I'm saying here, so $1,000. He said, oh, I pay you, give me the rate. Yeah, I'm still to somebody. I have that because I'm going to somebody I met. In that case, it's possible. See it? Interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent out $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. That's an idol. He gives me the proceeds. He's back to debt. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my business. Bring me companies. So proceed from proceeds back to the mais generation, mais So what's this thing? That's the same. What's this thing? See from the shunka, how we make you work. So this is very simple. So now this is circle back a little bit for the previous. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go out and sell my wine, I want to continue existence. I want to continue existence. So because I want it, therefore Shesha is positive for proceeds for us. What's that? If he wrote to the human key I got from us, which is before, I think that's because that's what the others will say. When do you want to do existence? But I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence. But I don't tell you how to sell it a lot of money. I want to continue existence. It's probably I mess that because I want my money. But I'm not doing it. Facilitate the continued existence of these very items. Why should it be us? But tonight, here is the example. She is the this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted and one didn't. They are both brothers. One converted and one slaves. Brother Gare, brother Apple. So what happens if their father died? In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive things. So there, Yochanan knows. So brother Gare is saying to brother Apple. So brother, you take all the idolatry stuff. You take all the stuff. And I think money and you can do that. If you should go, and that's really good. However, if you should go, this is something else. Only this piece of business. Yes. Yeah, it's not the possession of items. These are the ones that happen. There's no more recourse. Like, well, there's it. And when you're once that you will be easy, so as long as brother Gare has not yet taken possession of these items, will not represent almost dividing up the estate. However, if brother Gare took possession, there is also something to what he sees. However, in this case, brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry. But he's not doing anything active to promote his place. And therefore, it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi, Baruba, Mafisa, and Abaros. What's the case of your therefore, again, Mother Air doesn't actually care if it means it's posted. So that's even if it breaks, who cares? It still has no. Usually, that's fine. We're not going to plug the INS. That works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then? Yeah, the fattest measure is mostly free. Adrianic is opposite. Currently, each brushing is Adrianic person. But you can take a shard of that somewhere, put it in the water, and cleanse it. And that's also covered here by the carrots. Even if that's something that looks like, yeah, doesn't care about facts, right? It does care about existence. Russia's government don't bring a riot, for instance. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. Yeah, no, shut it. Russia's yeah, God, voilà. I might be making no by the Russia. Because normally, perhaps this case should be problematic. But I love the land stuff. I love the land stuff. I thought it was making the problem. And what did you get in that here?
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony, Count Up for Tony.
Yeah, you mean do that day. We are back. Yay. Live from the world famous. How are you, Brian?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. Good. Exciting stuff. Happy to be here. Life is good. The great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. Draws every episode, every print's available at RyanJAbelt.com. Every single episode, every tour poster. He's auctioning off prints almost every week now. It's incredible. Awesome, cool. Couple new t-shirt designs he's got over there, RyanJAbelt.com.
That's a reality. Someone said that in certain cases of theft, he doesn't also return that which is big. So she might accept that the story in order to facilitate difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice money is necessary. You know, as much as we say, but as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, it's like, and many people do not stand up to religious charities. languages, there's a choice between religions, and we're afraid that he has to choose between Allah and ultimately begin the solution, he may be tempted to choose the solution. Again, that because of it's human nature. So if for example, you want to put in that situation, make us like there, and you think that often this kind of case and the state is required to as united, say for about Mennonites give his to other older also kind of inoculates us with this. When it is so, she or she, the case of religion, staat Suez. En in the case of a business partnership, we ask for something from here. Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha. They were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well. So don't think that the person can be this way. Their timidness and carries the type of situation. Only us in Canada. So remember, again, all this is the same way. Another question is, Garrett Tosha, now she got the odds. So let's say this is can a Garrett Tosha, can a Garrett Tosha go ahead and let's say, just before you go on, I think that Chazal will make it like, just see what you think, which knows this is. And look at the structure of the way to make us succeed. That he almost should wants us to succeed. See, these people are very sweet. Very sweet. Stuff is waiting for us to mess up. Let me something that punishment that that's a pretty cool function. But eventually, once we're successful, we will have success. I want our success more than we want our success. One of the leaders of all the scriptures, and one of the punishments are all. To put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go up and make a mistake. But again, it's not understood what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing their standards, that's all we do. No greater we scroll down the next one. We scroll down another question. Other guys in cars are Garrett Tosha, my shape I thought was very interesting. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead and accomplish what you do? Remember, has the ability to negate his enemies, thereby decommissioning your financial status with your logical status. So Garrett Tosha was what is it? Because my phone is not the definition of stuff. Rashi points out that on the top of the graph, here Tosha, ain't no Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. The Rabbi Shalom wants to come to the Kosher. But again, he's like, I can compliment everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a Mishpah. Believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an Anshim. So does such a person have the ability to initiate idolatry, to negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach Nevat and Lord Palach Nevat. Then we say, only one who worships idolatry can be finished in idolatry. Or do what calls up on the name. Maybe not. Maybe we say like this. Anyone who's what we call a Barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and do the and this guy, he's in the parsha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the class to go ahead and negate it. And that's when we were about to this stabra, the Palach and Vata book. And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot do that. Therefore, the Gertrude doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. That's the basic consciousness. For example, the social concept, so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actually, possibly, to what extent I remember it. So let's say, what was this case? I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see. So I was sitting there. If I lift it up, that's what is required by Jewish essential. So what do I do? I should have lost them. So the first thing is, over the open for having in your heart, I can call over when I was in Turkey, call over and see the apple. And it's this decommission. But theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission. It's permitted. However, again, in Shabbat, there we go. Ain't no already open to the but again, take possession of it at that point.
I love the books. Tony Books Volume 1, 2, and 3 available right jebook.com. Very exciting stuff. You don't get this week, Ryan?
Absolutely. Join this heat wave that we were having.
I love it. I love it. Staying hydrated, staying outside, soaking in the sun. Life's good. There's nowhere I'd rather be than beautiful Southern California. And speaking of which, beautiful place that makes this show happen. Let's talk about some of the amazing sponsors that are responsible for this evening's show. Hiring can be super challenging for business owners, especially with everything else they have to think about these days. Social distancing, supplying masks for their employees, driving traffic to their business. Monica Starks could relate. She needed to hire for a pivotal role at her construction company, GS Group, who was having a tough time finding the right person, especially with so many candidates out there. So she switched to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its technology identifies people with the right experience for your job and invites them to apply, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
That's how Monica found Lamont Jenkins. She said that ZipRecruiter sent Lamont's profile to her around 5 minutes after she posted her job because he was a great match for her. Through ZipRecruiter, Monica's company has hired everyone from accountants, project managers, to young scientists, but Monica's not the only employer who loves ZipRecruiter.
4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself how ZipRecruiter makes hiring faster and easier. Try it now for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. The summer of 2020 is the time to get healthy. Get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins of dip, and get Lucy Nicotine gum awesomeness that actually taste great, delivered directly to your door. I was a heavy cigarette smoker, made everything smell, and my car and my clothes and everything, and then I switched to vaping, and now I use Lucy Nicotine gum. I can use it on an airplane or if I'm in a car.
Guys, this is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's simple. In a time when groceries are delivered to your door, Lucy has a schedule and will be there every month. Use promo code KillTony and save 20% off the entire store. You can even do a trial order film for just $4. That's basically just shipping and handling.
Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KillTony at checkout and get rid of your old 6 for pay. That's Lucy.co, promo code KillTony at the checkout. And we are back. I'm excited to start this puppy pie tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a guest. He is a returning guest, a guy who's been on the show quite a few times. Former Comedy Store Door Guy, winner of the Comedy Central Horse Battle Season 2. Huge victory. One of the great roosters, one of the great comedians to be regular here at the Comedy Store. He's one of my great friends. He's going to be chilling with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Frank Castillo, everybody. Here we go. Viva la razza. Hello, Frank. Welcome.
Feels good to be here.
I bet it does. When you hear that music, it reminds you of your father, your grandmother, your Mija, your Mija, and your favorite podcast, Kill Tony, was what I was looking
By the way,
for.
one of the coolest fathers I think I've ever met. Your dad. I've drank with your dad. I've smoked with your dad. He's a legit dad.
Yeah,
He's a party.
I've gotten to a doctor's meet with your dad. Well, actually, I met him there. I met 20,000 of your dad at a doctor's meet. That's what every doctor's fan is. A true dad. And a true Los Angeles, what do they call that? Angelina. Yes. A cholo. Perhaps to be another word would you call it a Jew. But I'm a cholo.
Yeah, definitely is the Chicano lifestyle.
Chicana, for sure. Well, I'm glad to hear you're Frank. We're going to have some fun this evening. I don't know if you remember this, Frank, but on this show, we have a band. Did you remember that? They are the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Sometimes it's a return of famous characters we've seen before. Sometimes it's the debut of brand new characters like Lincoln Park or, it could be anything. Let's find out what they are tonight when I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jetsky Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Here they come. Whoa! Oh my goodness, we've seen these guys before. Oh, and there's a girl. Oh my goodness. Wow, they're so nerdy. Remind me of your name.
Hello, my name is Douglas. It is good to see you once again.
Douglas, I'm glad you're back. You are a nerd, right?
I am a live-action role player, Tony. I do not take kindly to slurs.
Okay, very good. Live action role player. And
This is also Draconio, if you forgot my dragon.
Draconia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll have to write that down. I'll remember that. And then what do we got back here? We have a guy who appears to have 2 to-go boxes on his shoulders.
And you take that half to go. You want your mouth?
And on his crotch. Remind us of your name.
My name is Kevin. I am a king, galactic space king.
Okay. All right, I'm going to write that all down. And then over here we have a random guy in a hoodie and a Corona mask, it appears. What's your deal? Somebody, my name is Malachi, and I'm a silent assassin. Malachi, a silent assassin. You are indeed just that. And then, go ahead.
What's the game that you gave us?
Okay.
That's very funny.
There you go. You get that one. You go ahead. Gay assassin. Okay. And then you're new to this whole crew. I've never seen you with these. I've seen these live action guys before, but you're new. What's your name?
Yes, I just joined this alliance. My name is Erwan.
Erwan?
Erwan?
Like the grocery store.
Like the grocery store. There is an second store.
You're one of the thickest lists I've ever heard.
And now there's not a spoon to get rid of that.
Wow. My goodness. Well, welcome, Erwan. I'm glad you're joining the band tonight. We're going to have some fun. So we have some live action role players. We have Roast Battle, Champ, Frank Castillo, Red Band, Ryan J. We had some delicious pizza before the show from the Great Vito's Pizza, which I truly and honestly become completely addicted to now. It used to be, I need it every Monday, and I wouldn't eat pizza anywhere else. I would just save it for Monday. Monday became pizza day, and now I order from there all the time. Vito's Pizza in Los Angeles. Check them out, especially when things get bumping again. You know, the Tony routine of going there and then coming here. That's a great move on a Monday. But I order from there all the time. You can get them on Postmates. Check out Vito's Pizza. And, yeah. GK Big Coffee is the promo code Tony, get 20% off. And other amazing things. I feel like I'm forgetting one, but let's just start the show. You guys ready to start this thing or what? Come on, there's 8 people in here. 8 people in a room built for 470. And let's get the show started. We're going to start it with a regular. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy, I mean, storyline after storyline. I mean, this reminds me of Hulk Hogan. Mid to late 90s. We don't know whether we're getting the good guy, the bad guy, but he's great in both roles. Sometimes you love him, sometimes you hate him. He's the big red machine. He's the one, the only William Lights Out Montgomery. Is approaching the microphone. Which William will we get this week? Here he is, William Montgomery.
You think being a plumber is hard? Try being a blimp salesman. Was watching a WNBA game earlier, and it said aerial coverage provided by the Goodyear firm, and I have to admit, the roof game was on point. Apparently, my former youth pastor is missing, and I ain't snitching. Not to beat a dead horse, but I'm all out of glue. Sad for Biden that his VP running mate just died. Kamala, the Ugandan giant. All right, that's all I got.
Here you go. 49 seconds of meat and potatoes from William Montgomery. Hi, William. That was so much fun. Welcome.
Are you sober again this week? Yeah, pretty much. I have had a little
Coca-Cola and vodka?
What'd you mix that to? I only had Coca-Cola. It's not bad.
Wow. Did you have it on ice?
No, it's just a water bottle.
Just cook, you put it in a what? You put a lid on it?
Yes, really abysmal.
That is a great point, Douglas. Yes, he is.
It was better this week. I got drunk last night. Other than that,
What happened last night? What do you think made you want to drink last night? What do you think happened?
I don't know. I was grilling out. It's been fun to grill out. I got a grill, did some salmon last night.
How long?
It's really good.
Okay. How long into William? How long into the grilling did you start drinking?
I was drinking some Stella Artois.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. When did you start grilling? Take testing again. 7 p.m.
Yes.
What time did you start drinking yesterday?
Probably at 6.
Okay, so you cracked open a Stella at 6. Probably went through 2 of those before you started grilling at 7, right?
Correct.
And then what happened? What happened at 7 when you started grilling? Just straight Stellas all night? Did you get your bread back?
To the coop at probably 3 in the morning.
It's absolutely disgusting.
Maybe 1 p.m.
You drink like a freshman in high school and just find out about alcohol.
As a drinking desperate.
It's like, I just mixed whatever my stepdad had in the cabinet. Made a vodka and Coke.
I bet that Coke was flat, wasn't it? It wasn't. We take each other each nuts
Do you drink a lot of water when you wake up, or do you drink water?
Yes, I was very thirsty.
How much water do you think you drank?
64 ounces.
That's a good guess.
Yeah, I put 32.
Oh my goodness, you filled it up twice. Yep. That's interesting. Is it true that your youth pastor is missing?
Yes.
Tell us more about it. How did you find out he was missing? Who told you that?
There's some news today.
Really? The news here? The local news here?
Yes.
And you were watching the local news and you found out your youth pastor, even though you're from Tennessee, you found out your youth pastor here on the local news, they covered that a Tennessee youth pastor was missing. Are you lying to me right now? It's national news that your youth pastor is missing.
Yes. Really good youth pastor.
He was. What was so good about him? What was so good about him? Tell us what made him so special.
I don't know. She's a really nice man.
In what way? What did he do that was nice? Oh, that's every youth pastor does that.
Just a really nice man.
Did he ever touch you in any inappropriate ways? Yeah, what did he do?
Touch my butt.
Oh my God, with what? What did he touch you with? Oh my God, how many fingers? Wow. Okay, red band. Jesus Christ, 4 minutes into the episode.
It's a two-tone fart.
You know, it's weird. The fart noises come before the first key. Alright, so William, is it true that you're on the road?
No, that was wrong.
Okay. Have you ever met a blimp salesman? You had 2 blimp jokes to start off your set this week. Why do you think that happened?
I don't know. I was frantically trying to write stuff earlier, and I thought about blimps and those 2 names.
It'd be really amazing to see you take all your jokes and all the topics in each joke and try to combine all the topics. So instead of having 1 minute of random jokes all put together, having 1 minute of the same topic. Because you write really funny shit, but it's so random. You're from one place to another.
Yeah, you're gonna be cool to see it at 10 minutes in a row on a Modium AD.
Yeah.
That's what the people want. Could have a whole Tonight Show set about blimps.
Should have been me.
You're absolutely right, Douglas. William, what about in your normal life this week? Your relationship good? Did you find a new job? Everything?
Relationship's totally positive.
It's totally positive. I was able to talk to somebody at the unemployment office, so I'm hopefully getting paid here again soon because I'm running out of money.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, my dad grew up with these very easy pumpkin a little bit.
Well, he listens
Down to zero.
The funny
I don't know. Yeah, maybe he's hearing this.
He listens to every episode of Kiltony, and my guess is that you're going to get a stimuli. from your father.
His rights.
We'll see. He's smart. He's been very nice. But yeah, hopefully the other women go through this.
Tip your life from your father and a pink eye from your girlfriend.
He saw there. She shot her shot.
Perhaps I should use a healing spell for that burn.
That was the Galactic Space King Kevin.
Did you get like a check for like $7,000 or something like that like a month ago?
Yeah, my balance is $7,800, and I've only been paid $1,700. I just don't have Christmas.
Yeah, that's good. Your girlfriend's been stealing money from you.
The bank probably didn't believe that you could get that much money all at once.
Right. They find you to be irresponsible. They're like this guy bought Coca-Cola and vodka at the liquor store the other day. We can't trust him. Alright, anything else going on, William? You've been exercising while you're sweating profusely. This is an air-conditioned room. This is a sign of, usually a sign of, it's usually a sign of people that are about to have a heart attack.
You have shorts on, your dick's still hanging, and you're still sweating.
William, is that just your performing shorts, or do you literally wear those every fucking day?
And I woke up, there's this shit all over me. I don't know what I was doing.
She was
I was like, dude, it's called a nocturnal emission, and it is very normal for men our age.
Do you have more than one pair of shorts, or do you just love that pair of shorts? Tell the truth on this one.
I have other ones. I don't know if they fit me though. You wash this though, you just never wash them because I wash these probably 2 or 3 months.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. I don't think they smell. I mean, I smell them. This was sticky. People say, hey, you're like a live action King of the Hill cat. You're like a cat lady that can't smell the cats anymore.
I mean, it's so interesting because above the waist, you always have good style. That shirt you're wearing right there, unbelievable Dale Earnhardt fan club. I think it's incredible. You always have cool Tennessee volunteer stuff. You always have cool style, but you wear the same dirty shorts. They're broken. I mean, you're completely exposed in the front.
What waist size do you think you could wear so that people at home can send you some shorts?
Yeah, what waist are you?
36.
Why don't you take a full
36 to her. I would say his waist size is top 10. 36 and 38, I would guess.
36 or what? Or 38? Okay, let's go with 38. And you wore a belt like a gentleman. You have a belt, right? Oh yeah, it's the only thing keeping those up.
And what t-shirt size do you wear?
He doesn't need any t-shirts. Send him 38 shorts. Send it to the just mark William Montgomery and send it to the Comedy Store, 8433 West Sunset Boulevard, West Hollywood, California 90069. Send William Shorts. This is a new project. It's the Send William Shorts project.
Shorter rather than shorter. You say you don't like the longer shorts, like above, like an inch above the kneecaps. Were you ever an Eagle Scout?
He actually has great legs.
I used to bike a lot. It's my best feature of my legs.
He doesn't have like horrendous
e-bike legs.
like, you know, yeah, he doesn't have e-bike legs, exactly. He's got regular bicyclist legs, but the gut, I mean, it's absolutely volatile. It's really like it's putrid what's happening.
It looks like a cyst or something.
It really does.
Makes me like an ass.
It does. Wow, it really does. It looks like you have a giant butt. If your youth pastor was here, he'd probably put 2 fingers in your belly. There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. On to the next one we go. So he seems healthier. Alright, this is exciting. We had a few signups today, so let's see what happens here. Here is a minute uninterrupted from Trey Peacock. Here we go. Here comes Trey Peacock. Come on up. Trey. Here he is, Trey Peacock, everyone. You can take off your mask if you want. Here he is. One more time treat me.
What's up, guys? So I once went on a date with this one girl who, to put it lightly, was my cousin. But it's okay because Arnana hooked us up. Really, it was her high school prom, and no one wanted to take her, so I got the pleasure of taking her. But it just sucks because she never really got the chance to have that prom sex everybody, dreams about in high school. Yeah, we waited until after we both graduated from that. Yeah, I don't know. I have a coworker who likes to fart on me all the time at work. I don't fucking know why. He's Ukrainian, so that might be a reason. But his name's Edward. Shout out Edward. Other than that, I got in a car crash on the way over here. Luckily, everyone survived, and I'm on the run. The cops showed up on the hotel I'm staying at. I got out of there in the Uber just in time. That's all I got.
Wow, all right. Some jokes. Some true. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. I have a lot of questions for you, young man. I'm excited about this interview. First of all, welcome to the show, Trey Peacock. This is your first time on, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And how old are you? 21. Why'd you say it like that? They checked your ID at the front, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Okay. Very bizarre. I mean, are you 21?
Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go. Then just fucking...
parents. He's raising.
Jesus, this fucking guy's suspicious ass motherfucker. You drove down from Modesto. I actually had a bucket filled with people, and then someone told me before the show, there's this guy who drove all the way from Modesto, California, which for those of you listening is about, 5 hours north, we'll say. And he drove all the way from Modesto, and he got into a car accident on his way here, and he wants to sign up. And I'm like, well, let's get this motherfucker in here. That's exactly what I told the guy with no hesitation. Hey, that was my next question. That's so crazy. You asked that. Hold on, we're gonna get to it.
Yeah, I was on the freeway in the slow lane, fat ass flatbed. I don't know why my dad had me driving, but big old flatbed. And then this lady was merging over, and I got caught between her and the semi was to my left in the middle lane, so I got pinched. And everybody was good though. The semi driver actually he took off. He didn't wait for the cops. So.
And everybody pulled over for a second.
Yeah.
And then what about the lady?
She was good. She was a little Mexican lady. She was all cool, and she had some Asian kid in her car with her. I don't know why. She wasn't her kid.
Was the kid tied up?
He was doing schoolwork. I guess he was falling behind in school, so he was reading books.
Wow,
You saying stereotypical kid an Asian kid was just doing work, and that's how you knew he wasn't Mexican?
I mean, that sounds
I mean, he also, speaking of stereotypes, maybe the Asian kid was giving the Mexican lady instructions on how to drive and caused the accident in the first place.
I think he actually ran into a coyote who was stealing a Asian kid. That's what I'm saying.
she was the one to stick around. I don't know.
Oh, wow, look at that. So she stuck around, and you left before the police came?
Yeah, well, we were waiting for like an hour and a half, and she was like, I gotta get this kid going. She was, I don't know where she was taking him, but she's babysitting the kid. She's the nanny. Spoiler alert. That was an old kid that we have.
How old do you think the kid was?
He was probably like 16 or 17 if I had to guess.
Oh, damn, yeah, she
Trying to sell that kid out. That's exactly what it is. Maybe she was tutoring the neighbors.
Maybe the Mexican lady and the Asian boy were just going out to enjoy some rice. They both like rice, those kinds of people. Rice.
They do traffic intelligent kids. You know what I mean? People need accountants.
That's absolutely true. Everybody wants an Asian accountant nowadays. So let's talk about you, Trey Peacock. A lot went on there. You said something about a hotel. You're staying at a hotel here?
Yeah, well, like I said, because I'm here for work for my pops, but since I got in that accident, I didn't get to the place on time, so I had to go up in a hotel.
What do you do for your pops?
I'm a welder. He's always had businesses, welder by trade.
Hell yeah. Well, that's cool. You close with your father?
Yeah, I'm listening to you guys on the job all the time, so
that's great. We are very popular amongst welders. Wildly popular. It's the majority of our base. It's, we're like
here,
Or like the coal miners, they support Trump. Welders support Kill Tony.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of connections that we hold comedians with fire that we throw at them. And that's exactly what we do with hot metals. That's right, absolutely. Speaking of forgery, how about checks? You ever been arrested for that?
Forging checks.
What have you been arrested for?
Or no, actually, I've never been arrested. I've just been in trouble.
What
I gotta get luck. I get
What did you get in trouble for?
both things. Speeding. Both at the same time.
Do you think you had any responsibility at all in that car accident that happened today? Wow, look at that. Very good. Goodness. So,
Anyway, when he said speeding, I just stood up and said,
that's a big plug. Speedweed.com.
I want is your... Look, you can't put me in that predicament. I gotta have to listen.
But you just said, is the uncle her father?
10.
Wow, she's a 10 or that was her age? Okay, Trey, so did you really hook up with your cousin?
No. I don't know, you're from that stuff. I am. Did you want to?
That laugh is very suspicious.
You know, there were some feelings that arose during the prom, and that's why I had to cut it off. I had to get out. The feeling is called your wiener, and that's really cool.
What if you do role playing as not Ken?
Some feelings arose. What would you have told her if you guys weren't cousins? What would you have said to her? Give us a line.
I would have said, damn. Oh, wait, she's not my cousin.
I don't want it to. So therefore, maybe that's the
So I was surprised that you actually went to prom with your cousin. So, you knew it was your cousin.
on the other hand.
Yeah. And you were just like, hey, wait, I'm noticing something. Your cousin's hot. Why is she going to prom?
It just looks like
That is a good question.
this is the instructor.
Does she have a learning disability?
You can say that she has her toes stuck together.
Stuck together?
I can't read. My toes are stuck together.
The place, was she wearing like open shoes on prom? Do you remember? Was she wearing like heels with like open soles?
How she wrapped those shits up.
She wrapped those shits up.
I can't figure out its that problem. My toes are stuck together.
Take the job, get the money, and throw a book.
Do you think she wanted to hook up with you at all after that? Let's pretend like your uncle isn't listening. That's going to be what's best for the show. Your uncle's not listening.
Okay.
Do you think your cousin wanted to hook up with you at all?
That is we can take the money and
Oh, your grandma. It was an organized prom date.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe that's why your grandma's always hooking up with family members, and that's why she had, good feet. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Did your grandma have a cool hillbilly grandma named like Bertha or Edna or something like that?
She's Mexican, but she's Deborah. Debbie. My aunt's Deborah.
Oh yeah, Grandma Debbie is a hillbilly name. You just don't know that. You're surrounded by people in Nestor all the
I
time.
guess.
Grandma Debbie.
No,
Yeah, little Debbie. So let's talk about your coworker Edward that farts on you. This is in the welding industry.
Yes, sir.
You guys ever fart with a welding gun up to it and let the flames explode out?
No, the shield gas is actually the opposite of flammable, so it might just spread the smell around. Sometimes I say Draconio, incendio, and then he lights my farts on fire.
Okay, there you go. You got that out. Your friend Edward, does he fart like in your direction, or does he put his butt cheeks right up against you and fart? What types of farts are we talking about?
It depends on the mood he's in, like if I do something to piss him off, I don't know how he's got a power to conjure up like the worst smells, like it's anything. But he'll usually do a drive-by, just walk by and leave the
When you said what is his ethnicity?
He's Ukrainian.
That's how he is.
There you go.
You're saying the Ukrainians have
What's the food?
We had somebody growing up from India, and
That's
let's say
the difference.
the teacher had to take the whole class aside, you know, I think I stopped making fun of him afterwards, and that's his Indian food. And third grade. Dr. With the same person that's sending shorts for William, can we get a map for Bradley?
Everyone knows India is in Eastern Europe, right between fucking Germany and
You guys are probably talking about food. Probably eats Ukrainian food. It's probably a different diet than normal people, so that's why he has stinker farms.
Okay, did you say stinker farts?
Stinkier. Like you fart a hamburger, it ain't bad. You know, you get that on a t-shirt. You fart a hamburger, it ain't bad.
And a Chinese fart makes you want more porn after 10 minutes. Do you have any? You have any special skills or talents that would surprise us about you? You seem like the kind of guy that knows how to fucking, pop your thumb out of the joint or something like that.
I can roll my belly, I can swallow.
You can what? Let's see that.
That's called evidence.
Very good. What else can you do?
I can play the jokes.
Oh,
Before he said that, can I also say he said he could swallow his tongue? That is epilepsy.
there you go. You have an extra pair of drumsticks?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's been a long time since we've done this, but I don't know if you know this, Trey Peacock. And you know what? I'm sort of rooting for you in this one. You're an interesting character. You had a great set. You had a great interview. Have you ever done stand-up before? This is your first time ever, and you've been one of the most entertaining people on the show since this quarantine even started. My friend, we have a competition on this show. Are you aware of what a Mexican drum-off is?
Yes, I will.
Wow. So, Trey, this is a huge opportunity for you because you can go from your first time performing, having a great set, and by the end of this night, there's a chance that you could be a full-time cast member and the brand new drummer of the show, Tony. Come on up here, get behind the drum set. This is very exciting. It's been absolutely 4 or 5, maybe 6 months since our last Mexican drum off, and we're about to have one right here. So Trey, you know how it works. You get to do a little drum solo, make it your own thing. If you want to do anything funny or silly or anything during it or after it or whatever, you can do that. Anything you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, before you start, let me just say, this is a Mexican drum off. This is your chance right now, Trey. You can be the first ever victor of this. I must warn you, Joel's never been beaten, but there is a chance. Perhaps it's the longest he's gone without doing one since this whole thing started. So maybe you'll catch up rusty. Ladies and gentlemen, with this opportunity of a lifetime, this is Trey Peacock, the Mexican drum off. Go ahead, Trey. All right. Okay, Trey. Go back to that microphone over there. All right. There you go. It was a good approach. It's good.
It's been a while.
It has been a while, but it's been a while for Joelberg as well. Let's see what happens here. Undefeated all time. I mean, an incredible record. I'd love to know the actual statistic. My guess is somewhere between 20 and 30 and 0. But with no further ado, I present to you undefeated all time in Mexican drum offs, the one, the only Joelberg Joel Jimenez. Wow, there he is. Live in the flesh. Go back there. Here he is. All right. Very exciting. He's getting behind the drums, and it begins now. Here it is. That is it. My goodness. Wow. Not the first time you got smashed by a semi-truck tonight. All right, how many of you have Trey Peacock? How many of you in the audience, by round of applause, how many of you have Trey Peacock winning this entire thing here? Someone cleared their throat through that. How many of you, by round of applause, have Joelberg retaining his championship? Well, there you go. And still undefeated. My goodness, what a landslide on this one.
Peacock versus Peacock.
That's right. Well, Trey, I mean, an incredible performance, I must say. I mean, very, very interesting person. I feel like there's tons more stuff we can talk about and get out of you. Please come back anytime. Let me know when you're coming. Tell the staff member when you get here to tell Tony that Trey Peacock is here from Modesto. There he goes, his Kill Tony debut. A fan of the show, coming in and having a blast for 15 minutes. Trey Peacock. There you go. Trey Peacock.
That made me remember how nice it was to throw off. It's been so long.
It's been a long time. There you go. All right, we have another regular on the show, ladies and gentlemen. A great comedian, a great roaster, so much fun. One of my good pals, real cool guy, great comedian. Here he is, David Lucas, everybody. Yeah. Here he is, the great David Lucas.
White people check me out. They put their dogs and strollers and leashes on their kids. And you wonder why this motherfucker act like an animal. You don't see this floating around horse. I dated this girl who had a history of pornography. And she was black. This bitch used to actually post like she was the dog. She had a story. And she would update posts like chilling with mommy at the park. She be a white girl. I feel like it's time for me. I think I'm successful enough to date a white girl. But I want to date like a real white girl. Like I don't want to date a white girl with a tattoo that said TSA. I want like a Taylor Swift white girl. I want a girl so white that she got a relationship until she is 10 months pregnant. That's what we keep on.
Hell yeah, absolutely. David Lucas, let's jump right into it. You want a white girl, you don't want one that works at TSA that ain't good to you. You want a Taylor Swift type. What does that mean exactly?
Like, you never been into by a black girl.
Oh, shit. Fucking break that hymen. These white guys can't even reach it. It's like, what do you think this girl would do for a living? You say you don't want a TSA agent. So, like, when you say Taylor Swift type, what do you think? Like a lawyer's assistant?
There's a bitch that works at doggy daycare.
A donkey daycare? Oh, okay. I was
College educated.
Yeah, probably dropped out of junior year. That's disappointing for parents already. I'm talking about this being big and disappointing.
Yeah.
Have you tried D&D?
Dungeons and Dragons. Have you ever
Candy and donuts.
I miss such a ass. You look like a gay member murdered with a fire.
Oh, I think I hear you.
No, I know her.
We understood.
Dungeons and Dragons. The last time I played a card game was Magic the Gathering.
It was nerdy.
I mean, I went to one of those moments.
They were just living together.
That's fun. I have seen a lot of dogs being pushed in strollers lately.
There's shit about it. I screamed at her.
Yeah, when you say the
I
word.
was like, bitch, they really have a dog on the show.
Yeah.
Like, do you have kids? She's like, no, I good pass. It makes sense.
I know something worse. I know a guy that we're friends with that had it walk back with the cat window in the back. He just goes around with the cat in his backpack. I saw a white lady breastfeeding her dog the other day.
Out of here, man. No, that's not. No, you don't. You stop. Are you serious?
Yeah, she was just so easy to do most of the notebook.
Are you serious?
So what's the dog fighting or laughing?
I'm gonna head into my second place. It's tech. Absolutely. I wonder if she have a baby or did this bitch start lactating from the dog? Hormones kick in.
If you suck on anything, open up and go.
That's not lying.
Wow, Douglas, have you ever been with a woman before?
No, and you know.
Wow, you've been with a goat? What'd you do to the goat?
Yes, I did.
Was it a boy or a girl?
It was, I thought a girl at first, and then I had a dick in my mouth, and then I said, hello, sir, I do not appreciate you being coy with me, and then we started listening.
How long did you spend going down on the goat before you
We were in a relationship for 6 years before I realized that there was a thing.
What was his name?
Elliot.
And you didn't realize Elliot was a boy?
No, for 6 years he was tucking his thing between his legs like a sheep as he met me.
Oh my goodness gracious, Douglas, I'm so glad I asked these questions.
Me as well.
That is very interesting to find out that you were in a long-term relationship
6 years it was.
with a goat.
Yes.
6 years?
6 years I was in love with a sheep that I thought was a man, but it was actually a woman that wasn't actually a man.
How long into the 6 years did you find out that it was a man?
Year 3, but I kept plowing through because I need to get to that next level.
Oh my God. Did you end up beating the game?
Well, in D&D, there is no limit to levels, so I have a theory.
My redneck homies told me that I think the sheep have the closest vagina to me.
That's the second closest.
What's the first closest? Oh, that's fucking right. I think I've heard you mention that once or twice.
It's on Netflix.
My redneck homies told me that sheep have the closest vagina.
It's actually pretty cool looking if you look at it. Like, it looks legit.
Yeah, if you've never seen a human vagina,
You know what's the second closest thing to a vagina? A penis.
Everybody's born with a dick, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Everyone's born with a booty hole. That's what I no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Now, you're allowed to do booty hole jokes if you want. Oh shit, you just opened up the school. Those of you only listening.
Just right the cheeks.
There you go.
We went to a dildo on his ass. He got a haircut.
Oh my goodness. Why would I put a what on my ass? It's got an echo? Because there's so much space in my ass. Oh, Jesus Christ. I actually would bet money and maybe we should do this test one day where we do a blind taste test and have each cast member put a finger in our butts. I'll bet you have to lose this butt. Because he has a much bigger ass than me.
Bigger goat.
Oh yeah. There's only been one finger in my ass ever. A doctor had to check for a drop appendix. They think that sometimes, I thought I may have had appendicitis at one point, real bad lower pains, and so they checked to see if it would drop or something like that. And I did not like it at all.
What was it? Just like a soft phone or something?
It ended up working out. I don't know. I farted or something.
And the crazy thing is, because prostate cancer ran in my family, I had to get that test early.
It's the only thing that runs in your family. Go ahead.
None of you guys ever had a chick finger hers?
Yeah.
And it sucked because it was like where they had the nurses from college like watching. And I'm like, no, you can't have like 3 nurses.
I mean, they tried. They want to. They want to. But I stopped them. Like, I'm not in.
Were you in that shit? I had it once, when I was like 20. There was like some 29-year-old woman that was older than me that blew me and then just put a finger in my butt.
While blowing you?
Yeah, it was a lot. It was like doing mushrooms, but sex. It was just like, I don't know if I'm here yet. I can't.
Douglas, you ever have a finger in your butt?
No, but I have that.
Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Let's check in with the Galactic Space King Kevin on this one. What's your sex life like, Galactic Space King Kevin?
Rabbi king.
Yeah,
I thought she was smart, but then I saw her clothes were stuck together. So she didn't know too much. But she put those stuck together toes in my ass.
oh my god, alright, there you go.
That's how I became a space lord.
That was the Galactic Space King Kevin.
There's some crazy ass characters.
They are indeed. Like this look tonight, I love this. this or just like a pumpkin spice latte. It's very exciting. Like a jack-o'-lantern in December. Great.
Gender aware.
Gender aware.
Like you have motherfuckers make the change their gender.
Maybe it just so happens that I'm actually I do that part time now in the quarantine as a side gig.
The insurance company.
That's it. BG, Beautiful and Dildos Insurance. That's right. That's
You got hemorrhoids? So what do you do? You get hemorrhoids if you're 2 years old. Wait, what? Yeah, it's just forcing poop out.
No, you can get it.
Randy hemorrhoids is a thing. Redman didn't have an imaginary friend. He just named his hemorrhoids.
Redman had blended up mashed potatoes and pork chop in that water.
That's what they say. Pork chop on the hip.
Oh my God. This show's out of control. Well, David, fun times. It's incredible that we will continue. You know, it's not easy to write stand-up while not doing shows, that is for sure. And you are doing your fucking absolute best. I can tell it's very impressive and it's very cool that you're doing it. It's very hard to do your style. You know, Michael Lair is an improv guru trained for decades in Chicago at the hardest levels of having to be in different tough situations in this Williams style. Very one-liner, very short, silly, goofy jokes, and your style is more true to, you know, exactly, real stand-up comedy. Not to say that their stand-up is a real stand-up comedy, but they've been very dependent on an audience, and you're still plowing through it.
Yeah, I ain't got to. Just gotta keep going.
Goddamn right, and you are going indeed, ladies and gentlemen. There he is.
Oh, baby girl, what up, son? Yeah, I am because I'm a true fan.
You just never watched
Dog, I don't watch dog shit entertainment. I watch stand-up comedy.
Okay.
Even he says if you watch his stand-up that his podcast has gone straight downhill without a co-host.
Depending on the guests you have,
Yeah, exactly. All right, are we ready for
John? You know John Mulaney?
Yeah, I know John Mulaney. You're not personally.
Yeah. My dad and my sister are seeing live. That is really good.
That's
My
baller.
dad in the car this morning said that he's very theatrical. Really good changing his voice and doing expression and mannerisms versus like a typical stand-up comedian that just kind of just talking to a microphone. There's more, a lot more going on than typical stand-up comedy, which I thought was an interesting insight.
This is the first I've ever heard you mention that you have a sister.
Yeah. She's older than me, getting married in August. Flying back for the wedding.
Shout out to Sister Isaac.
With an airplane.
That's usually how people fly.
Another piece of cake. Nice.
Are we gonna watch a documentary?
Mama Riser has eaten a grocery store birthday cake.
Good for her.
Yeah. Is it sucking on the pounds?
Is it somebody's birthday?
Yeah, it's Mama Riser's birthday.
Well, then she's entitled to it. Come on. Happy birthday to Mama Riser.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Doug, quit giving her shit over that. That's fine. That's totally normal.
Yeah, no, I only chirp lightly. I don't mean to Nagger to her book. Yeah. Have you heard of the documentary Best in Show?
Yeah, it's a mockumentary, and somebody was just what's his name? He loves it. What's the other guy's name? Oz loves it.
Oh, you've known Oz for 3 days and you're for 3 days. Best in Show documentary.
At length, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna have to get time stamp for that discussion.
I can give it to you. It was Thursday night at like 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
What day was that? Sunday, Saturday.
It was the night we watched. It was the night we watched the one on the Pet Cemetery.
Okay. This recent Thursday.
Yeah, that was the night of Pet Cemetery. Because I went into how I think that just documentaries in general value a narrator, and he's like, well, what about Best in Show or something like that, and I'm like, that's a mockumentary.
So it'll be April 2nd.
Okay.
Sunday, Saturday 4, Friday 3, Thursday 2, Thursday 2.
I mean,
Well, we have a documentary similar to the Best in Show, but it's about chicken breeders instead of dog breeders.
I'm ready for it, big man.
Alright, buckle up. Fasten your seat.
Sound like Donkey Kong. Shout out to Riser. Shout out to Mama Riser. Shout out, happy birthday to Mama Riser. Has Zoot what?
Has Zoot been in here?
Like every fucking moment, man. He's here a lot.
One converted, and what they were both. There's half the brothers, one converted, and one brother Gare, brother. My father died. My father died. In the estate, there's idolatry, let's say, so there, yes, a woman, a long time,
Is it possible to turn it up?
And that's cool. However, the Shabbat is just like the other. All of this piece of things. Here is not yet the possession of the obviously, once that happens, there's no recourse. Right? Well, there is no way to see this. You can get sorry. Once a Jew will be always in very little. So as long as brother there has not yet taken possession, still come to finding a distinct peace. However, if brother Gary took possession of his vessel, so let's say, so I'm thinking, what do you see here? I want to nice up now. In this case, brother Gary wants to continue existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore the just wants it. It's more time. So what's the problem? Because you see, Rabbi Baruch Masisi, and I've always found this collective solution. What's the case over here? This Mishnah. This position is on I don't want to say it's not a good side, which means that it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother Gary doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Because even if it breaks, who cares? It still has a value. Which the most that's fun. That works fine for an island. How would you explain it? It's then yeah, the Pharaoh's Hadron, so this is Adrianic, so apparently, he actually points out that here, Adrianic or thing, right? Sorbent. Therefore, if you put wine in there, that's where it's absorbed from 1 to 2 degree, but you can take a shard of that everywhere, put it in the water, and retest the water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't, who cares if that tests or doesn't agree with the test either way, the value is still reached the mercy of one saying, Lord, so the king is saying, people are so after. And it's like, even if that's so, even if God is there, doesn't care about the fact that he's late, right? He does care about how he's still lost, he still wants to continue existence. Papa, the Yushas, again, I'm not helping around. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. Here, no. Shani Yushas, here, that. Kilo Barak. Rabbis will make up by the Yusha. Whereas, normally, is perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by the as long as the ger has not been actually taken possession of the idols, is absolutely permitted to get this out. Right, so you take this, you take the whatever yes, he was taking existence. Why? Why would they go by a ger? That people are Zera Shemini Yatsu. We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his illusion, and his vision, he will choose his money and choose his vision. That's not really happening here. That's a reality of human nature. It's used before as well. For example, right? Someone said that in certain cases, theft doesn't always have to return advantageous that the victim should not accept that the stolen line in order to not facilitate the thief's creative thief to occur. I think it would be difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Like money versus and as much as we say on that website, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, And you really does. Like, because if you don't have money, you just it's like, and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and the faith that there he has to choose between Allah and ultimately against it. In Zusha, he may be tempted to choose his Zusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if some people want to hear the message, which you may make a by there, when you say that often in this kind of case, you're going to have an estate that is comprised of committed items. Therefore, allow him to keep the committed items, give his blood all of the also from this kind of nothing spice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? She or she, he takes the illusion. About Mishnah to see us. In case let's say this partnership would be also. So see from here that Chazal was out of certain things to happen in the context of the Mishnah, because they were not normally allowed to. That's very in the context as well. So don't look at the person in this precarious situation. No, like other Yosef, so remember again, all of this is the same people that are sitting. Another question that came up. Garrett Tosha, no, she was back up. So let's say this is over. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead? What's that? Just before you go on, just he said, get the Chazal with you. Make go by the just so you understand the tremendous consequences. Halacha is structured in a way to make us success. That a homo shall order wants us to succeed. Since these people are very speak with very speak with then what the struggle is waiting for us to see. It's all waiting for us to mess up so let me stop. That's a good thing for the truth. But a bunch of John wants for success. That's more than we want for success. Chazal want for success more than we want for success. We're looking at the laws. We're looking at the scriptures. All the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success. That's not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Yishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, that's all. They do it. They do it. Once success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal can do it. No greater opportunity in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly creating for successes. Okay, another question. Other Yosef calling on Garrett Tosha, Marshe by Collins to That's a very interesting show. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember that an apple has the ability to negate his apple. thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Ger Toshim, listen, now what is a Ger Toshim? Now we're going to see this is not what this is a definition of Ger Toshav. Rashi points out the very top of the dot, Ger Toshav, Eino Ovid Avodas Tachar. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. That's a very good thing. Right? He don't even have to he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? It says, on one hand, the Halach about the world Halach, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, let me say like this. Anyone who's what we call a barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. Yes, one of the Nachman said, it was what Nachman is this Stavro, the Halach, the Nachman, the Halach. And Nachman says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Ger Toshav doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So this is take action. That's what's happening. In social, that's how it's Musha. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that called? Actual Basel. So what's it saying? Remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's called right? Because it's and what it's required by a Jew essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? So before I pick it up, I can call over an apple. Remember, no, so it's call over an apple. If you have an apple, I need you to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this. I know it's committed. However, again, in Shabbos of the Yodo, ain't no already over. But again, take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, it cannot be decommissioned. Yeshua Ovid Kochaven Medato Avodos Kochamusha. Hello? Yeshua Ovid Kochaven Medato the decommission is in Avodah or the Avodah of his friend. They of God, they Shekin. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Or they find it. Might of God might be what does it mean? What does it mean in decommission? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that what they're talking about, then we already said, we just said before that has the ability to theologically decommission his evidence. And we have all these other his friend. And the love of the Ovid Kochaven my shit in Allah, right? Ultimately, again, Ovda means an actual act. My shit in Ovda, what does it mean? Non-worshipper? Yeah. Oh, so who is able to go ahead and decommission? Both an actual act. You get Tosha Shmanina, get Tosha Manina. What do you see from here? That you get Tosha has the ability to be without ultimately to magically decommission Avon Desire. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only able to find the action. Rather, Kufair will be the only person with decommission that designs an actual idol worship inside the temple. I with the Kamrit, I will show Bob Shafa. We said already said that. And then the crisis will come. As you already said that we could write a decommission. His idol is and his friend's idol is. You know, it says, Reish, listen to this. It's two different cases. Reish, Zed, 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 Marcos. Reish is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship alcohol, or both worship Marcos, so obviously, again, apple one can negate his idol, and his friend's idol, and apple two can negate his idol and his friend. His idol. Seifa, Zela Pa'ar, Zela. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. It's being given up. Let's get one who worships Marcos and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? And apple who worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So, listen, so we need to see how this move forward. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships a different. Incredible. Incredible. So you know what it says. But again, no lie about it here. Right? So so your Tosha, we still like his other Russia. Can your Tosha, which is a Gentile? Repudiated idolatry. Can he do the that started us? Because this is what's a good Tosha? Tosha Kiba. So now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the word? So that Tosha Kiba the creator shall allow us come to them. Here says it's any apple who is accepted himself in front of three Chavim. It was Chavim in the school was before Chavim when he released. Someone is careful. If he is careful about that. So in this context, the conscious it just means that you're based. Anytime an apple comes in front of a based, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a Ger Tosha. That's a Ger Tosha. Good. Sorry, man. Come say, Tosha Kiba along Sheva Mitzvahs. So Tosha Kiba along Sheva Mitzvahs. Come say, Ger Tosha is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah cloud. He's left from those seeds of fire. That's a Ger Tosha. Shem Mitzvahs Noah, the next one. Even only able to follow the not true. Even say not true. Either of these definitions satisfy the definition of the definition. What is a ger kosher? And what is a ger kosher? Ze ger from the Beros, Shekibel Alon Hayim, Home Mitzvahs, Hamilas Batorah, Chutz, Min Israel. What is the definition of the ger kosher? The ger kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Beros, but he has accepted on himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It looks like really my thought is out there. Definition. Rabbi Meir, he accepted it on himself. In terms of the ways of unfortunate idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted it on himself. Shem is from God. Chayrim, he has accepted it on himself. All of the mitzvos except all of the kosher. He's not in kosher. The bicycles. ياخذ الأكس يعني إما كيف الأصل ففي ذلك تشرب بالسوء وصل الله في الرزق وصل الله إلى الشر right leave it within for the should say you can leave within your life for a short amount of time but you can't that's it is in your life for a long time what's the reason what do we get some over here? What do we get some over here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, well, Rashi says over there, we saw when we have the Chalusa Hachimech, so much thinking of it, the Akiva Lord. Allah. לא דבר מנסה, ומה גם בכל עושים לעמוד בישראל. לא חשוב. תחיל ובאים הענוע ותרחילו ונתקולים בעולם. זה בזמן הרוח. רק לקרוא נפש. Salting with him, and people pleasant wine with him, turning out. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're considering these swap out juice wine. Is told okay. And this is true. Even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at myself here for a shot, you could leave with the money for a short amount of time. And not for a long time. Again, we're not to the INS, or not to the INS. I think this is what really idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, we may switch his blind for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's filtered, for a long amount of time, it's Shmalo Kiyeva. So it says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmalo. Okay, so I thought Shemen, Mika, Pavi, Yair, it's not what we want with this oil. Oil can't be used. Yendo, Kishmalo. Interesting enough, I don't believe it like this. Allah from my son. That ultimately again is his wine, excuse me. His wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. Just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his water. Okay, actually just actually Shmano we have guys on Yeno put it on Shmano put it should I should not feel about the Shtias. But what does it mean? His oil is like, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. But the same way that you get enough from his oil, you can get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine, get from shot, but ultimately you can get enough from his water. The sharp whole dollar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like a, he is like a, he's like an apple. Especially myself. Shouldn't over. Yeno, Yayo, yes. Relay, water, relay, water. Shouldn't says, this one is like Yayo, SF, but obviously, ultimately, again, water, ultimately, again, for consumption, for sure. So we'll actually pause over there. We'll pick up the main session. Actually, let's finish. Tell me else. Let's finish this. Tell me else. What do you see from the tell me else. We shine part of the comment. We see it from things like here coach up is like an apple regarding every other matter. The life itself, ultimately. Again, what does it mean when I say that coach is like an apple that is what is it? Which the Gemara says, love, God, let's go loving, can't let's go father. If it doesn't happen, because when we get out of this whole thing right here, coach gets started. Got started with the trying to figure out, doesn't get attention accurately enough to negate idolatry. Theologically definition idolatry. So now we just got finished. And in this respect, I hear Tosha is other than that, he's like, doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Sarah, so too. Can I get Tosha? So you can get Tosha? Which the Gemara says, no, that one is not low. Retain the shus in about the shus. Actually, this is actually not for Shabbos. What is he for? Shabbos was about 16 Sunday. The song, remember? The Shabbos is for the Sabbath. That's it. If you have multiple homes, you can't carry from a home into that place. Many ways of how they have it. Like, even essentially using correct season evidence of they join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And if we have the homes the fusser together. The whole thing is, if you have a Jew who did not join into so he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. I forgot to put this with the who I forgot to put this in the he can yield his rights to the other rights. If there is a God, the Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to break his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to break his rights. It's largest. It says, we saw the Lord. Shabbos Shabbos and Shop, without the wishes, ultimately. If you have these on the so as long as externally, he's not right. As long as externally, like right, publicly keep Shabbos. Privately doesn't keep Shabbos. But at least publicly keep Shabbos. What's without the rishos, all you need to do if you didn't participate in the he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else. Shame Sharisha Masu. Show in not only shows, but again, if you publicly and essentially like if he's like an apple, it's not enough for him to build his rights and events. Rather, you have to grant his rights. Nation is from most initials from initials, right? Is from ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. Again, actions by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the words kind of when you say so that's just hostage. Okay, so over the law concept. How does yield, for example, yield his right to over his residents? Over the law, you should seek to read of her. And hereby give over my rights. My rights to the culture. Or we should see what you tell us. Or my rights are negated to me. Ultimately, of course, for the purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this not participatory Jew group. They start this lesson. This is just in general, but in zeros, again, we need an administration of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you get ready to participate, even on Shabbos, and wield his rights, or be the doctor, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the fashion that is everywhere else to the law of culture. Even if he's in Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel woman who is publicly a ruler is treated like a full circle. As I said before, when we said before that their culture ultimately again is treated like all other things, all of the with a gear totion. You choose the Chatzar want to make it with zeros, they must know. Right? This makes it right. The rights again are the gear totion. Now, whether or not the gear totion is actually going to be the Zara, the Gear Totion will say, you'll see it's part of that. Shkara Khalil is part of that. Experience of this history point of view. Say, great self-sufficiency will tell you all of you this morning back. Thank you all of our sponsors for this morning cheer. Thank our annual fund. One of our sponsors. Also, Shop Americans are dedicating all the German Russians this year. This sales comes from Israel. And the sponsors for the month of Abraham, Stephen Randy Drayson, Amara parents, Israel Drayson, Dina Drayson, New York Swagger. Remember Stanley and Worth Swagger and Rafa. Are we the third sponsor? Just got that fifth wolf, which was the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf Shalom, then Steve Hirsch's Rabbi. Nathan and Beth Ali, family of their father, Ben Apple, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Amir, will be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, memory of Steve. Father Wilson Applebaum, Rachel, Das, the families in the almost either through Shepherd Hill, phone call readers, records, refuge, organization, hostages, Shalom, and recover. Allow all these soldiers to be successful for that city. Most of that, the rest of the days, that is the son of God, 64. Really incredible down there. Today we are coming up on Sunday, days 63. We are taking up 2, 4, 6, 7 months from the bottom. We are back into the bottom. We got up. So again, and we are not in Ula. We are talking just right here about Ami Gabai. Here about Ami was sitting with him. And University Yosef, the Kabbalah right. He has the following question. It's very fascinating. So, Buffalo Wishbone Yayin Nessa. What is the halacha if an actor hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin messing? Right? So you know, this often comes over to me and say, like, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages of this one? Let's just remember again. In yesterday's class, we did the concept of funds or the generated from what may or may not be an activity. We're dealing with items that themselves may be also values. Here, the applicant is asking me to do something with the IMS and is asking me to destroy the IMS. Can I pay me for it? So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? We are going to keep those people also. Very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Why do I want it this way? The barrels with the break on their home. I would lose the outcome. The opportunity to break the man is the barrels. Just to leave it off. I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, I can really get into the process of the reaction. We have been on cable, we learned up in the line of Rashi. Israel said, what's it became of Shulchan Yosef? Jew actually wants the existence of his parents. Shalom Yishtablu, Shalom Lehem. I don't know, Ruben doesn't want to go in. Ashi Shabbat, because of us. So can we say that since the Jew actually wants, right? So right, the Jew actually wants the Yayin that's to remain in existence. I don't want it to break this way. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from the Yayin itself. Well, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear. Well, only it's not shattered. Okay, what are you talking about? This is the destruction of the yes, the destruction of the itself. This is a good. This is what's ensure one calcium in existence. But again, ultimately, it's a describable result of his process. Ultimately, eventually, that's maybe check. I don't know. So it says, Ishbar and that says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and go. Well, Rothschild, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and you got that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So it's limited. It's very good. It's cheaper than that. So let's say, again, so that's wheat and let's say for example wheat and grain farms. That's the kind of for business. So if you're only Muhammad to find the Quran, the Jew can't go ahead and assist you. Which is like you can't do that. Have a son. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. Then I am allowed to do reduction. Let's say they hires me and it's silver. To me, they very entitled to that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid. For working with Killer, right? And I want these. This is because it provides him a public on the own account. He's up on the website. So he says, so to be for good. This is to see what we are. But that says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit from the forbidden item. When that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to retain the existence of the prohibited item because if you want to be the one who destroys it, so you get paid for it, it's supposed to be so versus Savua, second one from the time system. For Savua, how much is it? So if he was making the apartment, and then any of the line not only if we have prohibitions about friends, not only is there prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of the but you can't do anything that sustains it. For example, actually, for example, here, that let's say someone's going to be line, right? I'm going to line and the apple asks me to put up a fence around the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the fence has nothing to do with the actual fact itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible. Scientifically, I'm not finished, the fact that it's other than it's not good, it's like not finished on the fact that I look at the up this right because again, it's still good. But there you're acting directly to something in the black right? The keeper says, have the kind. And the keeper says, really do anything to sustain it. For example, put up a fact. This is kind of lying, that's going to be kind of like this one. So much right hand that originally keep from such from the Israel Quran. As it says, do not plant in the field. In the Arizona, and another prohibition of planting. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual work itself? Like even like putting up a fence. Amalamar, go kilai. That's what it says. It's interesting here. It was making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the word is actually kind of slicing it. I was like, go kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, even if it's not directly involved. The actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be this way. Ilu, Gemara says, V'ilu, when you move it, tifloshak. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even when you're Kiva, very when you Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is considered that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot me from the Kiva? So the question is, it sounds like that is going to be really interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. Well, it doesn't be that mean rather Haman, who's it? Is this Rabbanan? It's Rabbanan. Rabbanan might be your open if you read. Any shadow that is actually quite the Rabbanan. It's Rabbanan. Rabbanan is going to do offense, right? Because Rabbanan only can be a key of Rabbanan. You can do plans with granted or actively do something that facilitates the growth. Like some type of like supporting activity, like putting a fence there. Is multiple. So if putting up a fence is multiple, you can get paid. If that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it's not going to which the Gemara said. As Hacham asked, is very interesting. What's the case? We are in Ka'avu B'chim. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I'm uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the problem? Marcus from Rudy Hida Amar, Liting Lahem Matnastilam Asr. Ultimately, the Rudy is of the opinion that Allah provides and you are not allowed to do a favor from him. Like he actually has in the middle of it. So Allah says for me. So I'm going to focus what Allah says for me. That doesn't mean compliment him or give him still on the Rudy says, don't you obviously kill him? See, you can't do something for an akron for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Allah Ta'ala, you still can't do it. So which the matter is that you do Lishma. Rabbi Akiva, now the fact that you're saying it's not going to do that, something can occur to Rabbi Akiva. So not be permitted. Rabbi also detail on the Masina. About when you take Tifla Shakri. Gemara says, no, according to Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi says it's true. You can't do a favor so as to give people free good. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something, I'll do that with the Zala. That's absolutely correct. That's an objective thing. I have Rabbi Akiva. But Nami, I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm the kind of client with, yeah? And then take Tifla Shakri. And you say something about Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was in works, kinds of, approach to the prohibition of Kalai. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not the actual planting itself, but you people will put up a fence to sustain it. People would agree to uproot Kalai to get rid of this dirty. The reason prohibited is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which, so Gemara says, "Usu lo mi." There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's great. This phrase, "Usu lo mi," this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. "Usu lo mi." That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss about this. So it's very interesting. Because therefore, what this means is, let's go full circle. How did we start with this? This all started by the case of Abraham wants to break his barrels of Yariness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew. He's going to pay me $50 a barrel. Am I allowed to do it? Or not? So remember, on one hand, we can say no, because therefore that means want the continued existence of the IRS. And I'm benefiting from all this up. On the other hand, I'm just trying to hold this up. But nothing said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a result, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the item. So I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the guy to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the Zorah, the destruction of everything ultimately is a good thing. So that says you get paid and Tavo Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of a part of Western society. The mindset is, live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in society. We should take an approach to living. Yes, it's not gravitation, it's the word. Nor is it the place to stand in judgment. Everyone else's lifestyle choices and everything is big and left to be. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to running the society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root within our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And sometimes then those norms become really evil, ultimately again become perfect. That's what Matthew uses this question of. Yes, destroy the IRS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this from. But you think about it's such an incredible thing. If you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing to many other people. And somebody would think that like the world would just it's like growing up. false, like just flat. As we're doing the world's journey. And yet again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see what's right. Right? But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a real good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishar, the Talallah. Sometimes you have to evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. You go through it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, you get to the side of the process, that's when it's really good. The Gemara goes like, but how did the speak so again? The same cover was saying, and they asked about the question, how do you ask speed? They're coming by like, the name of us from the Arabic cover now. So that's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has guys selling for $1,000. He's got $1,000. Does that money at the end of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol seller itself? Now, me confess as done at the Arabic cover. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? So I'm doing on that thing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, we start with the elements from the Arabic covenant. So Matthew says, I think it's much. Akum sells his item, and he has that money does not go to him. In idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money. Listen to this, so here's what Matthew says. Nikahanam with the Asl who made it out. There will be these people who came up around another one. Zidu Kamad the Islifu, the seal scallops is fascinating. So that one's like this. There were these people who came up around who had been also Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. But listen, I watch this. Let's over here. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Suez Skylu, all of these Skylu, the African Skylu, also look at the Hamodas, what publishing their effect. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them. So instead of a foot, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, see from the develop a way selling. He sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So you notice. So it's my time off. We shouldn't have over the mail, but let's go home. We gotta get home. Let's get close. He's not selling idolatry. On the hands of the food. It's permitted. I don't shine this. Even with that. They God I want. In that case, it's since the process of conversion, obviously there's no they're negating the theological, the significance of the idol converted. So an upward giving the value. So maybe that's how the proceeds are. Hello, the help. Hello, the help. The Gemara says, here's the proof. יסוד שהאנוש שלו מתקיים, ומאחר עבוד הספרדים דהים. I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his Akum, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yai Nessim or second case. I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yai Nessim and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? Well, mutter, ultimately again is mutter. Okay, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Yeah. Unless the Yakum Sim case, I got $1,000. So I pay you, give me the way, yeah, I'm just going to sell my car. I got that. I'm going to sell my Yain Nessa and got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, here, interesting. Case number one. Same case. I lent up $1,000. Case number one. He goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. That's like, I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds. He's back to debt. Case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He said, I gotta pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I gotta sell my idol. I gotta sell my Nessa. Then he comes back with the proceeds. Proceeds are prohibited. I accepted the moral. So what's the distinction? I understand. Let's do these two cases. See from the Shun, but how do you make you want to so this is very serious. So now this is the circle paragraph of the for the simple. I'll just use the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of it. I don't want the continued existence of the wine, right? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of the hustle. If you go to the Kiyobuki, I got them. That's what we just said before, but that's what the owners will say. When you want a continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the object sells it for money. I want to continue the existence of the Nessa because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these property items. Why should it be awesome? Vatnan, Gary is this Vatnan, Gary Shiyarshu Avian Obukas. This is a very interesting case. We have two brothers. One converted, and what they're both they're acting brothers. One converted and one stuck. So brother Ger, brother uncle. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. Their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, let's say permanent items. So Ger, so brother Ger can say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the items, you take money and everything else. If you do that, then you should go, and that's permitted. However, in Yeshiva, it's just like your answer. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the gear has not yet actively taken possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But above, there is so you can get so it's much more hard. Once that you already owns it, you'll be very little. So as long as brother there has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no point dividing up the estate. However, if brother there took possession of his husband, she must have said, what do you see? Now, in this case, brother there wants the continued existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says even worse, which means not about to give breaks. It's still body. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its custody. We're not dealing with breaks. Who cares? It still has value. That's fine. That works fine for an idol. But how would you explain the case then of Yain itself? The Pharaoh is hydrated. So this is very interesting. Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out over here, Adrianic person, right? Working for this very absorbent. Therefore, you put mining with the person that absorbed to a degree that you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also the brother here doesn't care if that's great. Because either way, the value is still retained. It's like, even if that's something that brother did, doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But he does care about not being still lost, he still wants it for continued existence. But on top of the Yushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot for instance. You're bringing a riot. Bring up this in the case of the inheritance of Hager. No. Shani Yushas Hager, da Kilo Barab. Rabbis will make look back at the Yusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha myself, Chazal will make it go by in the Yusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, so you take this, you take the whatever stuff, I'll take the it's like, even though, yes, he wants to continue existence. Why would they make a lie here? That people are about Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his Yerusha and his religion, he will choose his mother. He will choose his religion. So that's not even that idea. That's the reality from the Yerusha. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Some of the Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? And the victim should not accept that he stole. Why? order to go ahead and facilitate these creative feedback for everything is not very much. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial goals. Money is necessary, money is important, and because as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills, right? Because if you don't have money, it's just things are and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and open. Again, this Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose this Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if some people aren't in that situation, if they're going to make a way there, and you say that often these kind of cases, they have these statements because of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items if his running over the good. Also, anyways, how do you know? Nothing writes that supports this. When is this so? Shirshu, the case of Yerusha, the Rothschild, through us. In the case, let's say the business partnership with the us. See from here. The Chazal of that is certain things that happen in the context of Yerusha. Okay, we're not normally allowed to occur in other contexts as well. So go the person in this in this precarious situation. Incredible. So, no. How do you guys have so remember again, all this is the same people that are same. Another question that came up. Garrett Toshan, no, she back up. So listen, this is a very interesting case. Okay? In Garrett Toshan, kind of Garrett Toshan, go ahead. It was just before we go on, just this idea that it's out. Just so you understand the joys and so on. However, it's structured in a way to make us succeed. Then in Ono Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes we have a very skewed view of others, a very skewed view of that the Rothschild was waiting for us to mess up, smack us down. Because I was waiting for us to mess up so you can levy something or punishment or anything against them. That's a beautiful thing, the truth. The emotional wants for success, no one knew what was success. Chazal wants us success more than we want success. And all of the halachas, all of the reading, there's all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to smack us down when we go out and make a mistake. But again, the Shlomo understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need. We need to be successful. And when they need to relax this standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how people know to have no greater advocate than this world. That's in this world than the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly promoting for success. Incredible question. Other guys Garrett Rothschild, not sure my thoughts. So it's a very interesting challenge. Can a Garrett Rothschild go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, Apple has the ability to negate his efforts, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So Garrett Rothschild, listen, what is a Garrett Rothschild? Now, you see, this is my fault, it's not the definition of Garrett Rothschild. עכשיו, רש"י points out the very top of the daf, ger tosha eino ovid avodas. Again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Ubarmine shalos, the problem with the Rothschilds. But again, he's like everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a Mishpah. He believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In any other respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? So where it says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do not call cover name, you have and maybe not. Maybe say like this. Anyone who's going to call a barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission yourself. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You must only go that. So then what's the natural reason? This Stabra, the Holland, not the book. The Latin says only someone who worships it can negate it. The someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gertosh doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found natural marketplace, what's that called? Actual Boston. So, what's this? Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there. If I lift it up, that's called an idol, because I'm not going to and once it's acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual basket. So if I pick it up, over the oven kochav in levad, I can call over an apple. Remember, also you have to call over an apple. Is the apple and it is negate this decommission. But theological decommission. So what I engage in theological decommission it's permitted. However, again, in Shabbos, ain't no only oven but again, at that point, we cannot be sure. Only the covenant, the natural, and all this will come shalom, the shafa'id. And only the covenant, the decommission is or the Abizara of his friend. They of God, they share in them. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Finally, it's not the might of God, might of what is it? What is it mean that whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say the context, then how you should love to shut we already said, we just said before that the apple has the ability to theologically decommission. His apple is in the apple is his friend. And a lot of God over with my shit in a lot of the over right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. With my shit in love. The ones in non-worshiper, Gertoshans. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission? That's an actual Gertoshans. Let me know. Gertoshans.
What a fun. Yeah, what'd you think?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. It wasn't the greatest documentary I've ever seen in my whole life, but I was enjoyed it.
Excellent.
What did you think? What did you think?
I think it's interesting the bond that people certainly have with the animals and how it can be shown in these different competitions. And I found it interesting, like the people who are like, we would never eat our animals, like that would just seem as foreign to them, and some of the other people would, and that there was um, a like a front runner for winning these competitions. I found that interesting as well. It was okay. Wasn't the worst thing I've ever. It's better than Pet Cemetery, but still not hands on a hard body.
Not hands on a hard body. Hands on a hard body was I like the look of the chicken, like the shelby legs are really fluffy, like white. They come in other colors. Those chickens look very cool. It was interesting to hear the whole backstory of people that raised the chicken. And the singer guy who was like the singer guy who started in like some 1960s, the Peter thing. I thought he was pretty funny. And yeah, it's basically like the dog show, like the dog chicken.
Exactly. There's some issues that I have with those dog shows. Not that I don't love dogs or think dogs are cool, but the over obsession with pure breeds, and then what occurs is like the damage to the animal, where they can't breathe well, or to the breed more so. They can't breathe well. They don't reproduce. You can over perfect some stuff. It didn't seem like that was being done too much in the chicken world yet, but if that blew up, it would be. And I also respect. There's a thing. There was like a movement that happened, like maybe I don't know, the last 20 years of. I think they're called urban coops. Basically, you can have chickens in a urban area, and you can in Irvine, but in some areas of Los Angeles County you can. And so there were some celebrities who I learned of, Joe Rogan being one of them, who would keep a coop. He was in Ventura County, but still close enough. And how they bond with these chickens. They say hi to them every day. They feed them all the time. They don't want to kill them. They let them reproduce. Well, I shouldn't even say reproduce, just lay eggs or whatever. And there's like certainly a bond, and that's something that I always thought if I ever had a piece of property, I would like to do to have fresh eggs, perhaps, if that was of importance to me. And it seems like these people took it to another level of like having perfect animals, perfect chickens. And I like the different looks of the birds. Chickens can be ferocious. Yeah, I mean, they're small, but they're like linked. I mean, I guess we all are, but evolutionarily to dinosaurs, and they are can be quite dog-like, or they can be loyal, and you can see almost like emotion out of them, and yeah. I thought it was interesting. There's not more to it that I had of that documentary. I can say it didn't speak to me like, oh, I have to go out and get a chicken coop now or anything like that. But the process was interesting too. I think, at least in the United States, I'm not sure, but there's like an organization called 4-H where people raise animals and basically have them on display for judging and such. And this this seemed to be that, but like the playoffs of that. Like basically, this was like a national thing, and just interesting to see the dynamics that people have with animals, and I always think that's interesting. I agree. I think yeah. I don't cuddle with him either, to my knowledge. I think that there could be, and I don't know. I know people make chicken coops. That's been a thing for like hundreds of years, but they get so nasty that it's almost like it just seems to me like absolutely disgusting. That I would want to, instead of having to clean one of those out, just burn that thing when it's done, and then just buy another one. Or I mean, not burn one perhaps, but somehow have it. I don't want to have anything to do with that thing anymore. It just seems like it would get so nasty. So I was thinking, like, what if you created one using ecologically, environmentally friendly products? I think you could do this. What have I seen this with? Hemp. Um, so a major issue is like hemp, or a major issue is like plastic waste, obviously, and they make hemp plastic bottles. Like you can make plastic out of other things than petroleum, and some organic materials included in that, and hemp is one of them. And the issue with these hemp plastic bottles is they work really well. They're just like a normal plastic bottle, and this is it's not a problem. It's what it's supposed to do. After I think 6 months or a year, the bottle starts to deteriorate purposefully, so that it basically goes back into the ecosystem. And so I was thinking, if you created a hemp plastic chicken coop that you could just buy on Amazon, set it up. Maybe you have to add the heat lights or heat lamps and things or whatever. Um, and you have like a piece of property. You just set this thing up every 6 months to a year, and basically the thing would just biodegrade on its own. And you have your chickens. I just want to get away from the cleaning of the chickens. That's disgusting to me. So you basically have your chickens who are they go in their biodegradable coop, and that thing is good for like let's say a year. You could get it to a year. Okay, and then after a year, you buy another one on Amazon. You can even have it just shipped to you with like on a schedule, and then you just have the chickens go to the new coop. They do their thing. The old coop just basically just biodegrades on your property. You don't have to burn it. You don't have to get rid of it. It just goes away after like 2 or 3 years, and then you just keep buying these coops, and then you never have to clean them out. What are your thoughts?
I think that's very funny and clever idea. But I don't know enough about raising chickens, but I feel like you have to clean the chicken coop probably, I'm assuming, more than once a year, because I'm assuming there'll be cuts piling up all the time. Like with hamsters, you gotta clean for a single hamster, like once a week or twice or every 2 weeks or something. So I imagine if you have 15 chickens in that, you're gonna have to clean it up. And maybe the price of printing biodegrading chicken coop would be so minimal that you could just get one every single week or something. Yeah, I was also thinking as we talk about this, I would probably like to self-cleaning stuff, we have like a built-in washing system already. I'm sure that's possible if enough money and resources. Yeah, and I don't know how the cleaning system or chicken coops to begin with, and I don't, if it's anything like a hamster, you have like a little plastic stuff, and it's not that much of a burden to clean up. I mean, maybe like when I'm imagining the burden is like mosquito shit on like wood, and it's just baked into the wood and you have to scrub it out for hours. But I imagine if there's like some nasty there between that, then you can just pretty easily like sweep up the nest and replace it.
Yeah, it still sounds disgusting, and yeah, it's like the seagull thing. It's going to be everywhere. So there are perhaps different ways to do this. You could maybe somehow train chickens to not use the restroom in their own coop, but that seems like somebody would have tried that already and figured it out. Perhaps there's some kind of pharmaceutical that could be used where they, for whatever reason, don't want to use the restroom within a closed environment. There's just something within the pharmaceutical that makes them want to go in an open area. Um, that's certainly an option. There's the I've seen these things. Um, okay, so like you're talking about with a hamster or something that usually has like a metal grate with like bedding, and then you clean the bedding, but you'd still have to spray the grate down and such. And that doesn't seem like that big of a work. But if they're going to the bathroom in the coop, that whole thing inside is just going to be filled over the course of time with poop. Um, you could always pay someone to do it, but then it's like, okay, these are the most expensive eggs that you've ever had because you basically literally have to have like a farm to do it. I was thinking along the same lines like a robot that could do it. Um, okay, so imagine exactly. Imagine just a pure stainless steel box that you could just when the uh, chickens are in the yard or whatever, you could just spray it down, or it could just spray itself down. That it just has like a almost like a car wash system inside, like it just sprays itself, and then just a self cleaning chicken coop, and then the chickens go in there and uh, they enjoy and that to me probably is more of a sustainable option than something that biodegrades every so often or whatever. You're going to run into issues with that though, that it would have to be temperature controlled. Like you can't just have these chickens baking in this box. Um, like, uh, if it's shaded or whatever and there's proper ventilation, I think that you could make that kind of system happen. Like, okay, imagine like how you could do this out of a container, like a shipping container. That's a little big. You wouldn't need something that big, but maybe you cut a shipping container in half and then just close off the other half. And then it's just got like a power washing system inside, and it's climate controlled. And the chickens get to enjoy it, and it's just this little. I still think that's probably too big. I'm trying to probably be too environmentally cautious there. You just have a box. I think probably is the best way, depending on how many chickens you want. Usually, people have like 12 or perhaps as many as 24 or whatever. Um, and then the box just like you could even get this thing to be fully, I think, fully automated, where every day the door of the box just opens up, and the chickens know when that happens. They go outside, they eat bugs and stuff in the yard or whatever, and then when they want, they can go back in. At night, it makes sure that all the chickens come back in or whatever. There could be a sensor on it, or I don't know. You could really get this thing to be pretty advanced. Now, how expensive is it going to be? I think you probably could make this box with some systems on it. Nothing too uh, advanced for probably between like $5,000 and $10,000. Is it going to be worth it for the price of eggs? No, but there's something to having farm fresh eggs delivered whenever you want, and the bond that you're going to build with these animals. So I don't know. What do you think of the box system?
Self-cleaning robot system. I mean, for 5,000, I think is like the price roughly of I might just like get the new toy assembled or stuff that I use back there about Joe again. Maybe probably close to 10,000 plus for the auto cleaning. That's my guess. I don't know enough budget how much of a hassle it is to clean exactly. People are just like super hamster ride and then just freaking out the bedding or something. Because if there's a couple left like bedding stuff and then on top and then it'd be too bad to clean it out. I really have no idea how big of a problem it does, even if it wasn't so much for an automated system, it's good, and maybe they're like hawks or something like this, they're mail sacrifices itself, like a hawk tank, maybe there could be like some hawk protection, laser systems or something.
As I understand, you don't want to have like a rooster when you have that kind of setup, because you want the hens laying eggs, so you want the egg to be unfertilized. You only bring a cock around, a rooster around when you want more chickens, as I understand. Um, but yeah, okay, so they have these restrooms now. They have them in some beach cities, at least in Southern California, but I think they first started in Europe, where every time you use the restroom, it just like shuts down a box and sprays it all out, and like basically sanitizes the restroom every single time it's used. And I'm thinking a system like that could work. Um, there are a lot of that's what I'm saying.
There's some problem with it that they didn't use it.
Well, they've installed them in some beach cities in Southern California. I know that. The issue that we encounter are people living in them, or like they're supposed to have alarms on them and have people eventually have to leave or whatever. They play music and then there's an alarm. Um, but what we're talking about is just basically the making this type of system hygienic, and I don't understand why you couldn't connect a hose to a box and a metal box and have that box have a little motor on it that has like heat lamp and like perhaps some type of like ventilation, and then just have it once a day. It can't turn on if the bird is inside, and it's almost like and like I'm sure you could make it so that it's got cameras in there so that you can see what's going on inside. I know adding all this technology increases the price, but I'm thinking you could get this at $10,000, and that seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I mean, for like a small, it's not that complicated.